Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 51 to 100. In total, there were 2 bikes in the village. One was the Leader family's and the other was Lin Qinghe family's. It was conceivable how much respect Lin Qinghe's family get for owning such a bicycle. Second sister-in-law was extremely upset, and also very discontent. She wanted to see the joke, but instead, the other person showed off, which really tore down her spirit. When cooking lunch, second sister-in-law was like someone had owed her money. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law exchanged glances, and they knew what was up. After the meal, they each went back to their room. What was great about old Zhou family was that each family had their own room instead of squeezing together. Toward second sister-in-law's thoughts, eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law was pretty clear about it. After all, they have been sisters-in-law for so many years, who doesn't know what the other was like? She was envious. Second brother also caught on. When he returned to the room, he coaxed her. "What are you doing? Fourth didn't spend your money to buy the bike. Who are you giving that look to? What? I can't be angry in this house anymore." Like she was ignited, second sister exploded at once. She angrily roared, "Be quieter." Second brother immediately said, "Why should I be quieter? Have I said anything? I can't speak, is it?" Second sister-in-law yelled. The couple quarreled for no reason, and second sister-in-law angrily packed her things and stormed back to her maternal family. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou didn't say anything. They acted like they didn't know. Second brother didn't go bring her back and let her live at her maternal house. If he brought her back now, her fire will definitely be burning. Lin Qinghe found out second sister-in-law had returned to her maternal family when she came to borrow the sewing machine. Perfect timing. The only person she didn't want to interact with in the old Zhou's house was this second sister-in-law. Let's all comply with, well, water does not violate river water. Why must she speak and act so obscure each time they meet? It was great that she wasn't home. She brought some white rabbit candy over and gave eldest sister-in-law's 3 daughters one each. Then shared one to eldest sister-in-law's only son at the moment. "Fourth auntie, I want to." Little Zhou Yang, eldest sister-in-law uttered. "No more. Fourth auntie only brought 4. Yang and your sisters get 1 each." Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dani wanted to give her share to her brother when Lin Qinghe stated, "He already has his. You girls got to have a taste. Listen to your fourth auntie," eldest sister-in-law added. Zhou Dahai ate hers. The white rabbit candy was so sweet that everyone was in a good mood. Lin Qinghe asked eldest sister-in-law to guide on the detailed part of making clothes for Zhou Qingbai. Eldest sister-in-law saw that she was really getting involved now, so naturally, she was willing to connect with her. She diligently taught her. Lin Qinghe's comprehension skill was high because the original owner knew how to. She just had to adjust it, and it wasn't difficult to make 2 sets of clothes for Zhou Qingbai. I can see that eldest sister-in-law had a much better complexion now. Lin Qinghe quickly improved and conversed with eldest sister-in-law. "As that's so, I have recently felt a lot more comfortable in my body. The benefits of eating apple aren't little," eldest sister-in-law remarked. "If it's not good, I won't have told you." "That's right. If eldest brother needs to do something in the county city in the future, you can tell him to come over and ride the bicycle." Lin Qinghe. "That would be very nice." Eldest sister-in-law smiled. Although they might not necessarily use it, it made her feel at ease when Lin Qinghe gave her the go-ahead. Now it came up. Eldest sister-in-law couldn't understand what second sister-in-law was angry about. This bicycle didn't spend a cent of her money. They definitely used fourth brother-in-law's retirement fund. Fourth brother-in-law bought it back, so in future, if the family ever needs it, he will definitely lend it. This meant the 3 families can use brother-in-law's bike for free. It counts as taking advantage. What was second sister-in-law mad about? During this period of time, it is the highest peak for development in your belly. Eat more nutritious things, and the baby will be very smart after birth. Lin Qinghe advised. Although she had never given birth, but her colleagues in her previous life had. She heard an earful of the pregnancy experience. With the current condition at home, it was better than most people in the village. At least because of their pregnancy, she and third's wife can still have an egg for nourishment each day. Second sister-in-law did not receive this treatment. Of course, when second sister-in-law was pregnant, she had it. However, eldest sister-in-law made no comment. She instructed her on making clothes. The stitches and the likes were taught clearly. After coming a few days, Lin Qinghe almost completed Zhou Qingbai's first set of clothes. It was a close-fitting one. It had both the top and the trousers. As it was made with earthen cloth, so it was very warm. Zhou Qingbai was in a very good mood, receiving his new clothes. He implied that it was fine to casually make it. Apparently, she put in the effort. Her stitches were impeccable, and it was also very close-fitting, just his size. It was hard on wife. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Lin Qinghe didn't know if she was the suspected neighbor for robbing the axe. She always felt that his gaze was slightly hot. Wasn't it just a set of clothes? What's up with you? There was no need to make any for Dahua and his brothers. This year a set of cotton coats was made for them. They also have 2 sets of clothes inside. Shoes and socks were complete. No need for tomorrow and the slightly cold spring. Autumn was also fine. Just need to make the summer set. It goes without saying that Zhou Qingbai's summer clothes also need to be made. The preserved eggs marinated last month were ready to be eaten this month. After coming over for few days to continuously borrow old Zhou family's sewing machine, Lin Qinghe brought 2 salted eggs over for Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. As soon as she entered the door, she saw second sister-in-law. When second sister-in-law saw her, she smiled and said, fourth sister-in-law had come. Is this cloth brought to show filial to father and mother? No, I'm going to make clothes for Qingbai with this. These 2 salted eggs were personally pickled by me or for father and mother. By the way, second sister-in-law, what are you going to give to father and mother as filial piety? Lin Qinghe threw back. Second sister-in-law laughed it off. With my family condition, how can I compare with yours? That's true. It really can't be compared. Lin Qinghe nodded. This enraged second sister-in-law a lot and she turned around and left. Lin Qinghe snorted. Eldest sister-in-law gave her a wink. Lin Qinghe nodded and went over to Mother Zhou's room. She gave her the salty pickled eggs. I marinated it myself. Mother, you and father have a taste. If you like it, I'll bring some more. Quote, keep them for Dahua and his brothers, no need to bring them. Mother Zhou responded, there's still some at home. Lin Qinghe left the egg and came to the storeroom. Old Zhou family's storeroom was where the sewing machine was placed. She began to sew clothes. In the past few days, she was already thoroughly familiar with the process. Not long later, eldest sister-in-law also came over. What happened just now? Eldest sister-in-law asked. Who knows? She behaved perplexingly when I entered the door. It's becoming a habit. Lin Qinghe couldn't care less. Nobody would deny that. She came back yesterday evening and talked like that. Eldest sister-in-law's lip twitched as she spoke. Don't quarrel with her. You're pregnant. Don't make yourself angry. Lin Qinghe coaxed. Eldest sister-in-law burst into a smile when she comforted her instead. I wouldn't keep it on my chest. Then she looked at the cloth in her hand and pointed out, after making another winter innerwear for fourth brother-in-law, I estimate there's enough left over to make 2 sets of summer clothes for him. 1 summer set is enough. The rest will be for the 3 boys. They don't any to wear. Lin Qinghe responded. Zhou Qingbai didn't bring many clothes back, but there were 2 sets. According to Lin Qinghe's perspective, he didn't have enough to wear. In the mind of this era, it was definitely enough. But making an extra set isn't a bad idea. The 3 boys definitely needed it. Lin Qinghe's speed was now very fast because she became skilled in using the sewing machine. Plus she was irritated from seeing second sister-in-law's face. So it took 2.5 days to complete Zhou Qingbai's second winter clothes. The rest was summerwear. Lin Qinghe also spent a few days to finish these and packed it in the closet. She doesn't need to go to the old Zhou's house and run into second sister-in-law anymore. In the morning, they had millet porridge with salted eggs. Lin Qinghe announced, today I have to pickle another batch. You guys eat too fast. It was only that long before the pickled eggs were almost devoured up. She had brought over the eggs twice to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Each time 2, so 4 in total. Now there were only a few left. The rest was eaten by the father and sons. I will go out and buy some eggs later. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Is there no lamb sold here? Lin Qinghe asked. Not here. Zhou Qingbai looked at her and said, want to eat? Lin Qinghe shook her head and replied. Don't torment yourself, going so far to the county city in this weather. The last time he bought a bicycle, he also brought a jin of lamb back. She had added goji berry and stewed a lamb and goji berry soup. The taste was really delicious. Although it was only a jin, the whole family was extremely content. Zhou Qingbai nodded and said nothing. After taking care of the two little piglets after breakfast, he pushed the bicycle and carried the basket out. Lin Qinghe continued to knit the woolen trousers at home. It was for the kids. She also wanted one. This weather was extremely freezing. She assumed Zhou Qingbai had gone to the community's supply and demand cooperative. To her surprise, he only returned from this trip at 11:30. He also brought back 3 jin of mutton. The snow and wind are so big, why did you go to the county city? Lin Qinghe couldn't help saying when she saw his cheeks were flushed. It's not cold riding a bicycle. Zhou Qingbai stated. Not only did he brought back the lamb, but also 5 jins of eggs. Lin Qinghe quickly sent him to go to Kong and wait. First, she boiled him a bowl of ginger soup for him to down. Then she nagged. You better let up a bit next time. Mother, father knows that you want to eat lamb, so specially bought it for you. Hua interjected. Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Qingbai, saw Zhou Qingbai rubbed Hua's head and his gaze that met her eyes carried obvious indulgence. Only you know to speak eloquently. Lin Qinghe was a little embarrassed and glared at Hua. Hua giggled. Lin Qinghe picked up Sanhua and put him in Zhou Qingbai's arms. Hug your son, he is warm all over. Sanhua stayed in his father's arms and blinked at his mother with big eyes, which expressed that he is very obedient and be his father's body warmer. Instead of bean paste bun for lunch, we're having lump soup. Lin Qinghe harumphed and stated. Previously a lot of sticky bean paste buns were made, and there were still leftovers. A lot of leftovers. She initially planned to eat this for lunch, but now she changed her mind. The lump soup was the kids' favorite, especially the lump soup made by their mother, which was really yummy. Lump soup was very easy to make. Lin Qinghe used a lot of ingredients, including chopped mushrooms, minced meat, and eggs. There were no delicious vegetables during this season, otherwise, the taste will be better after adding green vegetables and tomatoes. Zhou Qingbai had no complaints about what his wife makes. He eats whatever she cooks. After the children had their fill, they went to Kong. At this time, it was still snowing outside. It just was too cold. Lin Qinghe chopped the mutton by herself. Including the skin and bone, it was 3 jins. Lin Qinghe put in a half. The other half was left for tomorrow to eat. In this weather, it won't turn bad from leaving it out. She placed it on the coal stove and stewed it. It'll be ready to eat at night. It's too cold. You brothers better bundle up for me. And you're not allowed to drink cold water. If I find out you drank cold water, you won't get anything to eat then. Lin Qinghe strictly instructed. She especially looked at Hua. Hua cried out in injustice. I don't do it now. What's more, the winter was so freezing. Only fool would drink cold water. Lin Qinghe nodded. It's fine if you don't. Tonight you get an extra piece of lamb. Me too, Hua said. Okay, give you extra, Lin Qinghe responded. Zhou Qingbai watched the mother and sons interact. His gaze mostly focused on Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe raised her eyes to glance at him. She coughed dryly and said, You must be exhausted from this morning, sleep a bit. You sleep too. Zhou Qingbai steadily looked at her. The woolen pant in Lin Qinghe's hand was almost ready, so she put them away first. The whole family took a nap on the Kong. When she got up, Lin Qinghe continued to knit the woolen pants. Zhou Qingbai was no longer on the Kong. At this time, he had to make pig food for the piglets, so he was preoccupied. Lin Qinghe was thankful that there was still some wool at home that would allow her to pass the time. Otherwise, there was no way to pass the days. It was really boring. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she completed the woolen pant. Then she started knitting the second one, because there was really nothing to do. The speed of knitting pants wasn't slow at all. It was really idle on these snowy days. The smell of mutton and goji berry soup in the pot was already fragrant. Lin Qinghe saw that it was cooked and scooped some for Zhou Qingbai to deliver to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Da Hua, forget it. The snow outside was pretty hefty. It was better to stay in the room on this freezing day. Mutton soup. Keep it for yourself. You don't need to bring it over. Mother Zhou refused. My wife said to bring it. Zhou Qingbai maintained, then went to the kitchen to get the bowls. He poured it out. Just perfect. 2 bowlful and 2 pieces of lamb, 1 for each. Zhou Qingbai didn't stay any longer. He went back after distributing it. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou didn't act reserved, so they drank the warm mutton soup. Fourth's wife's cooking skill is really good, Mother Zhou remarked while drinking soup. Whether it was pickled eggs or this mutton soup or the occasional ginger date soup that was sent over, the taste was superb. Moreover, Mother Zhou felt that her body had been warmed a lot this year. Don't know if it was linked to these soups. It wasn't just Mother Zhou who thought so. Father Zhou was the same. It was only once every 3 or 5 days, but in the past, there was no such treatment. Got to say, even though the soup doesn't fill the hunger, the body felt a bit different after drinking it for a while. There are benefits from youngest's retirement, Father Zhou remarked. As long as she can take care of old Fourth and the boys, we don't need her to send stuff over. Mother Zhou also commented. Judging by Lin Qinghe's current performance, Mother Zhou was quite satisfied. Of course, that was on the premise that she doesn't spend money. Otherwise, Mother Zhou would have a hard time reining in her temper because she couldn't stand it anymore. While on Lin Qinghe's side, she doesn't care what the old couple thinks. The reason why she would get the soup sent over is because it's what they should be doing. In the end, they were the boys' grandparents and they treated the brothers well. If it were someone who treated the brothers terribly, she would definitely not go through so much trouble. Zhou Qingbai was back. Her steamed mantou was ready. So the family ate the mutton soup with mixed grain mantou, which was also tasty. Although there were still a lot of materials in the space, Lin Qinghe did not follow modern standards. She would still make it with other grains for the children to eat. For example, this mantou was a combination of corn flour and wheat flour. Lin Qinghe got Zhou Qingbai to make it. He did it and stored a lot at home. When not eating other foods, she'll steam mantou and then make soup. With this, the meal was complete. Even so, if the guy's food was the second best in the village, and no one dares to label themselves as first. After Zhou Qingbai returned, he didn't seem to get thinner. Not only did he not lose weight, Lin Qinghe obviously felt that he had too much energy with nowhere to vent. Otherwise, why would he get up in the morning to run and not afraid of the cold? Running wasn't enough. He would go back to the yard to practice boxing. If Lin Qinghe didn't stop him by saying Da Hua was still young, afraid he would pull him into box together. For such a dinner, 1 steamed mantou and a bowl of mutton soup were enough for Lin Qinghe. Her current figure was just right because the oil content at home was sufficient. She was afraid that she would get fat. In Zhou Qingbai's eyes, her standard was clearly thin. When he saw her finished, he stuffed another one to her and used his eyes to tell her to eat instead of retaining it for them, father and sons. Lin Qinghe silently broke a small piece to eat and the bigger one was given to him. Zhou Qingbai didn't receive it, uttered, "Eat more." He found that her intake quantity was too small. This size mantou, he can eat 5 before he's full, but she actually ate only 1. Can't eat any more, Lin Qinghe maintained. Zhou Qingbai saw that she really didn't want to eat any more and accepted it with no other choice. He stated, "You are too thin." "That's right, mother, you are too thin." Da Hua also nodded. "You only ate 1, while I have eaten 2. Mother eats less than me." Hua had 1.5. Mother. San Hua hugged his mother. Mother ate 1 just like him. He felt he was the closest to mother. "Quick eat, let's go walk around after eating." Lin Qinghe smiled. Zhou Qingbai told her to drink more mutton soup. This time Lin Qinghe did not refuse his good intentions and scooped up a small bowl to drink. Afterward, when coaxed her again, she ignored him. Really, was it easy for her to maintain such a good figure? Zhou Qingbai didn't make her eat any more. The children were full, and the rest was eaten by him alone. His appetite was enormous. Lin Qinghe wiped the boys' mouths and washed their hands. Then they got fully armed and went out to continue making a snowman. All the brothers have gloves. This was what she entrusted Meijia to keep an eye out for at the cooperative. If there were some, set them aside for her. And Meijia did. 3 gloves cost 6 yuans. So one required 2 yuans. It also needed a coupon. It wasn't cheap at all. But Lin Qinghe still bought it. She didn't want the kids to freeze their hands and get damaged. The current winter can't be compared with the future greenhouse effect. It was extremely freezing to death. Lin Qinghe took the 3 brothers out to play for half an hour before gathering them back to the room. The Kong was already heating. After washing their feet, they were allowed to go on the Kong. Dahua began to recite numbers. Lin Qinghe started training him half a month ago, and now he can count from 1 to 20 without errors. He can also add and subtract up to 10, which indicated relatively high in IQ. Otherwise, he won't be able to mix so well in the future. Lin Qinghe gave him a book for him to start writing. As for Hua and Sanhua, whether the 2 write or draw, it was up to them. Anyway, teaching 1 or teaching 2, it was still teaching. Are you going back home before New Year? Zhou Qingbai asked her when he brought her foot bath. At first, Lin Qinghe hadn't caught on. Only after a pause did she understand he was talking about her maternal family. Then she nodded and said, I'll see which day I'm free to go back. I'll go with you. Zhou Qingbai gazed at her. Lin Qinghe shook her head. No, just me going back is enough. This time she went back. She didn't plan to go back during the New Year. She wasn't visiting relatives. She was going to find fault, so it was better not to take him with her. She will not allow those from old Lin family to destroy her present life. She had no guilt for mysteriously becoming the original owner, so she won't have any guilt toward the old Lin family. It wasn't possible. Old Lin family can extinguish their hope of wanting her to supplement them like she was the original owner. Both old Lin family's father Lin and mother Lin were still alive. They were older than Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. She had 2 elder brothers and 2 elder sisters above, and a younger brother below. This younger brother was pretty nice. He used to be summoned by the original owner to find firewood. He didn't accept any money given. And if he did, he used it to buy candy for Dahua and his brothers. But after he got married, there was less contact. After all, he had to take care of his own family. As for siblings above, the relationship with the original owner was mostly good. Even so, it was the original owner being beneficial to them a lot. For example, a new military coat sent back by Zhou Qingbai. It was given by the original owner to her second brother, this lazy bum. Not even her younger brother had a share. Moreover, the current one on Zhou Qingbai was old. He only sent it back because he was worried about the family's bed wasn't warm enough. Such a big set, it can be used as a quilt. These words weren't a cover-up. What's the matter? Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Why did he get the slight feeling that his wife was approaching the pigs and sheep with a sharpened knife? Lin Qinghe stated, nothing, it's just that I felt I was pretty stupid before. Zhou Qingbai, I'll make a trip back tomorrow. Lin Qinghe couldn't stay put from the thought of picking fault. She simply declared, after finishing breakfast, I'll head out. I will come back for lunch at noon. Watch the home for me. Zhou Qingbai stared at her and expressed, no need for me to go with you. No need. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. In the evening, Lin Qinghe supervised Dahua over his writing practice and math before letting the 3 brothers sleep. Zhou Qingbai moved the 3 sleeping brothers in a row at the end of the Kong and freed up space for the 2 of them. Lin Qinghe's heart leapt out. Then she remembered her menstrual period and became calm. Zhou Qingbai said quietly, it's time to sleep. Lin Qinghe nodded. Sleep. As for sleeping, Zhou Qingbai had eaten mutton today. So sure enough, he was restless. Lin Qinghe indifferently pointed out, my period is here. Behave and sleep properly. Zhou Qingbai was disappointed when he heard that. Lin Qinghe slept comfortably. The Kong burned was heated at dusk, so they could sleep warmly all night. After all, her 7 jin quilt wasn't covered for nothing. And also a 4 jin was added on top. Sleep. Even Zhou Qingbai was disappointed, at least he could still hold his wife to sleep. Lin Qinghe was cuddled in his arms. Feeling that her heartbeat speeding too fast, she uttered, I can't sleep if you hold me. You can. Zhou Qingbai spoke sulkily. Lin Qinghe mentally refuted, then you wear a pair of pants. You ate lamb again tonight and had abstinence for so long, so at this moment, that spot is very spirited. With that against me, how can I sleep? Wife. Zhou Qingbai called out. Lin Qinghe felt the man's voice was pleasing, deep, sexy, and magnetic. However, Lin Qinghe chose to pretend to be dead. Tonight, she made a mistake. She thought he couldn't do anything, so she ignored him and forgot that she had to sleep with him. The three brothers' sleeping quality was excellent. At this moment, they were asleep. They will wake up in the middle of the night to pee and drink a glass of water before snoozing to the next morning. Zhou Qingbai didn't get a response from his wife, so he didn't say anything. After all, holding his soft wife was also a very enjoyable thing. Still not sleeping, Lin Qinghe pretended for a while and could still feel that he hadn't dozed off. The hand resting on her waist was extremely hot. Wife, when does that go away? Zhou Qingbai said sullenly without answering the question. I don't know, Lin Qinghe uttered in a displeased mood. Wife, you don't want me. Zhou Qingbai sighed. Lin Qinghe mentally answered, I don't. Not one bit. Quickly go to sleep. She directly turned her body to face the same direction as the children. Zhou Qingbai huddled over from behind. Lin Qinghe could still feel his enthusiasm for her very clearly. After the new year, Zhou Qingbai was only 28 years old. While she was 24 after New Year, she was 4 years old younger than him. But whether it was 28 or 24, it was the period of young people's passion awe. After being provoked by him, Lin Qinghe's heart became erratic. However, she paid no mind to him. Before she thought it through, don't even think about touching her, no matter how fervent he was. Lin Qinghe didn't fall asleep until about 9:30 that night. Only when Zhou Qingbai felt that his wife was sleeping, did he dozed off with regret. Forget it, let's take it slowly. It seems that his wife hadn't completely put down her prejudice toward him. However, she was willing to share the same quilt with him, which was also a good start. Lin Qinghe slept very warmly that night. She felt like she was holding a big stove, it was very comfortable. It was still snowing outside in the morning, so Zhou Qingbai didn't go out. Most importantly, his wife held him as she slept so soundly. How could he push her away? When Lin Qinghe woke up, it was almost 7 o'clock. Seeing that he was still on the Kong, she froze. You didn't go out for a run. It's snowing outside. Zhou Qingbai gazed at her as he spoke warmly. Lin Qinghe nodded and then felt their position was a bit intimate. She was hugging his waist and buried her entire face in his arms, while his long arm wrapped around her waist. Their posture was almost the same as the posture of a couple who were in love. I slept too comfortably, don't take offense. Lin Qinghe laughed dryly and got out of his embrace. Zhou Qingbai didn't press in on her too tightly and said, sleep some more. I will steam the buns. Breakfast was steamed bun and shrimp soup, all made by Zhou Qingbai. He also brought in hot water to wash up. Because the snow was too heavy in the morning, Lin Qinghe didn't plan to go back to the old Lin's house and find fault anymore. No need to risk through this heavy snowstorm. She brought her 3 sons to breakfast, while Zhou Qingbai went to take care of 2 piglets. Now there was no more chicken in the chicken pen. The last chicken was stewed by Lin Qinghe. It can no longer lay eggs, why keep it? Waste grain. Better to stew it for nourishment. Today's snow kept going all the way until 10 o'clock in the morning. It was a substantial amount. The snow stopped, and Lin Qinghe stopped knitting trousers. She took Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua out to walk around. They couldn't keep staying isolated at home all winter. Bundling up and wander around wasn't a bad idea. While strolling, they came to Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi siblings' home. Zhou Dong was shoveling the snow. The clothes on his body did not seem to be cold resistant. His cheeks were a little bit red. Shen. Zhou Dong immediately shouted when he saw Lin Qinghe. Inside, Zhou Shi heard the voice, and happily chirped, how come Shen have free time to come over? It's cold outside, hurry into the house. The Kong is heating, it's really warm. Shenzi, quickly bring the kids in. Zhou Dong said. Lin Qinghe noticed the kids didn't want to enter the house, so she let them be. She stomped through the snow and came in. She directed to Zhou Shi, is there enough food this year? Enough. Zhou Shi nodded and smiled. This year, a lot of food was distributed to their household. And because they had money in their hands, they also bought some from the team. It can be said that this year's winter was better than the previous year's winter. Although they eat 2 meals a day, they can eat half full with each meal. In fact, not only Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi were like this, everyone else tightened their belts during the days of winter isolation. From the usual 3 meals a day to 2 meals a day. Because after the food distribution, the next food distribution will be at the time of the summer harvest. Once it was spring, it was a period of temporary shortage. At that time, some people in the village had to go to exchange food coupons and then go to the supply and demand cooperatives to buy commodity food. If they don't want to spend money to exchange food coupons and then spend more money to buy food, then they have to frugally eat now. They have to hold it up to summer harvest. Under normal circumstances, someone must always stay home. I heard that someone in the neighboring village seems to have their food stolen, Lin Qinghe warned. This wasn't a joke. She heard it from Chen Danyang. Chen Danyang was the most informed about the latest news. It was an orphan and widow, who had their food stolen. At this time, getting their food stolen was like taking their life. Fortunately, the neighboring team had a small hefty harvest this year and still had food left. So they were sent, otherwise, the pair wouldn't be able to live. I know, there will definitely be someone at home. Zhou Shi confirmed quickly. It's enough to see you, brother and sister, be able to get through. But if there is any difficulty, just come over and tell Shenzi. Lin Qinghe said, and then took out a handful of red dates from her pocket. I brought this for you. Keep it, Shenzi. No need. Leave them for Dahua and his brothers to eat. Zhou Shi responded quickly. It's just a handful of red dates. What is there to push around for? Lin Qinghe said. And girls got to eat more red dates, it's good for the body and replenish blood. Zhou Shi bashfully accepted it. This year her eldest brother got a share of 34 yuan. From her Shenzi's firewood, he earned nearly 10 yuan. Don't underestimate the 10 yuans. It can let them siblings eat more. These 2 days are really cold, don't save the firewood at home. Your brother brought so much firewood back for Shenzi. Even till next year, it won't be used up. If you guys are short, come over and take some back. Wait until next for your brother to make it up. Lin Qinghe expressed. There is enough firewood at home. Zhou Shi answered at once. Because their family put in the effort, it was possible for them to go to the team and get a share of corn stalks, wheat stalks, cotton stubble, bean stalks, and sweet potato stem. There were only 2 of them in the family. It was enough to burn the Kong twice a day. After all, there was also firewood collected by her elder brother. Lin Qinghe chatted with her for a while, and then took the boys back house. Brother, here, Shenzi gave it. Zhou Shi shared some red dates with her brother as she spoke. No need, you can eat yourself. Zhou Dong shook his head. Zhou Shi remarked. Shenzi is so nice. This year's winter was much warmer because there was a new quilt. In the middle of the night, they don't have to wake from the cold. Zhou Dong nodded. There was no doubt that Shenzi did take care of them. Lin Qinghe, who returned home, was planning to make bacon. It had already entered the 12th lunar month, and it was the best time to make bacon. So in the afternoon, she came to find Mei Jia. Mei Jia received her. Lin Qinghe saw that no one was around, lowered her voice, and told Mei Jia her plan about the meat she got. Mei Jia shook her head repeatedly. No, it can't do. If this got found out, we will be in trouble. Mei Jia, don't worry. If I got caught, I certainly won't say that Chen Jie is involved. We have known each other for so long, you know what kind of person I am. I dare not be careless on important matters. Besides, I have no choice. There are 3 kids in the family to raise. Now my man has retired. If I don't find other methods to supplement the family expenses, my whole family can't keep on living. Chen Mei's man was also surnamed Chen, the exact same surname as her. This is too risky. Mei Jia opposed. Mei Jia, don't worry. I won't do it often. Only once every 3 or 5 days. A few jins at a time. Any meat will do. I'll pay a dime extra for each jin, more or less can help with the household expenses. It's not easy to raise children during this time. I don't want them to live the kind of days we had when we were kids. Lin Qinghe persuaded. The phrase, a dime extra for each Jayan made Mei Jia's heart moved. Of course, this was also because her impression of Lin Qinghe was indeed very good. In addition, she had seen Zhou Qingbai, the husband. If the husband and wife weren't living in a rural area, she can't tell that they are rural people from their aura. They seem more city folk than everyone in the city. It was obviously dependable. After all, no one wants to get into trouble, right? But the county city is pretty far, especially now it is snowing. Mei Jia pointed out with hesitation. Although she wanted to use her husband's position to make extra money, honestly, she made none over the many years, other than what she benefited from Lin Qinghe. Not doing it now. Lin Qinghe shook her head. It was too cold these days. In order to make that little money, there was no need to suffer. She came to give a heads up first. When it's spring, I will ride a bicycle to take the meat from Shenzhe in the morning, and then go directly to the county city. Lin Qinghe whispered, "There's a bicycle at home." Mei Jia surprised. "Specially prepared for this," Lin Qinghe said with a wink. With this, Mei Jia felt that she could give it a try. "Mei Jia, go back and discuss with Chen Zhe. It's no problem if he doesn't agree. If he agrees, then I can assure you now if anything happens, I will never pull anyone into it. I take whole responsibility for my own matter," Lin Qinghe declared. "Then I will go back to discuss with your Chen Zhe." Mei Jia nodded hesitantly, then whispered, "All right then, tomorrow I'll buy pork belly and loin." "Mei Jia, how many jin can you get for me? I want to buy it back to make bacon." Lin Qinghe said, "Making bacon, then I can get 3 or 4 jins for you. As for the particular part, I'll have to see. Come around at 5:30 in the morning, I will wait for you over there." Mei Jia stated, "Okay." Lin Qinghe nodded, but she was in a slight dilemma in her heart. 5:30, that was too early. What she didn't know was that the slaughterhouse got up to work at 1 or 2 in the middle of the night. 5:30 was very late. It was because the sunrise was later now. Otherwise, they can't go that late to get the meat. It'll be too eye-catching. Lin Qinghe returned, while Mei Jia absent-mindedly went back to work. Once she got off work, she headed home immediately. Then she woke her man, who was catching on sleep, to talk about this. "Old Chen, do you think we should do this?" Mei Jia went over it again before asking. Mei Jia was willing. The husband and wife certainly have a workplace, but in fact her job was not guaranteed. That's because the old director's daughter-in-law was about to give birth, and only then did she get this position. Once the baby is born, her being able to continue was another matter. She used to be a temporary worker, and that related on connections. Only after she officially went to work, did the living pressure eased a lot. Let's not mention how tightened their belt was in the past. At present, her salary was 14 yuan, while her old Chen was more than her. He got 16 yuan and can still get some oil content back home on most days. The two add up to 30 yuan, which wasn't little. But the family got 3 children studying now. Although they have moved out, they still give 3 yuan each month to her parents-in-law. Waking up every day, they have to eat. Those who aren't heading the family do not know how hard life at home was. "Are you sure she is reliable?" Old Chen was solemn for a bit before voicing out. "Reliable, otherwise I won't be taking her food coupons and stay in communication with her. Her man has retired, so now she wants to supplement the family. I think she is a smart one," Mei Jia said. "Then wait until spring and let her come and try. If it doesn't work out, then immediately stop," Old Chen stated. Hearing this, Mei Jia became relieved. Each time take a few jin of meat, so a few jins of meat equal to a few dimes. This can buy them a jin or 2 of eggs back home to nourish the children. She ordered a few jins of pork belly and loin. "How much do you think you can get?" mentioned Mei Jia. "I can give her 5 pounds. Old Chen said. He was somewhat stunned. To be still able to buy meat to make bacon during this time, they definitely know how to eat. "That's enough," Mei Jia nodded. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried about Mei Jia disagreeing. Even though the transaction was a bit risky, the current movement was not as severe as it was in the early 1960s. Then there was Mei Jia, who had to support the elderly and half-grown children who can eat their old man to poverty. This period was the time of the middle-aged crisis. It was truly having old above and young below. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would be willing to give it a try. Both husband and wife have employment, so obviously they weren't stupid. Lin Qinghe anticipated as long as there's no problem on her side, it'll be fine. With a space in her hand, buying and selling some stuff was like playing for her. Now the only problem for her was that she had to get up so early in the future. Would she be able to conceal getting up early from Zhou Qingbai? Lin Qinghe felt that she couldn't hide this matter. With his character, he most likely would ask her to not do it. When Lin Qinghe came back, she chanced upon someone from other villages carrying their eggs to sell. So she bought 2 jins of eggs on the way home. As Lin Qinghe went back, she hadn't been able to come up with anything. Zhou Qingbai was a little puzzled. Why did his wife look like she had something to say but stopped for some reason? He didn't ask immediately. It was already past 3 o'clock. Tonight she intended to eat bean paste bun, so Lin Qinghe didn't plan to cook. But because of the dry weather in winter, she stewed seaweed in rib soup. There weren't many spare ribs remaining. Lin Qinghe added it all. In the evening, the family was quite satisfied with the food. After eating, they routinely went to wash and sleep. But because of this bean paste bun, she was worried that the children were too small to digest well, so she played with them for a while before sleeping. "What's the matter?" Zhou Qingbai said as he hugged her. "That's right, the children were moved by him to one side tonight again." He shared the quilt with her again. "I ordered meat with my Mei Jia as I planned to make some bacon. Mei Jia told me to go over at 5:30 tomorrow morning." Lin Qinghe mentioned. "Slaughterhouse?" Zhou Qingbai asked. Lin Qinghe nodded. "You sleep. I will go tomorrow. Mei Jia recognize me." Zhou Qingbai stated. "The children are still asleep at 5:30. You stay at home, I will go on my own." Lin Qinghe shook her head. Zhou Qingbai didn't speak and patted her on the back to signal her to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Qingbai got up quietly. But as soon as he moved, Lin Qinghe woke up. "Sleep, I can get it." Zhou Qingbai coaxed. "I will go with you. We can come back before the children wake up." Lin Qinghe shook her head. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade her, Zhou Qingbai didn't stop her. So he wrapped her up tightly. Lin Qinghe had a black thread hanging over her. However, once she stepped out, she felt a gust of cold air. She felt that she was quite noble, to make such a big sacrifice for this family. "If you dare to let me down in the future, I will definitely be able to live better than you." Lin Qinghe harumphed as she sat behind him, hugging his waist. "Zhou Qingbai, I will not let you down. You are my wife. In this life, I'm your most loyal partner and will never betray you." But he wasn't the kind to say love words. These were what he silently vowed in his heart. Zhou Qingbai's feet were fast. Even with her, the cycling speed was fast and stable. With Lin Qinghe, it took him half an hour to reach the slaughterhouse. They departed at 5 o'clock, so it was 5:30 on the dot. Mei Jia was already waiting when they arrived. Lin Qinghe got off the bike and quickly uttered, "Jia, how long have you been waiting?" "Here, and long, I just arrived." Mei Jia smiled. At the sight of the couple coming, she automatically assumed that both of them were aware of the matter. Old Chen said he could get 5 jins. Both pork belly and loin. "Many thanks, Jia," Lin Qinghe responded at once. Then she continued. "Jia, go in and get the meat to show me. Pigtail, pig leg, pork ribs, and the likes, can you see if you can give me some?" As she spoke, she passed 7 yuans. "Okay, wait a bit." Mei Jia took her basket and went in. Soon she brought it out. Lin Qinghe didn't give many glimpses to it. She accepted it and said, "Jia, then we'll go back first. The children are still sleeping at home. Hurry back." Mei Jia nodded. Zhou Qingbai also carried her back. "You have a good relationship," Zhou Qingbai mentioned. "It is," Lin Qinghe replied. She gave Mei Jia a 2-jin national food coupon yesterday. A thing like national food coupons was very precious. But they weren't much use to her family. Zhou Qingbai brought a lot of them back. These were the smaller ones. She hadn't taken out the 5-jin and 10-jin ones yet. She'll keep those. She didn't plan to take them out easily. She wondered if she should open the letter of recommendation and go to the old capital. Why go to the old capital? naturally for cleaning out her treasure. But now it was too early to talk about this. The children were still young. It was inconvenient to take them for traveling. Wait until they are bigger. Do you think what I did was crooked? Lin Qinghe asked. Zhou Qingbai shook his head and expressed, there is nothing lawless here. It's not like it was reselling. Both the kids and adults in the family need to consume oil content. They bought it with money, so how was it unruly? Lin Qinghe didn't get comforted by this because she planned to resell in spring next year. Let's head back quickly. Don't know if the children at home woke up yet, Lin Qinghe said. Although he didn't say it, Zhou Qingbai still felt that his wife had something to worry about. It was only 6 o'clock when they got home. This season was for winter isolating. Every family didn't get up so early. So the village was completely quiet. Were there any dogs retired from your previous work? Suddenly, it came to Lin Qinghe that the family needed a dog to watch the house. We can raise. Zhou Qingbai gazed at her. Lin Qinghe felt that he was a little happy. She didn't know what he was happy about, it was only raising a dog. The children were still small, so it was a pretty good idea to raise one. Of course, but only if it came from that place. Ordinary dogs don't do anything. I don't plan on getting them. Lin Qinghe declared. There is. Before I came back, Head asked me, but I thought you wouldn't want to raise it and refused. Although it retired due to injury and the leg was a little lame, it is a good hand at guarding home. What's more, it is also loyal to the owner. Zhou Qingbai affirmed. Seem like you raised this dog before, Lin Qinghe struck home with her words. Zhou Qingbai stared at his wife. He did not expect his wife to be so keen. The dog was indeed his former partner, but like him, he got injured and retired. He should be still there. After breakfast, go to the commune to make a call and ask. Lin Qinghe instructed. She tossed out some pork belly and loin from the space. Some ribs were also taken out. Because it was from Meijia, she doesn't have to worry as long as it wasn't too excessive since it came from a known source. Don't assumption from how her family seems to eat meat and egg every day. Actually, they didn't. Each time she bought meat, it was only so much. Even if she took out a bit more again, the amount was limited. There was a big man like Zhou Qingbai at home. How? Was the meat bought from Meijia enough? The same was true for eggs. Every day, she takes out up to 6 eggs a day to eat. Even like this, the consumption rate was also extremely fast. But compared to the guys in the village, who ate meat a few times a year, her family's life was indeed heavenly. In addition to pork belly and loin, this time she bought a pig's tail, which was stewed with soybeans. There were also 3 portions of ribs. Knowing that she likes big bones, she was given 2. Altogether, these spent 7 yuan, which wasn't expensive. Lin Qinghe was still very skilled at making bacon. It's been 4 days after marinating the bacon and the flavor had submerged. She then hung it in the backyard. Dawa said, Mother, is this bacon you made delicious? Is there anything your mother made that isn't tasty? Lin Qinghe fired back with raised her eyebrows. Dawa grinned. Everything made by mother is delicious. At least no one in the village had more delicious food than his family. Erwa started to fixate on this bacon. Mother, when can we eat it? They all witnessed it. In order to make this meat called bacon, their mother put a lot of ingredients, including sugar. It still takes about 10 days. So wait, Lin Qinghe said. In the past few days, the wind and snow have not been small. Lin Qinghe answered and picked up Sanhua, who was hugging her leg. Sanhua uttered, Eat meat. Every day eat meat. Look how much fat you gained, little guy. Lin Qinghe said with a smile. The pig's tail was stewed a few days ago. These 2 days were ribs and big bones. Every day there was at least 1 meal with oil content. Speaking of this, Lin Qinghe, who had never married, was really good at raising kids. Look at the 3 brothers of old Zhou family. Who wouldn't give second look when they go out? They were raised so well by her that no can pick fault. Even more so with Zhou Qingbai. After returning, Lin Qinghe can feel that he seems to be a little fatter, right? Even if he goes out for a run every day, Lin Qinghe could still feel that he was really well fed by her. Of course, if he didn't flirt with her at night, she would have no complaints. From the day before yesterday, when her thing left, she tactfully slept holding Sanhua. This made Zhou Qingbai unable to find an opportunity. This had Zhou Qingbai feeling powerless. Mother, I'm heading over to Grandma's place. Grandma said that it would be laba in a few days. It was time to drink laba congee. Zhou Dahua announced. I know. I'm already preparing. There are all kinds of food at home. I will make you a delicious laba congee then. Lin Qinghe said. She carried San Hua back to the room. Now it was warm. The Kong was more comfortable. Get on the Kong. Time to write and study, Lin Qinghe ordered. It was snowing outside now. It had been falling every day for the past few days. It really made people shiver. Zhou Dahua swiftly went to Kong to study. Zhou Erhua followed and grabbed the pen and paper to write and draw pictures. As for San Hua, he messed with his eldest brother, then switched to his second brother. He had great pleasure from it. Lin Qinghe continued to knit the woolen pant. This woolen pant was knitted for San Hua. Their elder two had theirs, and weren't afraid of the cold. Once she knitted San Hua's, she will knit one for herself. Although it was certainly not very beautiful, the key point was to keep warm. This weather really made her wish to stay in bed and not get out every day. It was impossible to imagine what kind of courage she had to summon up to cook for the father and sons. What is father doing? When he finished his mother's homework and brought it over for his mother to inspect, Zhou Dahua asked. Lin Qinghe examined it once and pointed out 2 errors. She got him to copy 5 times before answering. I don't know what your father is doing. Actually, she knew that Zhou Qingbai went to the community's tofu workshop to get soybean dregs. He was bringing it back to raise pigs. After feeding them for a while, the 2 little piglets were raised very well and grew a lot. Lin Qinghe also had the experience. When she lived with her grandmother before, she heard the neighbors say that raising pig used this. Of course, they had to add corn flour and rice bran and cooked it. The pig loves to eat it very much. So she asked Zhou Qingbai to get some to try. At this time, there was no such so-called feeding method. Soybean dregs from the tofu workshop were used as fertilizer. It was enough for Zhou Qingbai to bring eggs over. He brought back 2 sacks of soybean dregs. That gin of eggs were exchanged so much soybean dregs. Lin Qinghe was a little surprised. This can be fed for 10 days to half a month. Because they were still piglets, it was time yet for them to gorge. They told me to exchange next time. Zhou Qingbai explained like this. This meant that other person was delighted too. But he doesn't know if the soybean dreg can feed the pigs well. His wife said that she had read it in the book. Zhou Qingbai trusts her now, so he went to buy a little to try. It was just trying. There won't be any major problems. If it doesn't work out, he can go back to the usual. Then exchange it next time. Lin Qinghe nodded, and then continued, don't let anyone know about this method, otherwise it won't be easy to get food for our pigs. Okay. Zhou Qingbai was helpless. He didn't know if the piggy would like to eat it. Lin Qinghe didn't mind him. This time he also brought 2 gins of tofu back. Tonight, they'll eat corn manto and bone and tofu soup. Zhou Qingbai started experimenting with soybean dregs, rice bran and corn as a feed. Lin Qinghe had given him a method of proportion and fermentation. As for the rest, she didn't care. Her method was great. The pig could grow to 200 gins. In a year, how many gins could the village nurture the pigs to? It can be regarded as an excellent fat pig if it can reach 120 or 30 gins. And that took a whole year of effort. If the pigs in her family were raised her way, they can certainly grow to 200 gins a year. Most importantly was that the piglets don't get sick easily if they ate well. Others in the village also had pigs at home. A while ago, some people had no piglets at all. The 2 piglets of her family were raised until it was really smooth and glossy. From time to time, Lin Qinghe used her memories from her previous life to look at things, so she felt it was normal. But Zhou Qingbai, a native man, didn't even think it was such a wasteful thing to raise pigs with corn at this time. Although it was only a little scoop, cornmeal was also good grain. Farmers raised pigs by scrubbing the pot with water. Only when they were about to send to the slaughterhouse, they will give a few meals of cornmeal in hope for them to grow meat. As for other times, how can they get such good treatment? However, at Zhou Qingbai's previous place, there were pigs raised behind their kitchens for their own consumption. They would feed them like this, so Zhou Qingbai did not feel Lin Qinghe being wasteful at all. Instead, he thought her method from the book could be tested. Once Zhou Qingbai had finished serving the two piglets and returned inside, Lin Qinghe poured him ginger date tea to warm his body and asked, "When will the dog arrive?" But when she saw his face, she immediately exclaimed, "You didn't apply the vanishing cream in the morning." Quote, Zhou Qingbai said, "Forgot. The one day I don't apply it, you forgot. Do you know that your face is like a monkey's butt now?" Lin Qinghe grumbled in irk. Monkey's butt. Hua gave a toothy grin. Father's face is a monkey's butt. Hua laughed out loud. However, with one indifferent glance from Zhou Qingbai, Hua's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Like a duck pinched by its neck, he tottered back into the room. Lin Qinghe went to pour some hot water to wipe his face and then smeared the cream on him again. Let the kids sleep by themselves at night. Zhou Qingbai waited for her to finish and grasped her hand. Meeting his undisguised, heated gaze, Lin Qinghe uneasily pretended to be dumb. They are only that small. And the weather is too freezing. Let's talk about it in the spring. Zhou Qingbai stared at her, his eyes were serious. Lin Qinghe said, "Can't you think about something besides that every day?" Zhou Qingbai let go of her. When Lin Qinghe thought he was probably injured by her, she heard him say, "Then it's settled." Lin Qinghe's mind, settled. Who agreed with you? Wants to enter my bed. Let alone the door, there are no door seams at all. The dog should be here in 2 days. Zhou Qingbai replied as he drank the warm ginger date tea. Can they recognize this side? Lin Qinghe said. They can ask. It's not difficult to find here. Zhou Qingbai stated. Zhoujia village was certainly easy to find. Zhou Qingbai's old pal arrived in the evening on the next day. The first dog brought to the house. Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Qingbai what his name was. Zhou Qingbai said that he was called Fei Ying, Flying Eagle. Although his feet were a bit lame now, in the past he was the fastest, so he lived up to its name. Lin Qinghe liked him very much, while the three brothers adored it even more. Fei Ying was so excited when he saw Zhou Qingbai, whom he was familiar with. He felt the same scent as Zhou Qingbai on the kids and also displayed care toward them. Yes, it was care. Lin Qinghe can feel this word from Fei Ying's attitude towards Hua and his brothers. This was a specially trained, very spiritual wolfhound. It must have been a lot of trouble for Wang Dage. You can't go tonight. You have to stay and rest for 1 night. The snow is too heavy. I will ask Qingbai to take you to the county city to catch the bus tomorrow morning. Lin Qinghe expressed. Wang Chuan agreed with a smile. He felt that Lin Qinghe sincerely wanted to keep him, so he didn't act reserved. He had a life and death bond with Zhou Qingbai. This time he heard the phone call he made and volunteered to come over. In fact, he was worried that his brother was having a bad time at home, so he wanted to take this opportunity to come and check. But now it seems that his suspicion was pointless. There was no complaint with old Zhou's wife. Lin Qinghe made 3 solid dishes that night. She came over to the next room, the kids' room, to eat. It was very warm with the Kong burning. One was stewed pork loin with potatoes, stewed pork belly and starch noodle, and a plate of braised pork. This was pre-ordered. This morning Zhou Qingbai headed over to collect from Mei Jia's husband, Chen Dage. His old friend was expected to be almost here, so they had to prepare meat. Not only meat but also wine. Lin Qinghe took the sated kids and left the table to Zhou Qingbai and his brother. Seeing my sister-in-law this virtuous, I feel relieved. You don't know how much we worry about you. After Lin Qinghe left, Wang Chuan dared to speak his mind. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. Don't worry about me. Everything is fine at home. Now that I have seen it, what am I still worried about? Haha, come and have a drink with me. Wang Chuan grinned broadly. The 2 men clinked glasses and toasted. Then they ate up all the remaining dishes. The 2 demolished the whole bottle of liquor. Lin Qinghe made 2 cups of honey water, and then told them each to sleep. That night Zhou Qingbai slept with Wang Chuan next door. Lin Qinghe was disgusted with his body full of alcohol smell and drove him out, not giving him a chance to drunkenly make an advance on her. Early the next morning, Lin Qinghe got up and steamed the mantou and cooked a shrimp soup. She then let Zhou Qingbai and Wang Chuan eat before allowing Zhou Qingbai to send Wang Chuan away. Heading out so early in the morning, he came back after 9 o'clock. When Zhou Qingbai came back, he saw that the pigs in his family had been fed. Fei Ying was sated too and was in the middle of being touched and played by the kids. Once he saw Zhou Qingbai return, Fei Ying wagged his tail. "Dad, is Fei Ying adapted to his nest?" Hua asked. Hua wanted to take Fei Ying into the room to sleep. Hua frankly stated. Hua didn't speak, only touched Fei Ying, and looked at his father with his small eyes. "Sleep with me," San Hua simply overbearingly announced. "You wish." Hua rolled his eyes in response. "Hit you," San Hua said as he intended to beat him. But he wasn't Hua's opponent. With one push from Hua, he fell. This kid was also resilient. After falling, he climbed back up without crying. Got on the bus. Lin Qinghe turned to Zhou Qingbai, unconcerned about the brothers. It was normal for boys and brothers to fight and play among themselves. And she would not interfere as long as it was not out of line. Zhou Qingbai's eyes were locked on her. Lin Qinghe can read the meaning from his eyes. This man was expressing his gratitude to her. What gratitude? Maybe it was her respectful performance last night, or her getting up early this morning to make breakfast for them. Continue to sleep next door tonight. Lin Qinghe rebuffed as she lifted her chin. Zhou Qingbai paid no heeds to her and took Fei Ying with the boys to the village and walked around. Don't be misled by Fei Ying's lame, he was a first-class home watcher. An adult man may not be as alert as he was. With him here, Lin Qinghe can sleep peacefully if Zhou Qingbai wasn't at home. Old Zhou family soon received the news. They heard that a big wolfhound was being raised. Eldest brother and his brother all came over to take a look. Having one more child in the family was already difficult to raise during this time, let alone a dog. This dog is really good. Eldest brother examined and couldn't help sing praise. Second brother and third brother were in agreement. With this dog here, would anyone dare to act presumptuously? Just by his look, all of them felt a bit panic, because this dog's gaze directed at them wasn't friendly. He's called Fei Ying, Hua announced. That's right. Don't call him dog. That's a scolding word. Fei Ying has a name. Hua added. Fei Ying. This was San Hua, who held on to Fei Ying without intention to let go. The three brothers took Fei Ying out for a stroll, which attracted the envy of the children in the village. Not to mention the children, the teens also fell in love at sight. Even if the leg is a bit lame, Fei Ying was still very strong. Only because the front line forbade any flaw, so Fei Ying had no chance to go back into action again. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother had seen it for themselves, so they went back. Mother Zhou didn't come over in person. She inquired about it from them. That dog is top-notch. If there is one, our family should also raise a one. It's superb at watching the house. Third brother honestly stated. The dog was so astute that it seems to understand human words. Raise what dog in our home? It sounds good to have a dog at fourth's side, said Mother Zhou. After hearing that dog was really up to the mark. Although keeping dogs costs food, the key point was that it's able to guard the home. Old Fourth was the only man in his house. No one dared to go wild before he retired, but now that he had retired, men can't be lacking in the family. Although Hua and his brothers were all sons, they were still very young and can't help out much. As for Fourth's wife, can't really count on her. So it was a good idea to keep a dog at home. Mother Zhou concurred on this point. For this reason, she visited it in person after having lunch. With Fei Ying, Mother Zhou couldn't even enter the door. She shouted for Hua and Hua as she was internally satisfied with Fei Ying's performance. Grandma is here. Hua came out with a mouthful of oil. At noon, sweet potatoes were cooked, accompanied by stewed meat and starch flour. He was very content with his meal. Fei Ying, this is Grandma. Own family. Hua said to Fei Ying. Only then Fei Ying retreated to let Mother Zhou go in. Quite excellent. Mother Zhou was very satisfied. That's of course, Fei Ying is very smart. Hua puffed out, then turned to Fei Ying. Fei Ying, go back and eat. Mother Zhou saw that Fei Ying's bowl turned out to be a new porcelain bowl, and what's more, contained meat congee. Mother Zhou's eyes widened at once. Fei Ying eating this? Yeah, Fei Ying just arrived. He got to have a good meal. Dawa didn't care. He was delighted to give Fei Ying a good meal. Mother Zhou mentally remarked, "Good meal. People don't get to eat as well as a dog. Rice and lean meat congee." Mother Zhou came in. Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai were eating sweet potatoes with Erhua and Sanhua. Served with the sweet potatoes, was a plate of stewed meat and starch noodle, which tasted very good. "Mother, have you eaten yet?" Lin Qinghe greeted. "I came here after eating." Mother Zhou said, "Dawa, go fetch a stool for your grandma to sit." Lin Qinghe instructed. Dawa brought over a stool. "Grandma, please sit down." Mother Zhou sat down and mentioned, as Fei Ying eating rice and lean meat congee. Lin Qinghe said, "Mother, ask your son. He gave it. I didn't get to eat it myself." With this, she reflected Mother Zhou's words. Obviously, she was the one who cooked it, but when pushing the blame, she had no pressure. Zhou Qingbai looked at his mother and said, "When Fei Ying was followed me, he saved me twice. Mother, don't feel remorse for this rice." How could Mother Zhou know about this reason? Even if she knew now, she still doesn't think a dog needs to be fed meat. "I don't feed him meat often. It's just 1 or 2 meats." Zhou Qingbai said, "Isn't 1 or 2 meats still meat? Your eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law are currently pregnant and they still don't get meat." But toward her youngest old son, Mother Zhou said nothing. Just uttered, "You need to be more prudent to live life. Future days will be long." "I know, Mother. Don't worry." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Mother Zhou didn't stay long. After a while, she left. Only then Zhou Qingbai directed his gaze to his wife. Lin Qinghe felt it was natural. "You will have to deal with such things in the future. Unless you don't want to have peaceful days." Once again, Zhou Qingbai realized that another side of his wife, clever and cunning, like a fox that had been refined into a fine one. Lin Qinghe was full after eating 3 sweet potatoes and drank some congee soup. The tableware and chopsticks were handed over to him to wash. She continued to go back to knitting trousers. At the same time, she was slightly depressed. There was no way she hadn't confessed to Zhou Qingbai about selling meat. According to her understanding of Zhou Qingbai, he will never let her do this. But she had a space. How can she be willing to let go of such a good opportunity to make money? And she was idle, might as well find something for herself to do, right? It was a good distance away, but with a bicycle, it was more convenient now. Also, it won't hinder her cooking too. However, Zhou Qingbai's temperament will certainly not allow it. This made Lin Qinghe troubled. Unknown to her entanglement, Zhou Qingbai returned from scrubbing the tableware. Now the kids have Fei Ying, they are eager to play with Fei Ying. So they won't come to disturb them. Lin Qinghe watched him come over and sit next to her like he wanted to have a good chat with her. "Tell me if something is up." Lin Qinghe glanced at him and harumphed. Zhou Qingbai actually wanted to nurture feeling with his wife. Although she took good care of his clothes, food, housing, and transportation, he always felt that there was something missing. She seemed to be hiding from him. He didn't understand why she was hiding. At the end of the day, they got 3 children. Although the days of his return in the past few years don't add up to a month, there was no barrier between husband and wife. He will definitely make it up to her in the future. "Wife, you are worried about something." Zhou Qingbai gazed at her. Lin Qinghe threw a glance at him, thinking, "My worry is because of you." While her mouth said, "I eat and drink well now. My sons are sensible and my man got tenacity. What do I have to worry about?" These were angry words. "Don't direct your irritation toward yourself, you can blow it up at me," Zhou Qingbai stated seriously. Lin Qinghe denied. "There's no irritation. Don't disturb me. Go busy yourself. If you have nothing to do, then go up the mountain to see if you can hunt a wild rabbit." "Okay." Zhou Qingbai sighed and headed out. Lin Qinghe glimpsed at him. Zhou Qingbai stood there unmoving, waiting for her to speak. Lin Qinghe stared at him, her expression saying, "Why are you standing there for? Weren't you leaving?" Then Zhou Qingbai went out. Judging by his back, he was a bit depressed. Lin Qinghe remarked in exasperation, "Acting like I was bullying you. Don't know who bullied who." He probably knew that she was in a bad mood because of him. Although he didn't know where he made a mistake, Zhou Qingbai went up the mountain in the hope to bring something good back home. Probably it was heaven's doing, as he actually caught a big rabbit. It was about 4 jins. This weight was really heavy for a rabbit in this era. But if it were caught in the wheat field during the summer or autumn harvest, the rabbit can weigh about 6 or 7 jins. That's what they call a fat rabbit. But they weren't easy to catch. This rabbit was made into a pot of braised rabbit meat by Lin Qinghe. The whole family had eaten until their heart's content. Lin Qinghe's depression was also eaten into her stomach, so her mood improved. Well, when she was sleeping at night, she still didn't plan to stick with him. She held San Hua as she slept on the other side, clearly indicating to him to sleep with Da Hua and Hua. Zhou Qingbai sighed in his heart. His wife still wasn't going to let it drop. In a flash, it was Laba festival. Lin Qinghe was prepared to cook laba congee. She got up early in the morning to make it. Once the kids were up, a large pot of laba congee was ready. Fragrant and sweet glutinous, but the sweetness was only moderate. She doesn't like to eat sweetness too much, so she didn't put much sugar. Once the laba congee was ready, Lin Qinghe immediately scooped out a large bowl and got Zhou Qingbai to deliver it to the old Zhou's house. She dared to guarantee that the laba congee she made was the most delicious. There were lots of ingredients as well as sweet. So, how can it not taste good? Old Zhou's house also cooked theirs on that side, but it was casually made. It was enough to go through the motion. So naturally, it couldn't be compared to the one sent by Lin Qinghe. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou didn't have a bite. They shared a mouthful between the grandsons below. As for the granddaughters, they got none. There's really no words for how fourth sister-in-law live. Second sister-in-law remarked at the smell of sweet laba congee eaten by the children. It goes without saying, her tone was a little sour. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law made no comment. That was because third sister-in-law currently had no son, so her daughter also had some. After eating the other's laba congee and talked bad about the other. That was something third sister-in-law couldn't do. The same goes for eldest sister-in-law. She looked at third sister-in-law's belly and said, "How are you feeling?" Third sister-in-law's stomach was already very big. "It should be due any day now." "Should be soon," replied third sister-in-law. "She can feel it herself. She should be about to give birth soon." Mother Zhou had laba congee before coming over to talk to Lin Qinghe about it. When she came, Lin Qinghe was eating with Zhou Qingbai and the kids. The boys were clearly overjoyed. This laba congee was really delicious. Inside were coarse rice, sticky rice, white polished rice, millet, peanuts, red beans, chestnuts and red dates, with white sugar and brown sugar added. It was especially yummy. The brothers were satisfied after drinking it up. Even Zhou Qingbai also liked his wife's craft. In fact, since he came back, Lin Qinghe had never let him eat terribly during the 3 meals a day. Which meal didn't leave him fulfilled. The only thing that made him helpless was that his wife barred him from joining her in the quilt. This was torture. He hoped that one day he would be free from his sentence. "Mother, have you eaten yet?" Lin Qinghe greeted. "I have. Don't mind me. Enjoy your meal," said Mother Zhou. Even so, Lin Qinghe went in and brought another bowl out. She scooped a bowl for Zhou Mother and had let her sit down and eat together. Mother Zhou was pleased with fourth's wife's current attitude. Although her habit of spending money can't be corrected, it had to be said that her care towards her man and children beat everyone else. Mother Zhou sat down and ate with them. She brought up third sister-in-law's matter. "There's no problem on my side. I'll just go and give a head up." Lin Qinghe confirmed. "I'll give you the money first," Mother Zhou said. Lin Qinghe darted a glance at Zhou Qingbai and saw him say nothing, so she accepted it. Trotters don't need that much. "When the time comes, I will buy some meat for third sister-in-law as well." "Got to Aya some meat during postnatal confinement." Mother Zhou gave 5 yuan. "Up to you." Mother Zhou nodded. Originally, the meat will be divided again at the end of the year. But that wasn't definite. If her diet was bad now, she may not be able to have breast milk even if she eats meat after giving birth. Lin Qinghe gets it. So on the morning of Lashi, 2 days later, when the sun had yet to rise, Zhou Qingbai hopped on the bike and brought 5 jins of fatty meat, 6 trotters and 3 jins of pork belly back. There were a few pork ribs and a pigtail as well. As for Lin Qinghe, she was still snoozing. In the beginning, she wanted to go, but Zhou Qingbai refused and had her sleep a little longer. Lin Qinghe didn't act demure and naturally let him go alone. The things that were brought back was up to Lin Qinghe to distribute. Lin Qinghe divided old Zhou family's share according to the quantity of 5 yuans. She arranged 2 pounds of fatty meat and 2 trotters, with the remaining 4 were kept by her own children. She also set aside 1 jin of pork belly and 1 position of rib for them. This was in line with 5 yuan's worth. And this was in the countryside standard. If it was a black market in the city, you can't buy so much for $5. Lin Qinghe packed these things into a basket and grabbed some seaweed. Then she delivered them to the old Zhou's house. She'll check on third sister-in-law on the way as well. Third sister-in-law's stomach was really big. Lin Qinghe became a little bit terrified from the sight. Fortunately, she didn't need to give birth again, otherwise she couldn't imagine it. The 2 pig trotters I brought will be eaten after birth. The fatty meat and pork belly are also bought according to the money given by mother. Ask eldest sister-in-law to stew rib with the seaweed into a soup for you. This is what I given you. You can eat it all by yourself. Lin Qinghe clarified. Then to eldest sister-in-law, who was present, she continued, when eldest sister-in-law is about to give birth, I will buy it for you too. She still had a lot of affinity for these 2 sisters-in-law. So she expressed it to them at a time like this. It was also a display of handling relationships, right? No need. It's quite expensive. Eldest sister-in-law smiled. It's only just this one time, so it won't cost much. Lin Qinghe insisted. When Lin Qinghe went back, third sister-in-law expressed, Dawa's mother is becoming more and more like a family head. It's wonderful. Eldest sister-in-law nodded in agreement. Eldest sister-in-law mentioned Lin Qinghe's additional rib for third sister-in-law in front of everyone during breakfast. Mainly for second sister-in-law, to prevent her from nagging about third sister-in-law having a private stove. Second sister-in-law was verbally silent, but her face was pretty twisted. When she was pregnant before, why didn't she see Lin Qinghe do anything? Now she sends a rib to third's wife. Although the ribs don't have much meat, still there's a saying that anything with oil is a good thing. Who doesn't want a free rib? But the rest of the old Zhou family didn't say anything, same for the Zhou brothers. They just felt that fourth's wife know how to behave now. Lin Qinghe doesn't want to get involved with old Zhou family's matter too much. She had no idea that Zhou Qingbai likes to eat pigtails. Lin Qinghe stewed the pigtails with soybeans. She drank some soup and ate nothing else. The boys never refuse what was given. They chewed quite joyously. Zhou Qingbai ate most of it. As for the big fatty meat, she cut it into small pieces and cooked it into lard. The remaining oil residue ended up becoming a filling. Mixed with fried eggs and cabbage as a filling, it was wrapped within a bun dough. Because there was a big eater like Zhou Qingbai at home, Lin Qinghe went all out. The weather was still freezing. She won't be afraid of spoiling even when she made a lot. It was really convenient. Whenever they want to eat, they can just steam up and make some soup on the stove. During this kind of winter day, there was basically nothing to do. Lin Qinghe had already knitted pants for the kids and herself. As for Zhou Qingbai, there was no need. He said he wasn't used to wearing it, so Lin Qinghe didn't knit one for him. Taking advantage of the good weather, Lin Qinghe decided to return to old Lin family for fault-finding and put Sanhua under Zhou Qingbai's care. She planned for this day for so long. Once she reached old Lin's house, Lin Qinghe bumped into her second sister-in-law. Yo, younger Guzi is finally willing to come back. I thought younger Guzi wasn't going to come back to the maternal family this year. Second sister-in-law Lin enigmatically remarked. Why won't I come back to my own maternal family? This maternal family is my root. No matter where I go I won't forget it. Lin Qinghe cheerfully responded. Younger Guzi, why are you coming back to maternal family empty-handed this time? Second sister-in-law Lin gave a quick scan and snorted. What, so when you return to your maternal family, you carry big and small packages? Believe me, my mother would break your leg if she found out. Lin Qinghe unsmilingly smiled. Second sister-in-law Lin's face sank. She harumphed before storming back in. Lin Qinghe won't nurture her bad habits. Mother Lin came out due to voices outside. Eldest sister-in-law Lin and third sister-in-law Lin also followed her out. Shouldn't have called her third older sister-in-law, as she was younger sister-in-law. No peace once you returned. What are you coming back for? Mother Lin grumpily muttered. Oh, I must say, Mother, are you displeased that I'm empty-handed and no big and small packages at sight? The last time I returned, you didn't have this tone. Lin Qinghe straightforwardly pointed out. No need to suspect. Today, she came here to pick faults, so her speech won't be reserved. Mother Lin felt she lost face, scolded. What are you saying? Did I tell you to bring things back? You did it willingly, so why are you resenting me for? Enough. I won't squabble with you over other matters. Zhou Qingbai has retired from the army, so in the future, we have no income. Our family still has 3 kids to raise. It's fine if the adult starves but the kids have to eat. Since I brought so much money and things back home, shouldn't my maternal family support me a bit now that the family situation turned bad? Lin Qinghe simply stated. These words had Mother Lin, eldest sister-in-law Lin, and third sister-in-law Lin were taken aback. They weren't shocked by Zhou Qingbai's retirement, but by Lin Qinghe, this daughter Guzi, actually daring to request this. Old Lin family had long received news about Zhou Qingbai's retirement. They thought Lin Qinghe would have already caused a scene, but there was no message about her for a while now. Putting aside this, she actually came back this time to take back the things she gave her maternal family. Doesn't she want face the most? She actually dared to open her mouth on this kind of matter. I say, Guzi, you know what kind of situation old Lin family is in. Our family can't even fill our stomachs. So what can we give you? Second sister-in-law Lin stepped out of the room after hearing her words and responded at once. Second sister-in-law is really funny. You clearly knew that Qingbai retired and you still ask me why I bought nothing back just now. Also, how are you unable to fill your stomach? Old Lin family is well off, while my family is at the brink of falling apart. Mother, I'm your and father's biological daughter. Now life is getting worse, can't you give me some money? Lin Qinghe pleaded. How can you have no money? Guzong got retirement fund after he retired. Second sister-in-law gritted her teeth. That's right Guzi. Guzong retired due to injury, he can still bring money home. Eldest sister-in-law threw in. In the past, when things were brought back, she didn't much of a share. Now she wants to take it from the family, she won't agree as it was related to her. Third sister-in-law Lin remained silent. Money. What money? Do you know what Zhou Qingbai did? He gave his money to his friend, whose family condition was worse. Do you know how strained our relationship after we argued? He's not willing to take back. And you know what kind of temperament I have. If our family condition really wasn't terrible, I wouldn't come back to ask for money. Lin Qinghe uttered. What terrible family condition? You even bought a bike and it's completely new. Second brother Lin came out. On him was Zhou Qingbai's new military coat. At this glimpse of this, Lin Qinghe wished she could whip the original owner. Such a good quality military coat was given to a white-eyed wolf, how blind can she be? The bike was bought for me with the last bit of money Zhou Qingbai had. Why else do you think I stopped fighting with him? Lin Qinghe sneered. She didn't put any hope on the bicycle being concealed. After all, having a bicycle in the house in these days was comparable to having a modern sports car in the modern house. She didn't cycle here today, she came on foot. Everyone came to a realization. No wonder there was no trouble. It turned out that he bought her such a bicycle with the last sum of money at home. You have money to buy a bicycle, but no money to raise children. Mother Lin said with a blackened face. It was indeed a dark expression. This girl was always ignorant. She had always been picky about this and that. But Mother Lin never expected her to waste money like this. It was the last sum of money. Instead of saving it, she bought a bicycle. Can this be bought back for dinner? Ain't that right? At this time, you're still dead set on keeping face. In this case, why do you come back to maternal family for money? With so many people in the maternal family, don't we still need to live? In the past, she sucked up to this Guzi. But now the feng shui turns, her man got demoted and the family's money was spent. From now on, she'll be facing the earth with her back toward the sky. Who was nobler than the other? I used to treat old Lin family so well. Now that my life isn't working out, you are doing this to me. Lin Qinghe stared in disbelief at these relatives and uttered, "Hurry back and live your life." Second brother Lin dismissively waved his hand. "Lin Qingshi, isn't it time for you to return the military coat to me?" Lin Qinghe fixated at him. "This is what you gave to your second brother. Is there any logic in taking back what you have given?" Second sister-in-law Lin immediately stepped in. "I couldn't bear your fanaticism at that time, so gave it to him, Lin Qingshi. I had intended to give it to my younger brother." Lin Qinghe snorted coldly. "I really didn't see it before. My own maternal family what has this kind of virtue? All right, I have fallen down. Not only do you not give a lending hand but also spectate with cold eyes. From now on, I don't want this maternal family. Don't ask me to come back for the funeral when you die in the future." Quote. With this, she angrily stormed away. It had Mother Lin enraged. This wretched mouth. She wants to curse me and her father. Eldest sister-in-law Lin and third sister-in-law Lin act like mute. Third sister-in-law Lin looked at second brother Lin's military coat before turning to go back in. Father Lin had not come out of the house, but apparently, he heard it all. As for eldest brother Lin and third brother Lin, they had gone up the mountain with the intention to see if there were any wild animals to catch. When eldest brother Lin got back and heard that this, he had nothing to say. While third brother Lin sighed at the recount. "I'm warning you, we can't provoke this sister of yours, better to hide. You can't intervene in her matters, you hear?" Third sister-in-law Lin immediately commanded. In the past, her man had carried firewood or whatnot for her, but the military coat still ended up in the second branch's possession and not her man. Third brother Lin didn't mind about this, while third sister-in-law Lin was mad. "How can I intervene? I have no money." Third brother Lin expressed. "Some time ago you went to work as a small worker. That wages should be paid." Third sister-in-law brought up. "The day after tomorrow." Third brother Lin replied. Third sister-in-law Lin counted the days. "Once third brother Lin gets the money, she'll take it straight away." "Are you sure there are only 2 yuans? Third sister-in-law eyed him. "It included lunch. If not, then it won't be 2 yuans. Third brother Lin retorted grumpily. Third sister-in-law Lin didn't say anything. Third brother Lin said he wanted to go to the mountains to test his luck. Now he was idle at home, his wife didn't stop him. Third brother Lin came to find Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe had already thrown the trip to the old Lin family 2 days ago to settle the accounts to the back of her mind. She didn't plan to go back and make a large fuss. That was just a reminder to let old Lin's family know they can't make any demand from her. There was no way now. When she came back, she tossed this matter to the side and never thought about it. She didn't anticipate that third brother Lin would come over. Lin Qinghe came out and saw him. She blandly spoke. "Why are you here? Did you not hear from your wife? Now my family is poorly off, aren't you afraid of being clutched onto by us, poor relatives by coming here? This was earned by me as a small worker some time ago. Sister, please take it and use it sparingly. Don't be as extravagant as before." Third brother Lin took 2 yuans out of his pocket, paying no heeds to her words. A total of 4 yuans. He gave his wife $2 and the rest were here. Lin Qinghe was taken aback from the 2 yuans given by him. Then she put it away. Looking at him, she remarked, "I haven't doted you before for nothing." Although the original owner's dote was only verbally, the actual thing was benefited by the white-eyed wolf, second brother Lin. Third brother Lin coaxed. "Jifu is a good man. Sister, you got to harmoniously live with Jifu. He can support you." "I know, I will. Come in and drink some ginger soup to warm your body." Lin Qinghe said. "No need, I'm going back now." Third brother Lin shook his head. He left without entering the house. When Lin Qinghe sent him out, only Erhua and Sanhua were in the house. Dahua and his father went up the mountain to see if they can chance upon any wild game. But this time, he didn't catch anything. When the father and son returned, their hands were empty. Erhua told his father that Xiaoju had just come by and stuffed money over to his mother. "That's right, he saw it." Zhou Qingbai nodded in acknowledgement. That night during bedtime, he waited for the children to fall asleep before he asked Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe gave a brief recount of old Lin family's reaction. "I never expected that my only younger brother has a conscience. Zhou Qingbai felt powerless. What exactly does his wife want to do by doing this? Will she still connect with her maternal family in the future? I used to have my head submerged in pig oil. That's why I help out that group of white-eyed wolves. Not happening anymore. It's useless to have such relatives. I am too lazy to bother about them. Lin Qinghe declared. Don't become angry because of these matters. Zhou Qingbai coaxed. I'm not angry. Lin Qinghe turned to him. What is there to be angry about? I did it intentionally. They're lucky if they didn't get angered by me. Zhou Qingbai perceived that his wife wasn't affected by this, otherwise, she wouldn't have said nothing after returning. Wife. Zhou Qingbai put his hand on her waist and lowered his voice. The underlying invitation was obvious. In the last few days, she slept with him like this. The children had slept on one side, which was his doing after she dozed off. She saw that he didn't do anything and let him be. And she hadn't solved the problem of reselling pork. At the thought of this, she felt like suffocating from agitation. This inflexible man, don't even think about it. If you can't sleep, go to one side to sleep. Lin Qinghe harumphed. Oh, Zhou Qingbai just hugged her, and his sigh sounded out above her head. What are you sighing for? Lin Qinghe uttered. Now they have a good life, he should be content. When the original owner was here, there were no peaceful days. Why was he sighing with her? Wife, we are husband and wife. Zhou Qingbai stated. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. He was a grown man holding his wife and can't do anything. If it wasn't torture, then what was? He was a normal man. How can he sit still when a warm jade, soft, delicate woman was in his embrace? Impossible. This person in his arms wasn't anyone else, it was his wife, who had 3 sons with him. Wasn't it normal for him to want to know more about her? But she refused. If we weren't, do you think you could hold me to sleep? Lin Qinghe retorted. She did have feelings for Zhou Qingbai and also had husband and wife status. But so what? Can't she be unconventional and not give herself to him? For each day her pork resale hadn't been settled, he doesn't get to eat meat one more day. It's just holding. Zhou Qingbai said sullenly. Do you want to hold your son to sleep? Lin Qinghe responded. Zhou Qingbai didn't speak anymore and hugged her even tighter. Lin Qinghe ignored him and planned to sleep. Zhou Qingbai said. When? What when? Lin Qinghe found it was quite comfortable in his arms. Warm, and extraordinarily muscular. His body smelled good. It was probably the smell of so-called male pheromones. When will you agree? Zhou Qingbai uttered hoarsely. Can't keep him waiting limitless. He won't be able to stand it, so he had to ask for a deadline. If it keeps on going, it'll be inhumane life. I say, why you are pinned on this matter all the time? Can't you think about other things? Lin Qinghe voiced out. The pigs at home are nurtured well. In the spring of next year, we'll get some chicks. Next year, I will work to earn points. Our family will be fine. Zhou Qingbai remarked. This meant that they don't have to be anxious about their family's future. It will be great. So if he doesn't focus on bed matter, what does he think about? Lin Qinghe took the opportunity to say, what can we do with just your work points and these 2 pigs? Think of something else to make money. Do you have an idea? Zhou Qingbai asked. Lin Qinghe hesitated before blurting out, I have something to discuss with you. It should be time. Speak. Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe threw light on the matter of getting meat from Meijia while paying her commission, and she goes to the black market in the county town for resale. As anticipated, once the plan was out of the bag, it was rejected by Zhou Qingbai without hesitation. Lin Qinghe flipped over in frustration and ignored the inflexible, stinky man. There's still a lot of money at home. Coupons too. Sufficient to use is enough. Don't take the risk. It dawned on Zhou Qingbai why his wife always seems to be in a dilemma for a while now. He hadn't known was that she was planning such a matter like fraudulent purchase and resale. I didn't say our family's money wasn't enough. Since I'm idle, I might as well. And also I would bring a basket. If someone asked me, I would say I'm going to the city to visit relatives and brought some meat over. It's not a long-term job. Only once every few days. I'm just earning 1 or 2 yuans to help out with the family expenses. Is this still not all right? Since Lin Qinghe had brought it out into the open, she didn't plan to tuck it. 3,000 yuans is enough to spend. Zhou Qingbai assured. That's right, it meant he still wasn't agreeing. Lin Qinghe kicked him angrily and declared, you sleep more outside. The sight of you makes me annoyed. Don't expect her to be virtuous and virtuous. She was such a woman, can't stop acting up. Discontent. Well, bear it. Zhou Qingbai didn't move, he still hugged her like that. Frustrated, Lin Qinghe pulled on his face, stating, I have said it already. I can implement this confidently. What's more, you have connections in the city. If something happens to me, you can pull me out. Quote. Zhou Qingbai raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't speak, Lin Qinghe understood what he meant. How did she know? Such a big bicycle like can't be bought without a reservation for a year and a half. Zhou Qingbai, are you treating me as a fool, or do you think I'm stupid? Lin Qinghe said flatly as she pulled his cheek. Zhou Qingbai allowed her to pull but maintained his stance. Of course, he knows people. Over at the county city, he got an old buddy who had power. The bicycle was also sorted out with his help. As she said, if something really was to happen, he could indeed get her out in a whole piece. But still, how could he allow her to do this? Lin Qinghe saw that he still didn't budge despite what she said. Finally, she angrily carried Hua over to sleep with him, while she joined Dawa and Sanhua. The next day, Hua woke up and found out that he was sleeping with his father. He was sure he slept with Sanhua in his arms last night. From now on, you will sleep with your father. Your brother too, both of you will sleep with him. Lin Qinghe harumphed and brought Sanhua over to herself. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her. Lin Qinghe felt it, turned to him, and then glared back. Obviously, Zhou Qingbai wasn't going to compromise so easily on this matter, even if it meant he couldn't eat his wife's juicy meat. Zhou Qingbai saw nothing wrong with buying meat for his own family because as it was reasonable. But if his wife wants to make fraudulent purchases and resale, how can Zhou Qingbai agree? As for eating his wife's meat, he'll plan again. Anyway, he will not fall for the beauty trap. Lin Qinghe snorted when she saw through him. Let's see how long you can hold back. Offending Lin Qinghe was obviously a bad idea because Lin Qinghe does not punish, she will be more ruthless. What ruthless method? She started to ask around where to buy mutton. She wanted to buy mutton back to give him a big supplement. During this time, mutton wasn't so easy to procure. Zhou Qingbai had connections in the county city, so he was able to buy those muttons last time. While for her, it wasn't possible to buy it. Lin Qinghe didn't give up. She went all out when cooking for Zhou Qingbai at home. In addition to the oil residue, egg, and cabbage buns, there were trotters stewed with peanuts, braised pork accompanied by rice, and various soups. She also dressed herself beautifully and fragrantly. Even Sanhua couldn't help but hug her to express that mother was sweet-smelling. Dawa and Hua bobbed their head in agreement, their mother was really fragrant. The fragrance on Lin Qinghe's body was indeed fragrant, but it was a faint fragrance. Not overpowering, it was a refreshing kind. The children could sense it, so how could Zhou Qingbai not smell it? He knew that his wife was deliberately seducing him and purposely gave him delicacies so that he would yearn for her at night. On the surface, he was able to withstand and not express anything at all. If she hadn't seen him fumbled up late at night and changed his underwear, she would have thought their charm had dropped. Lin Qinghe almost laughed out loud when she saw him get up to change his underwear. Somehow, she refrained and continued to pretend to be asleep. Then she felt his movement. He immediately placed Hua, who slept like a pig, to the inside. Afterward, he came to share the quilt with her and hugged her to continue sleeping. Because he was just sleeping and did nothing else, Lin Qinghe pretended to not know. The next day, before anything can be said, she heard that third sister-in-law gave birth. That fast? Surprised, Lin Qinghe blurted. It was only one night. It was quite fast. Mother Zhou, who came to report joyous news, grinned. This time third sister-in-law gave birth to a son. The whole family was thrilled. As the trotters I bought last time still frozen? Lin Qinghe mentioned. It's still frozen, Zhou mother nodded. They had their customs here. There was no rule that the mother can't have visitors after giving birth. Currently, the air was cold and the ground was freezing. Lin Qinghe felt it wasn't suitable to go over and disturb. So she gave Mother Joe a gin of brown sugar and stated, "Mother, bring this over to third sister-in-law." Quote, Mother Joe persuaded her to keep it. "There's still some at home. Third sister-in-law hadn't consumed much of what you gave last time. Keep it, there's enough. I don't have anything else to give. Mother, take it." Lin Qinghe handed it to her. Mother Joe stopped refusing then. Once the first 3 days passed, Lin Qinghe went over. She chatted with third sister-in-law. This time, third sister-in-law's milk was more adequate. What's more, she gave birth to a son. Fourth sister-in-law gifted brown sugar again, which displayed enough well-wishing. "Look, aren't I right? Dong Dong's skin will definitely be better when he grows up. It's beneficial to eat more apples." Lin Qinghe peeked at the sleeping child and pointed out, "It is whiter than his sister at that time." Third sister-in-law grinned. Now this one had a son, everything looked merry. Having a son, she'll be able to stand straight in the future and never feel shorter than others. It was like this in rural areas. 10 daughters can't be compared to one son, even though daughters were often more sensible and obedient than their sons. But it was still that phrase, giving birth to a son means continuing the surname. Lin Qinghe conversed with her for a while before she wanted to go home. However, when she came out, she bumped into second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law laughed. "Fourth sister-in-law, if you have a way, you have to get good stuff to nourish your third sister-in-law." Eldest sister-in-law was cooking congee in the kitchen. She frowned when she heard this. Why was second's wife always looking for trouble? I gave third sister-in-law another gin of brown sugar." "What did you give?" Lin Qinghe stared at her. "It's not like you don't know my family's condition. What can I possibly give? Brown sugar is not enough for breast milk. If there are good meats to eat, it'll be wonderful." Second sister-in-law smirked. "Don't you have money? Then have you bleed a good bit out. Speaking of meat, it's almost time to divide the meat. Must say, Dong Dong is blessed to be able to make it in time." Eldest sister-in-law came out of the kitchen with egg congee at this time and interjected with a smile. "That's true." Lin Qinghe chuckled. Previously when Dahua saw his third aunt, he asked when will younger brother come out to play with him. The child's eyes are quite discerning. Once his gaze landed on his third aunt's belly, he knew that it was a younger brother. Eldest sister-in-law mentioned. "For the past 2 days, he has always pestered to come to see younger brother. I said, you monkeys don't bump around and carry in the coldness, and stop them from coming over. Wait until later, I'll let them head over to see their younger brother." Lin Qinghe said, glimpsing at the egg congee. She ushered, "Eldest sister-in-law, bring it in." "I'll go back first." "All right," eldest sister-in-law responded. Lin Qinghe returned. Eldest sister-in-law ignored second sister-in-law and carried in the congee to third sister-in-law. "Seeking trouble again?" Third sister-in-law asked in a low voice. "Ain't that right? Fourth's wife didn't do anything. She had to stir things up every day. What is she planning?" Eldest sister-in-law whispered. "Her heart holds animosity," third sister-in-law uttered in scorn. As for why she had animosity, eldest sister-in-law also knew. She didn't witness fourth's wife's downfall, so she felt uncomfortable. Really, they were one family. If fourth's wife lived terribly, then they have to reach out. No. Who was the one who suffers this? Now fourth's wife changed. She was doing well and can take care of this side a bit. Although they don't get anything, the children can still get a bite from time to time. For example, the previous laba congee was very delicious. Her son, Zhou Yong, munched it very happily. So why does she wish for fourth's wife to be worse off? Eldest sister-in-law didn't understand. Same with third sister-in-law. The two sisters-in-law spoke no more. The team was distributing meat on December 20th. When Zhou Qingbai came forward, it goes without saying that they were able to buy good meat. He had already returned and would be working next year, so the team did not say anything about him coming to buy meat. Zhou Qingbai bought lean meat as well as ribs and big bones. As for current popular and well recognized as the best fatty meat, he didn't fight with anyone for it. After all, he still had no work points. The others, who worked through the year, longed for this. His family had no shortage. At the moment, there were 2 cans of white lard in the house. So he doesn't need to buy those. 5 jins for lean meat. 2 jins for pork belly. A little more ribs. Same for the big bones. After all, it had to last from now until after the new year. These things cost a good bit of money. Zhou Qingbai took home without blinking his eyes. Dawa and Hua was tagging along behind him. San Hua, he was watched by Lin Qinghe and not coming out in this freezing to death weather. Why go out? Dawa and Hua won't stop pestering, so she let them go out. Mother said that she'll deep fry pork ribs for us for New Year. It'll be very fragrant. Dawa was ecstatically following behind. Hua was also delighted. His eyes were bright and shiny. After the brothers experienced this winter's nurturing, it can be said that their body was healthier. They didn't catch a cold and became chubbier. Zhou Qingbai brought the meat back and announced to Lin Qinghe, "We're going to the old Zhou's house for New Year." Okay. At that time, I'll fry a pot of spare ribs. Lin Qinghe had no objection. She hadn't gone over in the past years. But wasn't that because he might not be at home during the new year? Since he was here this year, then they'll go to old Zhou's house. You have minced these meats. I will make some meatballs for them. Lin Qinghe began ordering Zhou Qingbai to work. She cut out 1 jin of the 5 jins lean meat. Then she divided the 2 jins of pork belly in half. The remaining 4 jins of lean meat and 1 jin of pork belly were all minced. Just lean meat wasn't adequate to make meatballs. Adding some pork belly's white meat in, it will taste better and more fragrant. Salt, chopped scallion, minced ginger, eggs, flour, and starch. Although the ingredients were simple, the meatballs will obviously come out very fragrant and delicious. 1 jin of 16 grams meatball was almost 30 meatballs. The mixture of lean pork and the pork belly was a total of 5 jins, which turned into a large pot of pork meatballs. Lin Qinghe found the taste was okay, while Dawa, Hua, and San Hua were amazed. They felt the meatballs made by their parents were the most delicious thing in the world. We need to keep it for the new year. Sparingly eat them now, Lin Qinghe stated. After giving them 2 each, it was over. Initially, she planned to give 1, but when they bargained, the amount increases by 1. Even like this, the 3 brothers still wanted to negotiate with their mother for more. Zhou Qingbai felt that his wife was so creative. The meatballs were delicious as well, but he had lower requirements in the eating department. He'll comply with whatever arrangement she made. As for other stuff, he doesn't have much to say. Did he think he could eat Lin Qinghe's meat like this? Obviously not. Banning her from doing her business. Then he can stay single. That day, when Zhou Qingbai returned from the county city, he brought her stamps back. Lin Qinghe planned to collect them, but she never had time to buy them. Before Zhou Qingbai headed out, she brought it up. On his way back, buy all the stamps for her, and it had to be 1 of each. Mother, why did you buy these? Zhou Dawa asked in puzzlement, holding a stamp. It can't be eaten too. Hua swept a glance and sighed. It was clearly saying that his mother wasted her money. He couldn't help but glance at his father. As the father, he actually didn't control mother. How much better it would have been if the money was left to buy edible. Scoot to one side. Lin Qinghe picked up all the stamps and harumphed. Mother, I want to play. San Hua uttered with his gaze on the stamps in her hand. Mother wants to keep it to play by myself. Lin Qinghe grinned from ear to ear. Then she glared at the future good-for-nothing counselor. Hua, what did you mean just? Your mother, me, waited upon you, father and sons, every day. I can't use the money to buy something I like, is it? Quote, Mother, you can buy whatever you want. Ask my father to give you money. Hua immediately hugged her and declared. Only then Lin Qinghe snorted, expressing a little satisfaction. Speaking of this, Zhou Qingbai was the kind to spoil his wife. Without limit. With so many stamps, it must have cost a lot of money. He bought it without blinking his eyes. As Lin Qinghe said, she served the father and sons every day. 3 full meals a day and boil water for a foot bath in the evening, which was a must every night. Why can't she be wayward? Still not giving, was it? Zhou Qingbai watched his lively wife. He found that he got to know her only after he returned. He had to say he liked this kind of wife very much. He was happy for her to stay like this and would continue to live with him. Lin Qinghe accepted the other's boon, so her tone toward him was a little better. She chirped. What do you want for dinner? You can do as you like. Zhou Qingbai stated. Lin Qinghe made a simple meal. Steamed mantou and then cooked a bone seaweed soup. Needless to say, she gave the three brothers a meatball each. And that was it for dinner. Simple, but filling. If her family's food was second place, no one in the village dared to claim they are first. Zhou's younger Guzi, Zhou Xiaomei, came back on the 25th in a pair of white plastic-soled cloth shoes. Instead of heading straight home, she came to Lin Qinghe's place first. Even though she was working in the food factory in the county city, she still heard about her fourth brother's retirement. She had long wanted to return, but there was no way as they were approaching the end of the year and the factory was too busy for her to get out. So she restrained herself until now when she got her holiday. Younger Guzi is back. Hey, these shoes are awesome. When Lin Qinghe saw her, her eyes were attracted by the shoes at her feet, exclaimed. I asked a relative of my colleague to bring it from High City. Zhou Xiaomei said and then stuffed a handful of milk candy to Dahua and his brothers to get rid of them. She pulled Lin Qinghe into the room. What's up? Lin Qinghe looked at her. Fourth sister-in-law, my fourth brother has retired just like that. You didn't make a scene. Zhou Xiaomei whispered. He already backed down. What use is there for me to make trouble? Lin Qinghe laughed. That's the original owner's bestie for sure. She really understood the original owner. Zhou Xiaomei halted for a moment. She looked at her fourth sister-in-law suspiciously and observed how her fourth sister-in-law's skin was really great. She couldn't help saying, Fourth sister-in-law, what kind of skincare products do you use? Your skin is all white and translucent. The topic deviated in one go. There is no skin care product. Just the usual vanishing cream. Lin Qinghe said. There weren't many skin care products in her space, she will never share those with others. Vanishing cream is quite good, but how can it have this excellent effect? Your skin's quality is much higher than before. Don't hide it from me and not tell me. Zhou Xiaomei persisted, and in a quieter voice, she continued. This time I brought a lot of good things back for fourth sister-in-law. Enough for you to take to your maternal home to show off. Quote, what goodies did you bring? Let me see. Lin Qinghe focused on her bag. Tell me how you maintain your skin first. In this winter, you can still make yourself so white and rosy and have a scent on you. What did you use? Zhou Xiaomei stood firm. You show first, otherwise I won't say it. Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Xiaomei reluctantly took it out first. This time she brought back a lot of food-related stacks. Cooking oil coupons, subsidiary coupons for buying dates, canned food, fungus and other non-staple food, as well as food coupons. Cloth coupons and cotton coupons too. I exchanged for these cloth coupons and cotton coupons with other people. I know you want it so I especially got it for you. Zhou Xiaomei said with pride. These coupons are certainly useful. Have you left some for mother? Lin Qinghe asked. The reason why the original owner would support Zhou Xiaomei to go to the food factory and not hesitate to pay to buy gifts for her to go through the back door, was so she can obtain Zhou Xiaomei's help in getting coupons. Otherwise, why would the original owner give up her money in vain? Not possible. I have set aside a little bit. Zhou Xiaomei nodded. Can you say it now? I won't take your things for free. This is what your sister-in-law, I, bought from the black market before. It spent a lot of your sister-in-law's money. I heard that it came from the capital city. It's the only piece left. For you. Lin Qinghe went to the cabinet and passed a piece of soap to Zhou Xiaomei. Zhou Xiaomei's eyes were nearly popped out at the sight of this soap. This fragrance wasn't a typical one. It was also pretty. Don't you take it out to show off. I only have this piece to give to you. I heard that it was smuggled over to our side. If something happens when you show it around like losing your job or something, please don't come to me. Lin Qinghe warned. This kind of good stuff, I'll hide it for my own usage. Zhou Xiaomei vowed immediately. It'll be apparent just by washing herself with it and become fragrant. No need to take it out to make people jealous. If they wanted it and she can't give it, won't she gain grudges? Zhou Xiaomei, who had gone to the factory and gained a little IQ, thought of this. Lin Qinghe's conscience was at ease by exchanging these coupons with soap. After all, she didn't take a freebie from her. Additionally, she added, You're not allowed to say bad things about your fourth brother in the future. I have decided to peacefully live with him. Zhou Xiaomei's lip pouted. Who said anything? Didn't you say it before? I was just sympathizing with you. What is there sympathize? Your fourth brother treats me well. Lin Qinghe glanced at her. Zhou Xiaomei said. You still haven't said how you maintained yourself so well. You really want to know? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Zhou Xiaomei nodded at once. Her fourth sister-in-law's appearance was more eye-catching than the popular lady in the city. It was really siren-like. She also wants to be a siren. Lin Qinghe closed in and whispered. If you want good skin, then you should also find a man to moisturize you. With these words, Zhou Xiaomei's face flamed up. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Then she picked up her bag and hurried away. Lin Qinghe laughed. Remember. Keep your eyes wide open. At that time, find fourth sister-in-law to check him out for you. Zhou Xiaomei left like she was fleeing. Zhou Qingbai just happened to return at that moment. Zhou Xiaomei stomped her feet and cried, Fourth brother, you need to control your wife. It's embarrassing to death. With this, she ran off. Zhou Qingbai was baffled. When he entered the room, he saw his wife had a faint smirk. She seemed to be in a good mood. Father, do you want to eat candy? Younger Ji Yu gave it. Da Hua said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qinghe reached out. Hurry up and act conscientiously. Just now Zhou Xiaomei's handful of white rabbit candy was a lot. Eating too many will cause tooth decay. Mother, this is what our younger Ji Yu gave us. Da Hua knew what she meant, immediately pointed out. Younger Ji Yu gave it. Hua nodded. San Hua had one in his mouth. Although this boy was very young, he wasn't foolish when it comes to eating sweets. He ate one in his mouth and had one more peeled in his hand, ready to stuff in his mouth. It was cut off by Lin Qinghe and then placed into Zhou Qingbai's mouth. Zhou Qingbai, Lin Qinghe turned to the kids and asserted, each of you hand it over too. The rest can be given to you. Although they weren't willing, Da Hua surrendered too. While Hua uttered, eldest brother got the most. I only have 3. San Hua bobbed his head. Then you two surrender one each. Lin Qinghe said. Da Hua's eyes bulged from anger, but it was useless. Lin Qinghe confiscated 4 of them. Hua stood up for his little brother. Little brother has the one in his mouth, and father just ate one of his. I will give your little brother's share tomorrow. For now, I'll keep it for him. Lin Qinghe said casually. She wasn't against the brothers eating a few white rabbit candy. But they can't have too much. Now there was a heavy New Year feel in the air. Every family was blooming with merriment. The children were also overjoyed. Lin Qinghe didn't restrain Da Hua and Hua and let them go out to play. But they had to bundle up before going out. She didn't stop them from playing with firecrackers, but she had forbidden them from destroying others' belonging. She got Fei Ying to follow and watch the brothers. As for San Hua, forget it. The little thing was only so big, he'll stay with her at home. Zhou Xiaomei was a frequent visitor to their home. She came over every day and also had her meal here. Naturally, Lin Qinghe wanted to exploit her. She had her pay the food expenses, or go back to old Zhou's house to eat. Fourth sister-in-law, for some reason during this return, I feel that you have changed a lot. Zhou Xiaomei honestly paid 2 yuan for food, and remarked. Lin Qinghe chuckled. Where have I changed? She received the money unreservedly. It must be accepted. Zhou Xiaomei's appetite was pretty big and workers have a fixed income. Her family had 2 pigs in the backyard and Zhou Qingbai, the only labor force. She won't act politely with Zhou Xiaomei. In the past, you wouldn't revolve around men and children like this. Zhou Xiaomei pointed out. Now, look at her fourth sister-in-law and what she does all day. Managing the 3 meals a day and have no time to go out. Nothing like this before. Simply become a different person from before. No. You probably don't know what I experienced during this time. Lin Qinghe sighed and uttered. What? Zhou Xiaomei immediately perked up with interest. I broke it off with my maternal family. I don't plan to go back this new year. Lin Qinghe said. What happened? Zhou Xiaomei was taken aback. Do you know how white-eyed wolves they are? Your fourth brother and I can't survive anymore, so I went back and borrowed some money first. But do you know what they say? Lin Qinghe scornfully smiled. Without adding oil and vinegar, she recounted what happened. Zhou Xiaomei reached her limit and lashed out angrily. Fourth sister-in-law, you used to treat them so well. If you get any good things, you always remember them. And this is how they reward you. That's why I realized it. Except for my man and sons, all my brothers and sisters can scoot aside for me. All of them are powered by realism. Of course, it's just my old Lin family. I feel old Zhou family is quite alright, they are quite united. Lin Qinghe expressed. Zhou Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Except for the second sister-in-law's competitiveness, eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law are pretty nice. At least not as heartless and ruthless as her fourth sister-in-law's maternal family's sister-in-law. So, I'm not going back to my maternal family anymore. What else can I do? Naturally, it's to live my life better, then I will let old Lin's family regret it. They better not think about benefiting a single bit from me from now on. As for the past, I'll treat it as feeding it to the dogs, Lin Qinghe snorted. There's no point in having this kind of maternal family. Zhou Xiaomei nodded. Have a match yet at the factory? Lin Qinghe asked. No, Zhou Xiaomei immediately said. The reaction was too fast and too exaggerated. Lin Qinghe narrowed her eyes as stared at Zhou Xiaomei, declaring, still not telling the truth. How big? How tall? How many people in his family? At what ages? What does he do? Zhou Xiaomei's mouth twitched. Fourth sister-in-law, are you doing an investigation? He wants to pursue my younger Guzi. Of course, I have to ask clearly. You know what my temper is like. It's because I treat you as my biological sister that I care, otherwise, I will ignore you. Lin Qinghe raised her eyebrows. Zhou Xiaomei's face flushed with shyness. He is a worker too. Works in a shoe factory. 24 years old. Not bad. Lin Qinghe continued to interrogate the other questions. Quite tall, shorter than fourth brother, and almost the same as third brother. Zhou Xiaomei's cheeks were completely red. Similar to third brother, then it should be about 1.75 meters. Not short. According to Lin Qinghe's thoughts, in old Zhou family, Zhou Qing was the tallest and he was about 1.85 meters. Next was third brother, then followed by eldest brother and second brother, who were slightly shorter but not too much. And, Lin Qinghe uttered, he's the eldest of the family. His parents are alive, his father is also a worker, while his mother isn't. He got 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters. Zhou Xiaomei continued. Lin Qinghe frowned. Zhou Xiaomei stared at her. Fourth sister-in-law, what's wrong? Do you think such conditions are good? Lin Qinghe watched her. It's still all right. Zhou Xiaomei paused for a moment and looked at her questioningly. Then did he tell you that if you guys get married, how will his salary be handled? Lin Qinghe smiled. At once, Zhou Xiaomei declared. Once married, of course it'll be me my care. Lin Qinghe chuckled. Is this what he told you, or what you assumed? And how spacious is his home and where will you live after marriage? He didn't say. We should be living in his home after marriage. His home isn't very spacious. Zhou Xiaomei replied. You been there already, Lin Qinghe uttered in surprise. Just took the opportunity to visit while his father and mother weren't at home. Zhou Xiaomei's face reddened. It's okay to go and see. But how was it not spacious? Lin Qinghe kept firing away. I don't like his home. Once marry over, there will be a lot of inconveniences. Zhou Xiaomei answered this question like this. Do you want me to analyze and break it down for you? Lin Qinghe directed at her. Fourth sister-in-law, say it. Zhou Xiaomei nodded, and she was in a dilemma. Then fourth sister-in-law will tell you honestly. Lin Qinghe looked at her and announced. I think this man is not for you. Zhou Xiaomei pursed her lips and uttered, in fact, he's a very good man. It's great that he's a good person, or you won't like him. But fourth sister-in-law has to tell you that your like won't feed you. Think about it. If you were to marry him, then you can only live in his home. You work in the city, so you don't need me to explain how tight the housing conditions in the city are, right? Lin Qinghe clarified. Zhou Xiaomei didn't speak. Lin Qinghe continued. Even you said it's small, then his home must be really small. And there are siblings below him. Number 1. It is inconvenient for the whole family to be crowded together. Number 2 is the problem with you two's salary. In his family, only he and his dad work, and the rest are dependent on them. Do you think that after you marry over, your partner can still give you his salary? If your partner doesn't give you his salary, you'll definitely be dissatisfied. Inevitably, fights happen at that time. How long can your love endure this before it withers away? Zhou Xiaomei was going to speak. Lin Qinghe signaled her to listen to her first. Or maybe you are willing to let him give his salary to his family. Do you think it's over like this? In addition to his salary, there is also your own salary. When the time comes, your salary may not be able to keep it. Quote, how can I not keep my own salary? Zhou Xiaomei couldn't help it but utter. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow and said, if your mother-in-law is unwell, don't you have to dish out money? Zhou Xiaomei froze for a moment. From the start, you count as increasing your status by marrying into the city. At least in the eyes of them, city folks, it is marrying above your station. Since you get a social status increase, then you have to be deeply grateful, serve your parents-in-law properly, and treat your husband's siblings nicely. If not, you are mannerless and insensible. Younger Guzi, do you understand what I mean? Lin Qinghe spelled out. Zhou Xiaomei gritted her teeth, bit out, they dare. Silly. Lin Qinghe said solemnly. At that time, you already married over. Can you even reason against it? There is divorce now, but can you afford the consequence of divorce? Zhou Xiaomei declared. Then I will break it off with him as soon as possible once I go back. Think about it when you go back. You got to observe more on your own. I'm just analyzing it for you. It's up to you, whether it's staying or giving up. But in my opinion, younger Guzi, you deserve better. Lin Qinghe said, with my background, how can I find better? Zhou Xiaomei lamented at once. What's wrong with your background? Poor peasant, the best status nowadays. Who would dare to touch you when you go out? Lin Qinghe grinned and said, you got the looks. You got a career. Currently, you're at the peak youth. Why should you wrong yourself by choosing such a family? Quote, Zhou Xiaomei was comforted by her, and her spirit was restored a lot. Tell me about how the boy chased you. Lin Qinghe poured a cup of warm water to drink. She was a little thirsty from talking so much. He gifted me a hairpin. Zhou Xiaomei admitted. Then what? Lin Qinghe nodded and motioned her to continue. Zhou Xiaomei looked at her and stated, no more. Lin Qinghe stared at her. That's your courtship. He just gave you a hairpin. Then you matched with him. Her tone was clearly shocked. Zhou Xiaomei's face remained calm as she found nothing strange. Gift me a hairpin and that's it. My God, Lin Qinghe couldn't believe it. Initially, Zhou Xiaomei didn't think there was anything, but seeing her fourth sister-in-law being so surprised, it dawned on her. She exclaimed, he hasn't taken me to the movies. Lin Qinghe snorted. Gifting you a dime worth of hairpin during courtship and then plan to marry a youthful girl with such a high salary like you to be a slave away in serving him and his whole family. What a good scheme he has. Then she continued. You don't need to think about it. You can basically kick him away. Why keep for the new year? Although this era was poor, it was pure and simple. Outrageously simple. Both were workers. Gifting a hairpin was enough during courtship. What a joke. Like this. He wants to marry a wife. Will she be able to live a good life when entered the house? At that time, fourth sister-in-law, you married your eldest brother. It seems to start with a blind date. Zhou Xiaomei mentioned. How can you compare it with me? I live in this house now. Will you when you marry over? Lin Qinghe said. You have to live with his family. At that time, it'll noisy every day. Enough. I'm not talking with you anymore. If you want to marry you, then marry. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. What I said today has done justice to our relationship of many years. The future is your own, you decide. Before departing, Zhou Xiaomei reminded. Don't tell mother about this. Why would I talk about this? Quickly go back. Seeing your useless appearance makes me heart suffocate. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Zhou Xiaomei couldn't help saying. How could you be like this, fourth sister-in-law? Be like what? Lin Qinghe snorted. If you live well, you really have to keep up with me. I'm not boasting with you. In this family, I say one, no one dares to say two. If you want to be well, you have to learn a little bit. For example, the guy you are dating. If it's me, who knows which corner I already kicked him to. With a hairpin, he wants to marry. Is he treating you like a cabbage? Quote, Zhou Xiaomei knew that her fourth sister-in-law had her best in mind. But they were all on vacation now. Wait until she goes back to work, she'll explain to him. After being reminded by her fourth sister-in-law like this, she also felt quite disinterested. Lin Qinghe still couldn't hold back and mumbled this to Zhou Qingbai. Really, I haven't seen such a thing. One hairpin and he wants to marry a person back to serve a family. Is his hairpin made of gold? Zhou Qingbai didn't care much about these things, but it was obvious that his wife treated Xiaomei well. Otherwise, would she check it out for her? In the end, it's that man who thinks he's superior for being city folk, or else would he dare to do this to Xiaomei? City folk, it only sounds good. Everyone is crowded in a room and when one farts, it stinks up the whole house. What is there to be proud of? Lin Qinghe continued to mock. Certainly isn't as spacious as the countryside. Zhou Qingbai echoed. In fact, the situation in the countryside was similar. It wasn't easy to build another house. One had to accumulate half a lifetime money before one can make a new one. However, this does not affect his bottom line and followed along with his wife's complaints. Not only is the accommodation bad, but you also can't eat like us. They need coupons for everything. The black market is very expensive. It's not as good as our countryside. Lin Qinghe continued. Only after she grumbled with Zhou Qingbai did she feel it was enough. At this time, the dumplings were almost finished folding up. Not going back this year. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Not going. I won't go back in the future. Except for my third brother. I have broken relations with all of them. Lin Qinghe maintained relentlessly. From the start, she wasn't the original owner. Seeing how the old Lin family were, she won't be masochist and stay connected with them. They can all scram far away from her. Zhou Qingbai knew her temperament. Maybe it was just joking and it'll be fine once her anger died down after a while. But apparently, it wasn't a matter of Lin Qinghe's anger dissipating or not. She just doesn't want to have any ties with the white-eyed wolves of the old Lin family. So she won't go visit them herself. As for what other people will say, it doesn't matter. Since Zhou Qingbai was at home, no evil wind will blow by. As a woman, why can't she be a bit selfish? On New Year's Eve, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai brought Dahua, Erhua and Sanhua over to the old Zhou family during dinner to join their table. They didn't come over to make dinner, so Lin Qinghe got Zhou Qingbai to carry 2 solid dishes. One was pork meatballs and the other was tiger skin eggs. Both were very delicious. These 2 solid dishes added a lot of color to old Zhou's New Year's Eve dinner. The eyes of adults can't help but float up, let alone the children. Fourth sister-in-law, you made these. When did your cooking get so good? During dinner, Zhou Xiaomei ate the meatballs and was full of praises. I didn't make it by yourself. Your fourth brother also helped. Lin Qinghe said and then turned to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Father, Mother, try them. It tastes pretty good. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou responded okay. Seeing that this family was reunited now, the 2 elder was clearly in a good mood. Especially now that Lin Qinghe, the most ignorant daughter-in-law, had a record of changing for better. Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua were all very well nurtured. Zhou Qingbai, the youngest son, had also returned home. So they were overjoyed to have this dinner party this evening. Even second sister-in-law didn't act out and attract disdain at this time. The truth was she didn't have time to. It was so rare to have such a delicious meal. She couldn't wait to eat more, so why would she pick on people? After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, conversing as they wait for the countdown was left. However, Lin Qinghe didn't want to stay for this tradition. She chatted for a while before she took her kids back home around 9 o'clock to sleep. As for the countdown, there was Zhou Qingbai. He was enough. Mother Zhou pulled her youngest son into the room to speak, mainly to ask Lin Qinghe's current thoughts. Don't worry, Mother. My wife is very good. Zhou Qingbai said. Mother Zhou advised. Mother knows that your wife has proved to change for better. But you should still pay attention. She still has a thorn in her heart from your retirement. If there's a problem, yield to her. Quote, Zhou Qingbai nodded. It was not easy for his wife to manage the whole family's food and clothing, so he will naturally go along with her. Mother Joe didn't want her younger son to lower himself in front of another's daughter, but it couldn't help it. Now he had grown up and had his own family. How could she not know that the household won't be at peace if the female head of the family doesn't perform properly? The power of women had that much effect. It was undoubtedly the truth. Therefore, Mother Joe would rather have her son compromise. At least for now, Forth's wife did not make trouble because of his retirement, right? This is great. In the beginning, she was worried to death because she was afraid of the endless troubles from Forth's wife. The current attitude was still good. After the countdown, Zhou Qingbai went back. Zhou Xiaomei spoke with her mother. Mother, what did you call fourth brother in for? Nothing much. Mother Zhou didn't want to elaborate too much toward this daughter, otherwise, she could go to her fourth sister-in-law and pass it on. I know even without you saying. Must be telling him to have a good relationship with fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei said. Mother Zhou shot a glance at her. Aren't you clever, monkey spirit? I'm being clever. I'm telling the truth. Mother, you should really have a good talk with fourth brother. A guy like him, to be able to marry my fourth sister-in-law, it can only be said that he has good fortune. He must cherish it, Zhou Xiaomei stated. Mother Zhou was displeased. Which part of your fourth brother is bad? Fourth brother isn't bad, but to match my fourth sister-in-law, he's slightly not good enough. I know mother knows that well without me saying. That body full of style and knowledge, even the girls who grew up in the city can't compare to her. Zhou Xiaomei sang. Mother Zhou said. Can it be eaten? Ma'am, you're so vulgar. I'm discussing something serious with you and you veer off. Zhou Xiaomei said. Mother, did you notice? Fourth sister-in-law is now more beautiful than before. Mother Zhou glanced at her and said nothing. How could she not see? There were no words for this youngest daughter-in-law's appearance. The female-educated urban youth were pretty, but still, they can't be compared with Fourth's wife. In contrast to the past, the current Fourth's wife was more comprehensible, whether it was her speech or actions. For example, when the whole family came over for dinner, she brought 2 solid dishes. Even Second's wife, who was prepared to criticize, became mute. She can be considered as being generous and decent. No matter what, her son was worthy of her. How could it be incompatible like her daughter said? I didn't say it's a bad match. I just wanted to say that you have to make fourth brother coax her well. This time I came back, I noticed fourth sister-in-law's affection for the kids. With her personality, if she's not happy, she might really cleanly separate from fourth brother. Don't say it's not possible. You're clear on how well I understand fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei stated. Mother Zhou wanted to pinch her and scolded. It's New Year, speak less of those unlucky words. I think she is fine now. It is fine then don't let her suffer a grievance. Otherwise, it's possible for her to break away from her in-law family since she already disowned her maternal family. With fourth sister-in-law's looks, it's possible for her to marry into the city. She is so powerful, she can definitely have a firm footing. Speaking about it, fourth brother benefited at the beginning because she had a beautiful dream. Now that her dream is broken, it is really rare for her to not make a scene. Zhou Xiaomei remarked. After hearing the news of her fourth brother's retirement in the food factory, she had expected that her fourth sister-in-law would not give up easily. Okay, quickly go to bed. Mother Zhou uttered impatiently. Mother Zhou brought it up to Father Zhou when she came back. Father Zhou said. Don't worry about that much. No need to govern that side. I think Qingbai and his wife have a good relationship. The most important thing was that Fourth's wife was now devoted to Dahua and his brothers. Looking at the 3 grandchildren, Father Zhou was delighted at the sight. Have to say, the father and mother was an important factor. When the parents are good-looking, the children below can't be too bad. When I saw Dahua and his brothers today, and I feel that the children in the city are like this. Father Zhou merrily remarked. Mother Zhou did not say anything about this point. When talking about the 3rd generation of descendants, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd branches cannot be compared with 4th's. Not just old Zhou's family. Even in other families in the village, there was no one that could beat them. This was really thanks to having beautiful parents. While old Zhou's house spoke, at Lin Qinghe's little family. After Zhou Qingbai returned to the house, he saw that the mother and sons were sleeping soundly. He took off his clothes and got on the Kong. Probably after getting used to it for a while, Lin Qinghe no longer resisted his embrace. Sensing his presence, she automatically approached, hugged his waist, and found a comfortable position in his arms to continue to sleep. In the dark, Zhou Qingbai's stiff face alleviated. He held her willow waist, smelled the fragrance of her hair, and soon fell asleep. When Lin Qinghe got up early the next morning, Zhou Qingbai had already made breakfast. Although it was New Year's Day, they don't have to eat too special. Millet porridge served with buns was enough. Lin Qinghe got the kids to get up. The brothers didn't want to get up. The bed in winter was so warm that they wished to stay there. Especially with such a big quilt that Lin Qinghe got this year. So comfy. There was another one in the next room, which hadn't been used yet. On top of that, there's a 4-jin one here. It was sufficient. In fact, Lin Qinghe also didn't want to get up, but today was New Year's Day. She had to let the children go give New Year's greeting. After dressing them up, she let them have breakfast. Once they finished, she gave them candy and let them go out to play. As for the New Year's money, they did get it. 2 dimes for each person. The usual rule for Sanhua, she keeps it. The other 2 don't need her to keep it. Lin Qinghe didn't remain at home during New Year's Day. She took Sanhua over to the old Zhou's house. She came to chat eldest sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, and Zhou Xiaomei. As for second sister-in-law, she wasn't included in her list. Although third sister-in-law hadn't completed her postnatal confinement yet, her body was now much better. And it was New Year, she was happy to chat. Lin Qinghe didn't plan to be a bother. She left after talking for almost an hour. As for second sister-in-law, she happened to be not home. She went out to converse with other women in the village. Lin Qinghe brought Sanhua home. Zhou Xiaomei followed her back too. When they returned, Zhou Qingbai was feeding the pigs. Zhou Qingbai was still in charge of these things. Lin Qinghe occasionally lent a hand, however, it was impossible to dump the whole responsibility all to her. Fourth sister-in-law, you have changed a lot. You can bear having the pigs at home. Zhou Xiaomei said, a surge of emotion. Come on. Lin Qinghe tossed a glance at her. Zhou Xiaomei grinned. Fourth sister-in-law, what kind of person do you think I should find? Have no parents and own a car and a house. Lin Qinghe casually replied. Zhou Xiaomei burst into laughter, chuckling. Fourth sister-in-law, I say, what you said is too interesting. Why, it doesn't make sense. Lin Qinghe uttered. It does. It's not easy to find this type. And if something happens, there's no one to seek help from. Zhou Xiaomei pointed out. What kind of help do you need? You got so many brothers in your maternal family. If needed, just give us a shout. Who won't support you? Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Xiaomei said with a smile. Still won't chance upon this type. If you don't meet one, you can only retreat and take the second place. But you can basically kick that guy of yours, no need to think about it. Lin Qinghe advised. I'll kick him once I'm back after the new year. Zhou Xiaomei concurred. Find a reliable person, like your fourth brother. He has to have a sense of responsibility. His shoulders can hold things up. He can go out to protect his wife and children at home. Also, have good looks. Lin Qinghe listed. Zhou Xiaomei uttered in shock. Didn't you used to say that my fourth brother is bad here and there? How long ago was it before you changed? She really didn't see that many good points from her fourth brother. In her eyes, her fourth brother was a rough man. A woman's heart is a needle in the sea, can say wind 1 second and rain the next. Not just me, even you know. Lin Qinghe stated. Of course, Zhou Xiaomei knew. But still, she changed too fast. I used to spend too little time with your fourth brother. Each time, he couldn't stay for more than a few days. What can I see with this? Now that I have interacted with him, I think he is really good. At least, as the head of the family, he can support my family's front. Lin Qinghe clarified. Although he hadn't approved of her pork resale until now and was too rigid, she had no complaints in other aspects. To put it simply, the person was handsome, had a lot of gold, and was vigorous with a big device. Cough. Although she hadn't experienced the last part personally, she wasn't stupid. From the cuddling in bed, how can she not feel his amazing size? Actually, she was a little scared. afraid that she couldn't bear. She had deviated too much. Anyway, Zhou Qingbai's condition was quite in line with her taste. The only bad point was his inflexibility. She still had to continue to train him. Zhou Xiaomei also had lunch here. Once she finished, she returned. Lin Qinghe told her that their family was going to the county city tomorrow and would leave Feiying to watch the house, so there was no need to come and find her. Zhou Xiaomei immediately responded, "I will go with you. The bicycle has no space. And it's a rare chance for us to have a family trip. Are you sure you want to join?" Lin Qinghe said. "Forget it then." Zhou Xiaomei waved her hand. "What do you want to eat? I will bring it back for you." Lin Qinghe asked. "No need. I will come to your house tomorrow night to eat." Zhou Xiaomei checked. "Sure." Lin Qinghe gave her the answer. Zhou Xiaomei happily went back. The New Year's Day passed like this. Overall it was filled with happiness. Only on the night of New Year's Day, Zhou Qingbai was obviously not behaving. "Wife, your anger should be gone," Zhou Qingbai hoarsely voiced out. Must say, it was quite tempting. It was still useless. Lin Qinghe's heart hardened. "Don't touch me, go to sleep by yourself." "Wife." Zhou Qingbai dropped a kiss on her neck. Lin Qinghe immediately reacted. "If you go too far, don't blame me for flipping on you." Zhou Qingbai maintained. "Your business is a bad idea. If an accident happened, it'll be bad for your reputation. I did say I have a way. If I get into trouble once, then I won't wash my hands in the golden basin. But only on the premise that you let me try it once. It's just selling some pork. What the big deal? Believe it or not, this situation is only for the time being. It will be the world of merchants in the future." Lin Qinghe persisted. "The future is the future. Now it's not allowed." Zhou Qingbai stood firm. "Qingbai, let me try. Just let me try it once. If it doesn't work, then I'll be ruly. If you can, will you let me give it a go?" Lin Qinghe pleaded softly. Her hands were on his cheeks and touched his chin, which was full of hard stubble. It felt quite comfortable and simulating to feel. It was a rare opportunity for Zhou Qingbai to see her acting as obedient as a cat. So he enjoyed her coquetry a bit and then refused firmly. Angrily Lin Qinghe's hand went down and unknowingly caught his fatal point. It made Zhou Qingbai was all tense, but still couldn't help but want more. Lin Qinghe fulfilled his wish. When it was halfway through, she let go and stopped. Then she changed position with Erhua and ignored him. A hardened man like Zhou Qingbai was close to exploding from the punishment his unsparing wife gave. In the middle of the night, he inevitably got up and changed his underwear. Early the next morning, the family ate breakfast and headed to the county city. They gave Mother Zhou a key and told her to come over to cook some food for the pig when it was time. They were fed before they went out. Zhou Dahua, Zhou Erhua, and little Sanhua were all overjoyed to be able to go to the city with father and mother. Zhou Dahua was at the front. Lin Qinghe held Erhua and Sanhua at the back. Like this, the whole family came to the county city. The family took a family portrait. Narcissistically, Lin Qinghe also took 2 more individual photos. Zhou Qingbai was forced by her to take one as well. As for Dahua, Erhua and Sanhua, they grouped together for one and then separate for an individual one. Then it was the movie. The family watched a movie. Even though it wasn't good, Dahua and Erhua still enjoyed it deeply. Sanhua fell asleep after watching half. Zhou Qingbai held him, as Lin Qinghe continued to watch with 2 big ones. After watching the movie, the family came out and went to the restaurant. After coming out of the restaurant, Dahua expressed, "The dumplings aren't as good as our family's. The taste can't beat homemade ones." Erhua nodded. "Be satisfied that you got something to eat and don't be picky." Lin Qinghe uttered, "She bought some little apples and nothing else. She spent a lot of money today. The photos will be ready for pickup in a week. Play, eat, and movie, it was all done. Now, it was time for the family to head home." On the way, Dahua and Erhua expressed that they will watch the movie in next year's New Year. "Sure, as long as you study well every day, I can fulfill your desire to watch movies," Lin Qinghe generously declared. Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything. He took his wife and children back home on a bicycle but still listened to the laughter of his wife and children. His usual cold expression on his face had a rare softness. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they get home. The whole family was tired after a day out. Dawa and Erwa were so energetic, so Lin Qinghe didn't stop them from going out. She took Sanhua with her to relax. At this hour, it was almost time for dinner. Napping wasn't possible. Lin Qinghe washed the apples to snack on. Zhou Qingbai bit into one, while Sanhua was spoon-fed apple puree that was scraped out by her. Although he counts as 2 years old, the real age was still too small. Zhou Qingbai took over this job once he finished his and let her eat her own one. In this freezing weather, what should we eat tonight? Lin Qinghe asked. Dumplings is enough, Zhou Qingbai uttered. How about cornmeal manto? Lin Qinghe was sick of eating dumplings and suggested. I'll steam another piece of bacon and cook a seaweed soup. Okay, Zhou Qingbai nodded. Zhou Xiaomei came over to eat during the evening. It was amazing to eat bacon. She felt that her fourth brother seemed to be a lot fatter since returning home. At least, he looked sturdier than before. She believed this was all thanks to her fourth sister-in-law. Look at this bacon. It was so fragrant and delicious that she could almost swallow her tongue. Lin Qinghe's bacon was indeed delicious. This was without a doubt. Just looking at Zhou Qingbai and the kids and you'll know. Stir-fried bacon and pickled vegetables with a little sprinkle of crushed chili. So aromatic and tasty. There was also a big bone and seaweed soup. Even though it was mainly simple cornmeal manto, as a guest, Zhou Xiaomei was still satisfied. She cleaned the tableware. Lin Qinghe didn't stop her. Her own Guzi came to Scrooge dinner, so why stop her from helping with the tableware cleanup? The second day of the new year was also very fulfilling. However, the old Lin family apparently had their own thoughts. Initially, they thought Lin Qinghe was throwing a tantrum and said she won't come back during the new year. She only had this one maternal family, how can she not come back? Like this, her in-law family would look down on her. But who would have known, she really didn't visit today, on the second day of New Year. Old man, do you think this girl really won't visit? Mother Lin asked. Well, it's just a matter of temper. No need to care whether she comes to visit her maiden's home. With her temper, she will come back crying to her maternal house someday. Father Lin snorted. Mother Lin nodded. This girl is too headstrong, she deserves to suffer. It wasn't just Father Lin and Mother Lin who talked about Lin Qinghe. Eldest brother Lin and eldest sister-in-law Lin mentioned her, but it was only a brief sentence or two. Second brother Lin and second sister-in-law Lin had more words to say. She actually not coming back. Do she think she was the same as before, where everyone had to coax her? Second sister-in-law Lin sneered. Second brother Lin also remarked. She didn't grow up. I can tell you, her life is definitely not going well now, otherwise, it will not be like this. If you bump into, pretend she's not there. Second sister-in-law Lin said. In the end, we're brother and sister. She did give me my coat. Second brother Lin pointed out. What gives? I said so much flattery that I nearly worshipped how fragrant her stinky feet were for this coat. This is what our family deserves. Second sister-in-law Lin sneered coldly. Third branch also had their talk. Third sister-in-law Lin was really surprised. I thought your third sister wasn't serious with what she said. Never expect her to not come back today. Today, only the first Guzi and second Guzi have returned. Only third Guzi didn't. She was pregnant with her second child. The first one was a girl. Now she was more than a month along, so she did not go back to her maternal house on the icy road. Going back after the new year was the same. My sister is really angry this time. Can't believe, father and mother. In the past, third sister brought back a lot of things to honor them. Now third sister's life isn't easy, they don't help out. Third brother Lin frowned. You don't have to be upset. Maybe it will be better after a while. Which daughter would really disown her maternal family? Third sister-in-law Lin. Didn't care. You don't know my third sister. When she said disown, she would never come again if my father and mother don't go and invite her over. Third brother Lin sighed. Get father and mother to go invite. Then don't think about coming back this lifetime. Third sister-in-law Lin stated. I'm going to see third sister tomorrow. Third brother Lin decided. It's fine if you go, but those courtesy gifts aren't necessary. Third sister-in-law Lin immediately responded. Brother San Lin hummed an Currently, he had no money. It would be nice to go over and see his third sister. After breakfast on the 3rd, he headed over. When he arrived, Zhu Qingbai was home, in the middle of feeding the pigs in the backyard. Now the pigs were getting bigger and bigger. He got up at 6 in the morning to feed and then feed again at 9. "Third brother, you have come." Zhou Qingbai greeted him when he saw him. "Jifu, is my sister home?" Third brother Lin smiled when he saw him and scanned the courtyard. "Your third sister is out, should be back in a while." Zhou Qingbai answered. Zhou Qingbai brought him over to the backyard. When brother Lin saw the 2 piglets, he couldn't help but feel sad. His third sister loved cleanliness. At home, she used to scold people for raising pigs, and swore never have them in her own family. Not to mention the pig, was it not the same with the chicken? But look at the present, because the family became so terribly off that the family had to raise pigs. If raised well, the 2 pigs can earn them a lot of work points. It was definitely not easy for his third sister now. Lin Qinghe carried San Hua home, and at the sight of this third brother, she was delighted. She had no interest in the other people in the old Lin family, but she still likes this third brother. "Don't rush back at noon, stay here for a meal." Lin Qinghe implored him. "No need, I'll go home and eat." Third brother Lin shook his head. "Such a long trip on New Year, how can I let you go back on an empty stomach?" Lin Qinghe said, "Sister, there's really no need. It's fine for me to eat at home. Now Jifu has retired, don't be temperamental in the future. Just live well with Jifu." Third brother Lin urged, "I still need you to teach me how to live. Look at San Hua, how well I have raised him." Lin Qinghe hugged San Hua over to show him, "Call Juju." "Juju." San Hua greeted. Third brother Lin grinned a response and touched his pockets with the intention to give New Year's money before he recalled he had no money. "I'm content that you can still visit me, this sister. Now I only acknowledged you from the old Lin family." Lin Qinghe stated. "Sister, don't say words of anger." Lin Qinghe interrupted third brother Lin before he finished speaking. "You know what kind of character I am. I didn't talk in anger. I had seen through those people now." Third brother Lin knew that she was still blinded in anger, just sighed, and said nothing. Since he came here, Lin Qinghe naturally kept him for lunch and not let him go back on an empty stomach. Lunch was simple: stewed pork and starch noodles, stir-fried bacon and pickled vegetables, and a mix of edible fungi. The central dish was plain mantou. "Sister, you don't need to make so many delicious foods. Leave them for Dawa and his brothers to eat." Third brother Lin caught sight of what was cooking on the coal stove and quickly interjected. Lin Qinghe maintained, "Even if you're not here, we will eat like this. Your sister's life is not as good as before, but it hasn't dropped down to that level yet. Relax and eat. Your sister is willing to give you to eat. But those in the old Lin family, don't even think about it. Don't say it when you go back." Quote. Third brother Lin turned to Dawa. Dawa confirmed, "We do eat like this. Tasty." Hua nodded. Third brother Lin mentally exclaimed, "Of course, it's tasty. It got meat, starch noodles, bacon, and flour bun. Which one isn't good stuff?" Third brother Lin went back after a satisfying meal. When he came over, he was worried, but now on the way back, third brother Lin felt a lot more relieved. Although his sister's life wasn't as great as before, it won't be too bad with a hard-working Jifu there. "Third brother is nice," Zhou Qingbai remarked. "Out of the entire old Lin family, only he hasn't become crooked." Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai just looked at her. "Neither have you." Lin Qinghe mentally retorted that she was not from old Lin family, and the former wasn't something good either. However, she didn't speak out. The first days of New Year had passed, the New Year feeling began to fade. On the 7th, Zhou Xiaomei returned to the county city, because on the 8th day, work will officially begin. Lin Qinghe left the kids for Zhou Qingbai to take care. She took Zhou Xiaomei to the county city on the bicycle. Mainly because she hadn't come out for a long time. After all, she needed an excuse to take something out. She took turns cycling with Zhou Xiaomei. It would very be tiring for her to bring her all the way. But Zhou Xiaomei, returning to the county city this time, was much easier than before. She was quite happy when waving goodbye to Lin Qinghe. At this time a colleague of her came over and asked, Who is that? A relative in the city. It's my sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei replied. Your fourth sister-in-law is so beautiful. I thought she was a city folk. The colleague said. Even though my fourth sister-in-law is not from the city, she is the most beautiful in our area. My fourth brother got lucky. Zhou Xiaomei said. The colleague smiled, then frowned. When are you planning to marry? I came back this time just to break it off with him. I really can't afford to climb into his family. My family is a rural background. Zhou Xiaomei pressed down her temper. This was taught by her fourth sister-in-law. If it was her, she would definitely explain it like this. When she said this, it made her colleague respect her and said, "What's wrong in the countryside? There's no worry about eating and drinking in the countryside. Forget it. I can't afford to socially climb. Help me give this hairpin back to him for me." Zhou Xiaomei requested and took a hairpin out. This hairpin is absolutely beautiful, the colleague uttered. Since it's pretty, then go over and get him to give it to you. Zhou Xiaomei finished and went back to the dormitory. Her colleague blushed, and then whispered, I didn't steal him from you, it's you, who don't want him. So less than 3 days later, Zhou Xiaomei witnessed her former match grabbing and eating dinner with that colleague. The two appeared quite intimate. Some other colleagues came over to mention it. Zhou Xiaomei gave the same explanation: she can't match up to the other, and the other deserved better. Although Zhou Xiaomei was not sensible, she still had self-awareness. This invoked sympathy from many colleagues for her, but it was also because of this matter that they had high regard toward Zhou Xiaomei and felt that she can be a good friend, unlike some people. In the past, they thought she a good person. Never thought she would actually steal a colleague's match. Really got no standards. Zhou Xiaomei didn't care about this, because after the split, others pursued her due to her noble quality. Zhou Xiaomei followed what her fourth sister-in-law told her. After considering them one by one, she found that none of them meet what her fourth sister-in-law said. Either the family was counting on his salary, or he was too unsightly, or his home was too small. In short, no one met the criteria. In the end, Zhou Xiaomei can only continue to be single. She currently trusted her fourth sister-in-law deeply and felt what remained was the best. Rather than being picked by others, it was her not wanting others. It wasn't that she wasn't desired, she was very popular. This was indeed the case. Zhou Xiaomei's family composition need not be questioned. She got many brothers in her family. Her circumstance was fine. If one marries her, one doesn't need to worry about her maternal family needing relief from the son-in-law's family. Maybe instead, they will be able to help the son-in-law's family in the city. Many maternal families of the daughters-in-law from the rural who have joined the city will give some food after the food distribution. What's more, Zhou Xiaomei still had own income. It can't get any better. Therefore, it wasn't false to say that Zhou Xiaomei was in demand. But Zhou Xiaomei doesn't have that intention now. In the countryside, Lin Qinghe knew about this because after Zhou Xiaomei kicked that guy, she had come back once or twice a month and heard all about it from Zhou Xiaomei. In a blink of an eye, it was already March, the season of recovery of all things. You check around and see who in the village has chicks. Buy a few to raise. Lin Qinghe said, there are 5 people in our family, up to 3. Zhou Qingbai stated. Only then Lin Qinghe remembered this. During this period, there were restrictions. 1 chicken per 2 people. Her family of 5 can have 3 maximum. You go to catch 6. Chicks die easily. Lin Qinghe decided. Zhou Qingbai did not object to this. It was indeed the case. Lin Qinghe's plan was if they all survived, then she'll wait until they grow up and slaughter them to nourish the whole family. At this time, it was easy to raise chicks. Zhou Qingbai went to buy 6. When they were still chicks, more are raised. This was the usual practice. After all, it is necessary to consider that the chicks may die halfway. So no one will say anything. If they grow up and live, then it wasn't allowed. Better to be a socialist grass than a capitalist country seedling. If she raised more, then she was latter. It wasn't easy. Our pigs should be able to be slaughtered this year. By then I guess it should be about 200 jins. Lin Qinghe inspected the 2 well-raised pigs and stated. Approximately that. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Wah, come and dig wild vegetables with me. Lin Qinghe shouted. She called for Wah, and Sanhua also tagged along. The trio went out carrying the basket. Zhou Qingbai looked at the mother and sons with softened brows but immediately sighed again. He wouldn't let his wife do the business, so his wife wouldn't let him get close to her. From the looks of it, there was no sign of softening from that hardened heart. Does she want him to be a monk forever? At the thought of this, Zhou Qingbai frowned. This was definitely not acceptable. It wasn't normal for the husband and wife to not have intercourse. No need doubt it, it was abnormal. But he unable to get his wife's approval. Zhou Qingbai stared at the two well-developed pigs and became a little worried. It wasn't just Zhou Qingbai fretting, Lin Qinghe was even more anxious. Now they have reached this season, where all was rejuvenated. The day before yesterday, when she went to collect meat, Meijia inquired with her when she'll start to take the meat. That side was ready but Zhou Qingbai won't agree to let her do it. Speaking of this, Lin Qinghe admired Zhou Qingbai in this aspect greatly. He endured all that suffering and still could maintain his position. This was a skill. However, she doesn't have any time to waste with him, so Lin Qinghe intends to give him a little taste of carrot tonight and force him to nod in agreement. That's right. Since ancient times, the sensual veil leads to the hero's grave as the honey trap scheme never fails. She gave him some benefit and if he refuses to agree, she will turn on him. Lin Qinghe, who had made up her mind, filled a basketful of wild vegetables with the kids. These wild vegetables were particularly good for eating or feeding pigs. Later on, they can forage wild pigweed, which was an excellent feed for the pigs. It was for her own ones, even if the team owned it, so Lin Qinghe was willing to gather pigweed. Mainly to save the grains. After digging a basket of wild vegetables, Lin Qinghe led the kids back home. It was just a little past 9 o'clock. Zhou Qingbai had already gone to work at this time. Lin Qinghe wrapped pork and shepherd's purse dumplings and set aside some for dinner tonight. The rest was fed to the pig. Gotta let the pigs consume some inorganic salt. Only she, Hua, and Sanhua were home now. And Hua, once school opened in spring, off he went. Zhou Qingbai personally took him to the team's elementary school. After Lin Qinghe's training over the winter, Hua can keep up with the progression with his current knowledge. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried. In order to get the kid to peacefully go to school, she sewed him a school bag. As for his father's military bag, Lin Qinghe was unwilling to let him ruin it. The newly sewed school bag had Hua overjoyed. Without his mother's nagging, he happily went to register with his father. From the beginning of spring to now, he had adapted very well. At noon, Hua returns from school. At the same, Zhou Qingbai get off work. During this period, it was very exhausting. Lin Qinghe paid no heed to Hua, but she was considerate to Zhou Qingbai, who supported the whole family. She had prepared a cool face wash, as well as warm water. Zhou Qingbai had got to know his wife's temper since he came back, really proud. If he wants her to bow her head, it was very unlikely. It was evident that she wanted something, judging by her thoughtful action today. Was she aiming to give him the last attack? Can he bear the gentle knife of his wife? But no matter what the man thought, he was very calm and enjoying the meticulous care from his wife. Pork and shepherd's purse dumplings were for lunch. The taste was really delicious and fresh. At this time, shepherd's purse was really fragrant and tender. Lin Qinghe also liked to eat it. After the family was full, they began their noon break. Lin Qinghe began to assess what Hua had learned in the morning, then reinforce the knowledge into him, and lastly gave him a few questions to do. Mother, why do I feel that you better at making questions than our teacher? Zhou Hua sighed at the sight of these difficult questions. Lin Qinghe mentally answered, this was an important part of, your mother's life. My total score for the college entrance examination was more than 600. During college, I was a top scholar, who received a scholarship while under the work-study program. However, Lin Qinghe said, treasure your chance to study now. You don't know how much your mother, I wanted to study back then but your grandpa and granny refused to let me. This bit was what I learned after many difficulties, so I'm not blind with my eyes open. Hearing this, Zhou Qingbai couldn't help but look at her. He had always known that his wife recognized the word. When they just matched up, she had mentioned this, but for so many years, she had never written a single letter to him. He had seen it. Her words were very beautiful. An average college student may not necessarily be as beautiful as her words. Although Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything, Lin Qinghe understood what his gaze meant. Lin Qinghe just caught a glimpse and then removed her eyes to express that she didn't know anything. She didn't do it, so why should she take the blame? But the man's gaze behind her was too strong, making her nervous and uneasy. It's getting pretty warm now. You brothers will sleep next door. Lin Qinghe coughed and said. As soon as these words came out, she felt the man's gaze become more unsettling. Dawa was first to protest. I want to sleep here. I heard Yang Yang said that he sleeps with his father and mother. This was Wa's response. Yang Yang was Zhou Yang, eldest sister-in-law's son. Yang Yang have no choice. There is only one Kong. Our family got two. We can't let next door's one collect dust. Lin Qinghe said rightly. What about Sanhua? Dawa pointed out. You're comparing yourself with a little brother who can't speak smoothly. Really? Lin Qinghe expressed to him in contempt. At once Dawa had nothing to say. He kicked Wa, motioning him to say a few words. Mother, you can't bias towards Sanhua. You gave birth to all of us, Wa said. Fine, Sanhua sleeps with you over there. If he wet the bed and you dare to hit him, I will hit you. Lin Qinghe snorted. Since she came, Sanhua had wet the bed twice. It was just 2 times and it had got on Dawa's pants and stained Wa as well. The brothers were so angry that they wanted to hit Sanhua. Dawa hadn't forgotten about that matter and uttered, forget it. Let him sleep here. It's fine for Sanhua to sleep here. My elder brother and I will go to bed next door. Wa nodded. Sanhua hugged his mother, expressing that he doesn't want to sleep with his 2 brothers. He wanted to sleep with his mother. All right, then it's settled happily. Lin Qinghe declared. Then as soon as she looked up, she met Zhou Qingbai's deep gaze. Lin Qinghe's heartbeat was somewhat accelerated. With a calm face, she said, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Do your homework next door. Zhou Qingbai ordered Dawa. Dawa observed his father. He felt that he couldn't get his way this time and immediately took his homework with him. Wa saw his father looking over. He discerningly planned to retreat out of the room, when he heard his father spoke. Bring your little brother over. No, he'll pester me. Dawa shouted from his side. However, no matter he protested, Wa brought Sanhua over. Sure enough, Sanhua demanded pen and copybook from him so he could write and draw by himself, otherwise, he would cry. I remembered now, my pot has not been scrubbed yet. Lin Qinghe wanted to escape. The man's gaze was burning, so much it can burn people. I scrubbed it. Zhou Qingbai pulled her hand. Lin Qinghe spun and landed in his arms. Lin Qinghe was sitting in Zhou Qingbai's arms. The forever calm her blushed slightly from this. She wanted to get but was restrained by Zhou Qingbai. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. They will come in later. Lin Qinghe said, letting the children sleep by themselves, huh? Zhou Qingbai ignored that and stared at her. The slightly emphasized, huh, made Lin Qinghe felt a slight overbearing CEO feel. They have grown up, it's natural to sleep on their own. That's right, you are sleeping with them tonight. Lin Qinghe mouth uttered the opposite intention of her heart. Wife, I want you. Zhou Qingbai dropped a kiss between her necks and said in a hoarse voice. You can save it, it's not dark yet, Lin Qinghe quickly blurted. Sitting in his arms, she could feel the man's enthusiasm for her very clearly. But, what time was it? There were 3 little ones in the next room, who can come in at any time. Zhou Qingbai said nothing, but his hands lingered around her waist. Lin Qinghe acted composed as she patted his shoulder. Release me quickly. Your sweaty body will soon suffocate me. Zhou Qingbai sniffed himself. He certainly smelled sweaty, so he could only reluctantly let go of her. Still, he was delighted. His wife said, wait until tonight. Go wash yourself, change clothes, and nap. Lin Qinghe ushered. Knowing he'll have meat tonight, Zhou Qingbai naturally did not object. He went to the yard, took a cold wash up, and changed his clothes. Instead of Lin Qinghe washing it for him, he washed it himself and then basked it in the sun. He wanted to go back to his room to get intimate with his wife again. Even if he didn't do anything during the day, it was still very good. But as soon as he returned to the room, he saw his wife had simply hidden in the next room. Quickly go to sleep, you'll have to head to work soon. Lin Qinghe waved her hand to send him away. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her rather grudgingly. Lin Qinghe expressed she didn't see it, so Zhou Qingbai could only go back to rest on his own. Hua, the smarty pant, grinned. Mother, father wants you to accompany him. Father is that big and why accompany him? Da Hua exclaimed. Want company. San Hua looked up and seriously repeated. Lin Qinghe became Zhong. Then her eyes twinkled as she spoke. Should mother accompany you guys or your father? Choose for yourself. With me. San Hua looked at her. I also want mother to accompany us. Hua smiled. Da Hua declared that he grew up and don't need mother's company. Hurry up and do your questions. Not allowed to sleep if you don't do it. Lin Qinghe glared. Da Hua racked his brains to answer the questions. Even if he got 3 out of the 5 questions right, he still dared to complain that her question was harder than his teacher. Lin Qinghe taught him once, and then he corrected it. I plan to go to the county city this week. If you study hard, then you will get a share of the malted milk powder I bought for your brothers. If not, then you can watch them drink. Lin Qinghe pushed. I study every day, and I am the class's study committee member. Da Hua pointed out. Next semester strives to become the class monitor. A study committee member is enough to make you proud. Lin Qinghe said. What's the benefit of being the class monitor? Da Hua said. Being the class monitor, you get a lot of respect in the class. But that doesn't benefit me. You decide whether you want to be one. I will not lose anything if you aren't. Lin Qinghe smirked. Da Hua felt that it wasn't easy to fool his mother. But seeing you like this, I also plan to study and see if there is any chance to continue my education. Lin Qinghe remarked. As a mother, you still want to study. Da Hua looked at her in surprise. Hua too. San Hua continued to doodle his own thing. People live till they're old and learn till they're old. If not, they will be eliminated by society. Not only will one continue to learn in life, it will become one's own ability when learned. They can be used wherever they go. Even if you 3 aren't filial to me in the future, I still have the ability to feed myself. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. You won't take care of father. Da Hua immediately mentioned. Your father, let him continue doing farm work. Doesn't he like to do farm work? Then let him do it all his life. At that time, I'm still a youthful flower, while he is like an old man. He would feel ashamed when going out. Maybe then, people assume I'm his daughter. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Zhou Qingbai, who could not sleep on his own and was planning to come to accompany his wife and children, heard such words. At once, he became dumbfounded. And, Zhou Dawa, aren't you paying attention to the wrong point? Lin Qinghe uttered as she pinched Da Hua's ear. Da Hua threw his homework and screamed. It hurts, it hurts. Mother, I'm in pain. Do you know you're wrong? Lin Qinghe questioned. I know. Da Hua immediately said. Where are you wrong? Tell me. Lin Qinghe said indifferently. I don't know if my little brothers are filial or not, but I will definitely be filial. Da Hua swore. Eldest brother, don't talk nonsense. I will definitely display filial piety in the future. Hua shot a glance at him. I dote mother. San Hua also gave a mouthful of flattery. Lin Qinghe let Da Hua off. She then hugged San Hua and kissed him. This is mother's good son. Zhou Qingbai did not enter. Instead, he went back to lie down and rested for a while. On this side, Lin Qinghe napped with her 3 sons. She dared not go over to his side and provoke him. Otherwise, the security of the daylight may not guarantee that this man, who had abstained for so long, won't do something. Once he woke up, Zhou Qingbai went to work. Before leaving, he claimed a kiss from Lin Qinghe before going out. Lin Qinghe was a little dissatisfied with herself, as her legs had actually buckled. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Hua staring at her with wide eyes. Then he ran over and demanded a kiss. Cough cough. Lin Qinghe coughed dryly before kissing on Hua's forehead. She pervasively said, one each. Hua bobbed his head in satisfaction, and uttered, it's the first time I see father kissing mother. Your father kissing mother indicates we have a good relationship. You can't go outside and say it, understand? Lin Qinghe warned. Of course, I won't. I heard Gang Tai tell people that his parents were building a human pyramid on the Kong, and people laughed at him for a long time. Hua nodded in understanding. Lin Qinghe rewarded him with head petting and said, "Then I allow you to order a dish tonight if we got the stuff at home. I want to eat soup noodle." Hua's eyes lit up. "How about adding a sweet and sour sauerkraut and a fragrant poached egg?" Lin Qinghe suggested. "Okay." Hua nodded in satisfaction. Having noodles wasn't a big issue. Tonight they'll eat noodles tonight. Lin Qinghe went to the kitchen and busied away. After forming the dough, she let it rest. She came over to the backyard and checked around. In the garden, the planting area can be expanded this year, including leeks, celery, onion root, green beans, green cucumbers, and the likes. The most planted was the tomato in her yard. It was really a lot, as her family likes to eat it. The tomatoes at this time were also pure organic tomatoes. It was particularly delicious, not only as a vegetable but also as fruits. Perfectly sour and sweet. Not long after planting, it will take about 2 or 3 months to get some fruit. The current season was of a variety of wild vegetables. Besides this, there wasn't much good to eat. The recorded temporary shortage was this current time period. In the evening, they had noodles as requested by Hua. Diced sauerkraut with minced meat leftover that was fried in oil, which then was sprinkled on the noodles. And finally served with a fragrant poached egg. This bowl of noodles was really fragrant. At least 4 men in the family have no doubt about her culinary skill. After eating and drinking to their content, Lin Qinghe sent Hua to wash the dishes. Since the cold began to fade, this chore was Hua's responsibility. At the start, Hua had quite a resentment, but now he got used to it. Hua wasn't left idle either. He cleaned the room and the yard. These were his jobs. As for Sanhua, he was still small. As long as he doesn't make trouble, she temporarily didn't count on him. After the work was done, Lin Qinghe took them out to eat and wander. Zhou Qingbai was at home, feeding pigs. At this time, they get fed once before they get fed again after 9 o'clock. Then the next feed was at 4 or 5 the next day. When Mother Zhou came over, Lin Qinghe and her 3 sons had gone to visit Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi. When she saw that her son was feeding pigs, she asked, "Your wife doesn't do the feeding." "I can do it," Zhou Qingbai said. "Mother, have you eaten yet?" "I have." Seeing her youngest son like this, it was impossible for Mother Zhou to not be distressed. She voiced out, "You worked all day. Go home and rest well. This is nothing. My wife has no free time at home." She watched Hua and Sanhua, prepared all kinds of delicious food, and made sure that everything was clean at home. Once exhausted, Zhou Qingbai returned home from work. He no longer felt tired. As for these, it was like what he said, he can do it. What's more, his wife had clearly stated it at the beginning of raising them. She would occasionally help out and for the most part, she won't intervene. In fact, this smell was quite strong. It was fine for him to manage it by himself. If he really let his wife do it, then he won't be pleased. He would rather do more than want his wife to get hands-on. After feeding the pigs, Zhou Qingbai cleaned the pigpen and then sprinkled lime powder again. This was requested by his wife. She said it was used for disinfection. After sorting out the pigpen, he moved on to cleaning the chicken shed. Although the chicks were still small, he changed the straw every day as his wife loved cleanliness. He also needed to sprinkle lime powder for disinfection. Although Mother Zhou couldn't bear for her son to undergo such stress, she didn't say anything. She also knew Fourth's wife's temper. She just asked, "What are these?" "Lime powder. My wife read in the book and said that it has a disinfecting effect." "Mother, do you want to take some back?" At this time, the chicken gets sick easily. Zhou Qingbai replied. Mother Zhou nodded. It was just a little lime powder. "Are you getting used to it lately?" Mother Zhou watched her youngest son. Her youngest son hadn't done any farm work in his life. At a young age, he went to work as a soldier. Now he had retired, which made people feel distressed for him. Of course, this was what Mother Zhou thought. Zhou Qingbai had strong adaptability. "Everything is fine. Mother, you don't need to worry about me." After talking with her youngest son for a while, Mother Zhou went back. Lin Qinghe walked around with her 3 sons before going home when it was almost time. It's getting late. Wash up and get ready to sleep. Zhou Qingbai directed this at the kids. However, Lin Qinghe had a feeling that this was intended for her. When she thought of this, she looked at Zhou Qingbai. As anticipated, she saw his pair of deep eyes staring at her. That gaze was full of aggression and wildness, which makes one's legs soften. What time is it now? Lin Qinghe uttered. Even though she said this, she still sent the kids to wash up. At the sight of the small wash basin, Lin Qinghe inquired, "Are there any carpenters near here? We need to make a big one for the brothers. 1 pot full and finish up, that way they don't need to do it one by one." "I'll find one." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded in response and washed the brothers one by one. Dahua was 6 and knew to be embarrassed. Lin Qinghe said, "Then do it yourself. Wash cleanly, or I will ask your father to come and rub off a layer of skin." Quote, the customs here weren't so diligent in tidiness. But her family was subject to her rules. Since it wasn't cold anymore, they got to do it once a day. Dahua happily washed himself. After washing, it was Wa's turn. Lastly was San Wa. After the brothers come out refreshed from the wash-up, it was Lin Qinghe's turn. Then these clothes were washed by Zhou Qingbai. That's right, Lin Qinghe, the ruthless woman, mercilessly got the man, who had a busy day outside, to wash the clothes. Zhou Qingbai didn't have any objection at all. After washing the clothes, he washed up. If he had it his way, he wouldn't use hot water. However, he listened to his wife and added a little bit, so the temperature wasn't cool. After washing up, he wore a pair of pants, the ones Lin Qinghe made it for him. He washed his clothes and hung them up. Once done, he came to the children's room. Dahua was doing homework, Wa was learning to count, and San Wa was holding a pen as he continued drawing. Lin Qinghe didn't mind that he was small, she taught him to draw. Must say, San Wa made decent progress, but what he drew was a bit abstract. "I will buy 2 vests for you to wear, the next time I go to the county city." Lin Qinghe looked at him. "Okay." Zhou Qingbai gave a casual response. He actually had enough clothes. Within the first 2 months of the new year, his wife made a few set for him when she was idle. It was also convenient for him to change. She had said he couldn't lie on the Kong sweaty. So he had a lot of clothes. If she wants to buy more for him, he wouldn't refuse. "I also want to study, but those learning materials aren't easy to get. Do you have a way?" Lin Qinghe looked at him. "What kinds do you want?" Zhou Qingbai nodded. "I want everything from elementary school to middle school to high school. I have nothing else to do at home. Once you bring it back, I can study by myself." Lin Qinghe answered, "I'll find some time to get it for you." Zhou Qingbai nodded. "Thank you." Lin Qinghe smiled. "It's pretty late." Zhou Qingbai's gaze secretly hinted to her, and very suggestively spoke. Lin Qinghe's mind said, "It's just after 6 o'clock. What late?" While she voiced out, "Dahua's homework has not been completed. Wa has not recited to 70. And San Wa has not been finished drawing Fei Ying yet." Soon, Dahua's homework was finished, and it was all correct. Plus, he passed all the questions she had given. Dahua was smug, making Lin Qinghe have the urge to hit someone. Usually, he was wrong, and at this critical moment, he can do it all. Not helping her, delaying time at all. Wa can make it up tomorrow. Now go to bed with your elder brother. San Wa, come to bed with father. Zhou Qingbai gave the final decree and carried San Wa. Dahua and Wa expressed that it was too early, they can't fall asleep. But a gaze from their father had them behave and honestly agreed to go to bed now. Lin Qinghe was led back by Zhou Qingbai. Her heart was slightly unsettled. She did not intend to come at him with real guns, just giving some sweet sample. Why did she feel like it was drifting off course? She won't go into detail on how her plan went astray. In short, Lin Qinghe seized to the last trace of reason to resist Zhou Qingbai at the crucial moment and force Zhou Qingbai to agree to her pork reselling. Zhou Qingbai was sweating at the time. His wife won't let him succeed. At such a time, she forced him to nod and promised to let her do her stuff. Can you name any hero who can withstand the beauty's torture at the most critical moment? None exist. Zhou Qingbai was an ordinary mortal as well, he can't resist his wife's attack. Although he was forced to agree, the following punishment had Lin Qinghe regretting to provoke this man. She didn't know how many times she repeatedly woke up and fallen asleep in exhaustion during the night. In short, he didn't stop. It was only when it was well into the night, did he rest. The next day Lin Qinghe woke up after 8 o'clock. When she woke up and thought last night's battle, she was slightly frightened. Sure enough, can't afford to provoke a man who hadn't been close to the female for too long. At this time, there was the voice of Hua and Mother Zhou outside. During this time, Hua had already gone to school and Zhou Qingbai had gone to work. Lin Qinghe quickly got off the Kong. Last night, she fell asleep straight away from exhaustion. It was Zhou Qingbai who helped her tidy up. But after getting off the Kong, she found that her legs were a little weak. Lin Qinghe's face flushed when she recalled Zhou Qingbai doing this and that last night. She had to admit that there's no worry about happiness, aka sex, for the rest of her life. Her own man was really strong and fierce. After a spring-ish pondering, Lin Qinghe refreshed herself. Mother Zhou peeled peanuts in the yard as she talked to Hua and Sanhua. Mother had come. Lin Qinghe wasn't embarrassed. Why did she sleep in so late? It was all thanks to Zhou Qingbai's doing last night. Go blame Zhou Qingbai, it had nothing to do with her. You woke up Apparently, Mother Zhou was a little angry. Her man had to go to work and the children were still young. She only got up at this hour now. Was there such behavior? Sanhua's father was uncomfortable last night. I had to serve him all night. Only slept after 12 o'clock, so I woke up late. Lin Qinghe explained without blushing and jitters. Mother Zhou halted for a while before her tone subsided. Then it was hard on you. Old Fourth was much better in the morning. Like she said, it turned out that there was this reason. It was fine to sleep in during the winter. So why did she wake so late at this time? It should that he hasn't adapted to farm work yet. I told him not to work today and take a day off, but he didn't listen to me. Lin Qinghe remarked. It's not easy to support a family, Mother Zhou said. It really isn't, so I allowed him to raise pigs and chickens at home. Lin Qinghe nodded. Mother Zhou choked. Have you both eaten? Lin Qinghe turned to Hua and Sanhua. We have. Mother, go eat. Hua bobbed. The breakfast was obviously made by Zhou Qingbai. He cooked millet porridge. The side dish was much simpler, just pickled veg. Sure enough, if she didn't get up to make breakfast, everything was simple. Lin Qinghe didn't mind. As she had the millet porridge with pickled veg, she couldn't wonder about Zhou Qingbai. Last night, he used a lot of energy and he just had this for breakfast. How can he have the endurance? Mother, there's no meat at home. I will go and check if I can buy some meat to nourish the kid's father. You look after Hua and Sanhua. Lin Qinghe swiftly finished up, washed the dishes, and voiced out. Go. Mother Zhou was also distressed her youngest son and concurred with this. Today, Mother Zhou didn't head out to work. After all, she got so many sons and daughters-in-law. No one dared to say anything if this old bone rest. Lin Qinghe rode the bicycle over to Mei Jia. The main thing was to pass the fact that she'll begin to take the meat tomorrow. Lin Qinghe had it all planned out. She'll collect the meat, store it in her space, and save a bit before she takes it to the county city for in one go. With just a few jin every time to the county city, she really didn't want to go so far. Mei Jia was ecstatic to see her coming here. Her side was already prepared. She whispered, I thought it was your man didn't agree. Actually, he didn't. He's too upright. I finally got him to approve. Once he did, I immediately came to find you, Mei Jia. Lin Qinghe explained. He didn't approve. Sister Mei couldn't help utter. Now he does. As long as there's no problem on your side, there will be no problem on my side. Lin Qinghe quietly spoke. You can rest assured. Mei Jia nodded. When will I drop by tomorrow? Lin Qinghe asked. Come by at 3 o'clock in the morning. Old Lao Chen will wait for you over there. Mei Jia immediately responded. 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Qinghe mentally muttered, it was really a pain. But she still agreed. When she gets back to the village after picking up the meat at 3 o'clock in the morning, it'll be almost 4 o'clock. It's pretty safe. Lin Qinghe bought some stuff and then cycled back. Halfway there, she dumped some pork, ribs, and eggs out when no one was at sight. There weren't many eggs at home. Once she carried these things back home, Mother Joe said, "Then I will go home first." Lin Qinghe nodded and handed Mother Joe a piece of meat about 200 grams. Mother Joe refused. "Keep it for yourselves. Mother, take it. You occasionally come to help me watch the boys, this way no one at old Joe's house will say nonsense." Lin Qinghe insisted. Mother Joe said, "I watch at my own grandsons, who dares to say anything?" "That's hard to tell. Take it, Mother. I still have some here." Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Mother Joe had the intention to persuade her to save a little money, but now, she dropped it. It was always bought back for her son and her 3 grandsons. "Mother, there are so many things to do at home. Where have you been?" Second sister-in-law couldn't help but uttered when she saw her coming back. Eldest sister-in-law's pregnancy was pretty far along, she should be about to give birth in this period. So she was at home instead of working. Third sister-in-law had gone to work. Although little Joe Dong was still young, he was left at home under eldest sister-in-law's care. She took time out to come back and breastfeed him. Second sister-in-law did not work today. As her period was very painful, she did not go. Second sister-in-law had not planned to do chores since her mother-in-law was also home and she could leave it to her mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law went to Fourth's house to help watch the children. This is from Fourth's wife. Initially, Mother Joe felt Fourth's wife was overthinking, not anymore at this moment. Looking at Second's wife's reaction, was this not discontent? Seeing this piece of meat, Second sister-in-law had no complaints. Beaming, she expressed, "Fourth sister-in-law is generous, to give such a large piece of meat. She said that I helped out in watching Erwa and Sanwa and let me bring this back." Mother Joe clarified, that was for second sister-in-law to hear. Second sister-in-law just twitched her lip. As for whatever happened in old Joe's house, Lin Qinghe had no interest at all. Those meats were to show filial piety to Father Joe and Mother Joe, as well as blocking second sister-in-law's mouth. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For noon, she planned to eat steamed rice. Lin Qinghe boiled 8-9 eggs and then peeled the eggshell. Followed by chopping pork ribs and cutting pork belly, which was then placed in a casserole and stewed with soy sauce. Then there was oil-countering stir-fried vegetable and a light shrimp skin and seaweed soup. Of course, these were timed to when Zhou Qingbai got home. Before this, Lin Qinghe had a lot of things to do since Zhou Qingbai was not at home. Although he had fed it once in the morning, she had to feed it again. As the 2 pigs' appetites become larger and larger, the food requirement also increased. Lin Qinghe planned to take an afternoon nap, so she took Erwa and Sanwa to dig wild vegetables. Zhou Qingbai came back at noon. His cheeks turned red from the sun. Lin Qinghe felt displeased at the sight of it. She fetched water for him to wash his face, and then let him bathe himself and change his clothes. Only then did the whole family eat. Pork belly, ribs, and boiled eggs stewed in soy sauce. Soup sprinkled on top go well with the rice. Lin Qinghe urged Zhou Qingbai to eat more. Zhou Qingbai's eyes twinkled when he looked at her. Lin Qinghe didn't understand what he was delighted about, so she ushered him to eat and go nap after eating. As anticipated, Zhou Qingbai was content with his lunch. Needless to say how good his wife's culinary was. Dawa cleans up the dishes. Erwa tidy up. Lin Qinghe finished eating and sent them to work. The brothers had already gotten used to it and began to busy away. Sanwa went to play with Fei Ying, while Lin Qinghe returned to her room. Zhou Qingbai was waiting for her. When she came in, his gaze followed her. Lin Qinghe coughed and stated, "I have already set things up with Mei Jia, you can't go back on your words." Zhou Qingbai pulled her into his arms and said, "I will only give you 1 chance. If one mishap happens, you will end it." "Okay." Lin Qinghe cheerfully concurred. "With the space, nothing will happen in this life. I heard you last night. Is it better?" Zhou Qingbai asked in a muffled tone. Lin Qinghe's face was slightly embarrassed. Was she injured? She didn't feel it, but to prevent the wolf from coming again at night, she said, "It's not better yet." "I'll check." Zhou Qingbai intended to inspect her. Lin Qinghe blushed. "What are you doing in broad daylight?" The kids are outside. The door is closed, they can't come in. Zhou Qingbai said. But still, how could Lin Qinghe let him check it? Definitely won't allow it. In the end, she got pressed down by Zhou Qingbai on the bed and kissed until she was dizzy and gasping. Wife. Zhou Qingbai lowly called. Lin Qinghe saw the hidden fire in his eyes and blurted. Last night you've been doing for so long, and you have been working all morning today. You still got energy. I do. Zhou Qingbai gazed passionately at her. Even if you do, I order you to rest. Lin Qinghe glared. It was undoubted that this rough guy had good physical strength. Just by looking at his physique, one can tell. No man in the village had a figure like him. Don't assume she didn't know that those big girls and young wives out there looked at him with starry eyes and their hostility toward her was huge. So what if the hostility was huge? This man isn't someone they can covet, he's Lin Qinghe's. I'm fine without a rest. Zhou Qingbai kissed her and wanted to get on top. I haven't rested enough. Last night, you were like you haven't seen meat for hundreds of years. I'm not well yet, Lin Qinghe expressed with a weak face. At this, Zhou Qingbai could only give up and said, then take a good rest. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhou Qingbai was also a bit guilty. He was indeed rash last night, but he couldn't help it either. His wife was so tempting that he couldn't help wanting it again and again. Lin Qinghe was relieved and then leaned softly into his arms. After the two were becoming husband and wife for real last night, she truly possessed a feeling this guy was her man. Although you're earning work points, you don't have to drain your mind and bones. You can be lazy if you can be lazy. Our family won't starve. You don't have to work that hard. Lin Qinghe voiced. Not hard. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. For a strong man like him, doing farm work was really nothing. What is not hard? It's not wrong to call those laborious work. I can tell you now, if you do not protect your body and become incapable in the future, I may kick you away. Lin Qinghe snapped. Then you can try and see if you can kick me. Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Lin Qinghe raised her hand to caress his face again. You're still young, so it's not yet. But Zhou Qingbai, how years of youth will your face have when it's beaten by the wind and glared by the sun outside? It's enough for man to be able to shoulder the responsibility, his face is not important. Zhou Qingbai maintained. He said this so manly. Lin Qinghe gave in to the impulse, dived in for a kiss. Zhou Qingbai was ignited by her. But knowing that she was still uncomfortable, he was not willing to touch her. I based on looks, so don't turn yourself into an old man. I don't like that, Lin Qinghe expressed. Zhou Qingbai uttered an N. It was considered as a promise. What's more, he knew it in his mind. The reason why his wife likes him was probably that he was good looking. Because from time to time, she would sometimes look at him in a daze, and occasionally her eyes would glow at the sight of his figure. So he knew how to attract his wife. Sleep. Zhou Qingbai hugged her waist and whispered. Lin Qinghe let him nap by himself. She came out to supervise Dawa on his homework. Erhua had to make up for yesterday's counting and Sanhua needed to wash his hands and face to prepare for a nap. Zhou Qingbai was indeed tired, so he slept in the room with the lingering fragrance of his wife. Work began again at 1 in the afternoon. Lin Qinghe was frustrated. Fortunately, the weather was good, and the sun was not so strong. But if they reach June or July, it won't be easy. It'll be simply exhausting to death. When Dawa went to school, Lin Qinghe brought Erhua and Sanhua out to dig wild vegetables and left the house to Fei Ying's care. Must say, with such an excellent home watcher like Fei Ying, Lin Qinghe was more reassured to go out. Although all the majority of important valuables in the family were stored in her space, there were still other things. At this time, many people came out to forage wild vegetables. Lin Qinghe led Erhua and Sanhua and ran into several other women who came out to dig wild vegetables. Oh, Qingbai's wife has also come out to dig wild vegetables. You used to look down on these wild vegetables and never eat them. One of the women, who was about the same age as Lin Qinghe but had a much older face than Lin Qinghe, spoke. This was clearly sarcastically remarking that Lin Qinghe was now a fallen phoenix. The past is the past. Now is now. The time has changed, right? People need to be discerning. Be proud when you should be proud, but once the proud moment is over, it's time to scale back. Lin Qinghe laughed lightly. Yeah, now you can't be proud. Woman sniggered. It's better than some people have never been proud before. Lin Qinghe unsmilingly smiled at her. These words had the woman called Wang Ling changed her complexion. What do you mean by that? You don't have a brain. Is that why you can't understand? Just you are only as worthy to ridicule me. Even if my family Qingbai retires, I don't have to do farm work. He did everything to let me enjoy the happiness at home. Do you have my kind of days? Lin Qinghe sneered. Wang Ling was reduced to speechlessly due to anger. With your life, if it was me, I couldn't live long ago. You still have face to chirp in front of me. Since your family can't afford a mirror, don't you know to piss and look at your old face with that? Near my age, you look more than 10 years older than me and still have the face to come to mock me in my face. Who gave you the courage? Hua, tell her, what our family ate for noon. Lin Qinghe said, stewed pork belly and eggs accompanied by white rice. Especially tasty. Hua immediately responded. Did you hear? Lin Qinghe threw Wang Ling a glance. Wang Ling was already trembling with anger, but she also knew that Lin Qinghe was not easy to bully. If she kept arguing, she was the one to suffer. So she turned away and left. Several other women were also a little embarrassed. Lin Qinghe didn't make trouble for them and took Hua and Sanhua away to dig wild vegetables. This made them breathe out in relief. What was Wang Ling thinking? Didn't she think twice about who to pick on for no reason? Is this person a good target to provoke? One of them muttered, isn't it cause of jealousy and want to make a fool of Lin Qinghe? Another's lip twitched. What is there to laugh at? Even though Zhou Qingbai retired, which woman in the village can compare with her? She has never been to the field since marrying Zhou Qingbai. A third also interjected. Who could deny that? I heard that she bought meat back to eat every 3 days or so. She can really bear to. Looking at Hua and his brothers, you can tell. This year they have grown a lot. Sanhua is almost a little fatty, like the blessed baby in the painting. Several women were talking, as they were digging wild vegetables in this area. As for Lin Qinghe, she brought Hua and Sanhua to forage on the other side. She dismissed Wang Ling from her mind. This person had a good relationship with second sister-in-law and often gossiped. As long as she didn't jab out in front of her, she won't care. This time, her guts got bigger and dared to come at her. Naturally, she won't be polite. The mother and sons gathered wild vegetables as they played. Because the spring rain fell a few days ago and it was a light rain that fell for 4 or 5 days, Lin Qinghe went up the mountain to pick mushrooms. With Hua and Sanhua with her, naturally, they will not go deep. They just searched for them on the edge. Still, they have found a lot. The mother and sons came out for more than an hour, and it can be considered a hefty harvest back. The unbroken mushrooms were put on the sieve to dry and act as spare. Those scattered and crushed, she'll fry the mushrooms tonight's dinner. They were very fresh and delicious. The wild vegetables just need to be washed and fried. There was still some pork, ribs, and eggs left over in the pot from lunch. At night, she'll fry 2 dishes. Then steam some cornmeal mantou, add a bowl of soup and it should be enough. Lin Qinghe took Hua and Sanhua home, let them pour the water for themselves to drink, and gave them milk candy each before they run off to play. She started cooking the pig food. The majority of the wild vegetables were for the pigs. The pigs in her family were really well breeded. By the end of the year on slaughter day, 200 jins was definitely not a problem. If they can produce 200 jins of meat, it was definitely a big fat pig in this era, and get extra points. And when the time comes to divide the meat, it'll be distributed to their own family. Although the smell was a little pungent, Lin Qinghe can still bear it. After all, she was only responsible for feeding. It was Zhou Qingbai's job to clean up. In fact, she fed them twice a day, once in the morning and once at noon. The rest was fed by Zhou Qingbai. Moreover, raising pigs wasn't the only source of points. If pig manure was given to the team, it will be counted as points. These were all handled by Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe will never participate. She got a man to rely on, so she won't do it. She was such a hypocritical person, needless to say she knew that in her own heart. Otherwise, why she would care about Zhou Qingbai, this poor man. After feeding the pigs and watering the vegetable garden, the jobs were mostly done. Lin Qinghe washed her hands and face before entering the kitchen to see if the dough rise. It was almost there, so she didn't touch it. She took out the remaining fabric at home and made a pair of slippers for Zhou Qingbai to wear at home. At 4 o'clock, Dahua came back from school. When he got home, he drank water and ran out to play. Lin Qinghe didn't mind about the brothers heading out from time to time. As long as they finished what was assigned to them, whatever they play, she rarely interferes as long as it wasn't dangerous. When it was almost time, Lin Qinghe put all the half-complete fabric, needle, thread, and scissors away. She headed to the kitchen and started to work on the family's dinner. Cornmeal buns. Lin Qinghe also intends to make whole wheat bran mantou. Apparently, the kids don't like it very much. She was okay, while Zhou Qingbai had no objection. As the kids didn't like it, she only made it once. But she still had to make it a few times next month. That way, they'll know how great it is to eat white mantou and cornmeal mantou. And prevent spoiling them, and be unable to eat any bitterness. Stepmother Lin Qinghe planned it this way, while her hands swiftly prepare the ingredients for the evening. Mushrooms don't need any pork. Just stir in a little leftover soup and it was good to eat. The wild vegetables were also very fresh. In addition, another soup was made. It was easy to make 2 or 3 dishes. All done in a few moments. Zhou Qingbai didn't return until about 6 o'clock. Although the man suffered hardship, he never said anything. Lin Qinghe could still sense a little tiredness from his eyebrows. It'll be strange to not be tired after working for so long. Clean up and prepare to eat dinner. Lin Qinghe said. Okay. Zhou Qingbai was indeed hungry. After washing his face, hands, and feet, he came to sit down. The brothers came back according to dinner time. After dinner, Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai, "Will you find some time to go over and buy those books for me? The team asked me to buy pesticides 2 days later. I'll bring them back to you then." Zhou Qingbai replied, "Okay." Lin Qinghe acknowledged, she won't be young when the college entrance examination resumes, but so what? The first batch had no age limit. She will participate in the exam once when the time comes. You're tired. Take a rest after taking a bath. I will feed the 2 pigs later. The pigsty can be cleaned up tomorrow. Lin Qinghe spoke in consideration for him. Apparently, Zhou Qingbai had not reached that level. Farm work was hard work, but he can still do it and he recovered a lot after returning home for a meal. However, pig food was still cooked by Lin Qinghe. Zhou Qingbai carried it over and fed it, and then cleaned the pigsty and chicken coop as well. This was what he had to do every day. Witnessing his uncomplaining attitude, Lin Qinghe felt that she was unconscientious, as she only took charge of 3 meals a day and ignored the rest. But what can she do? She got a fortunate life. Unconscionable women generally had a good life. She was almost like that. Of course, the hardworking and capable women were the same, but they just had it harder. People were different and their existence was for a reason. The existence of a woman like her meant that it was reasonable. The husband and wife were preoccupied till 7 o'clock, very fast. It was getting dark later now. At this time, the lights were just turned on and Zhou Qingbai went out. The 3 children studied. Lin Qinghe worked on the shoes while keeping supervision. It was only around 7:30 when Zhou Qingbai came back. He had something to discuss with the branch secretary. Lin Qinghe motioned to him to rest first. Zhou Qingbai stood there unmoving, obviously waiting for her. Dahua and Erhua started to wiggle their eyebrows. Lin Qinghe glared. "You 2 are drawing your eyes. Hurry, do your homework. Once done, blow out the light and go to sleep. To do your homework when it's not bright outside, don't you know that foreign oil is expensive? From tomorrow onward, do it once you get off from school. Don't eat until you finish." Zhou Qingbai felt that his elder son had disturbed his private time for 2, so he said solemnly. Dahua's face turned bitter. He wanted to say something but couldn't beat this couple and could only say that he would write it earlier tomorrow. After writing, he memorized another poem. Only then Lin Qinghe let him off. She had him and Erhua to prepare to sleep. Lin Qinghe came back with Sanhua and chatted with Sanhua for a while. The kid spoke very smoothly now and was also a chatterbox. Zhou Qingbai didn't find his youngest son bothersome. Sure enough, after playing for almost half an hour, Sanhua began to yawn. When he yawned, he immediately fell asleep. Lin Qinghe got pulled over by Zhou Qingbai. Don't mess, you've been busy all day. Go to bed early. Lin Qinghe whispered. Not tired. Zhou Qingbai flipped to the top. Lin Qinghe could only make another excuse and uttered, I'm not better yet. Just once, I'll be gentler. Zhou Qingbai maintained. What happened proved that when a man says this, it was just as unreliable as saying, I would rub, won't enter. In the end, Lin Qinghe ended up sleeping due to exhaustion. A satisfied Zhou Qingbai cleaned up his wife's body. At this time, it was almost 10 o'clock, so it was from 8 o'clock, when they got on the Kong, until now. Zhou Qingbai went to the kitchen to scoop the pig food to feed the pig. This was the last meal of the day. He had to get up and cook for them at 5 o'clock the next morning. Although it was only 2, still can't get idle. Even Lin Qinghe dozed off in exhaustion. She did not forget the agreement with Mei Jia. She got up when it was nearly 3 o'clock. It's still early. Zhou Qingbai woke up at once and hugged her. I have to get the pork. Lin Qinghe explained. Now. Zhou Qingbai frowned. When else? It's better to go now. Lin Qinghe said. Although it was a little early, it was the time of deep nightly stillness. Perfect to go to the slaughterhouse to get the meat. Zhou Qingbai declared. I will go with you. No need. I can go by myself. Lin Qinghe refused. Quickly sleep, and you have to head to work tomorrow morning. But Zhou Qingbai had risen to get dressed. No matter what Lin Qinghe said, it was useless. She could only let him follow. The truth was, it was a little scary for her to come out at night alone. Zhou Qingbai brought her over. Lin Qinghe carried a basket over to handle the transaction with Mei Jia's man old Chen Jie, and then came back. Not going to the county city. Zhou Qingbai gave her an inquisitive look. Don't need to. I have another plan. Lin Qinghe casually answered. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. Lin Qinghe responded. You can rest assured, I won't take risks. A couple should have more trust, you know. Zhou Qingbai chuckled. His bold woman can justify everything. When he took her home, it was only after 4 o'clock. Zhou Qingbai did not plan to go back to bed anymore. He wanted to go to cook the pig food, but he went to bed so late last night and got up at 3. Now it was only what time? I'll feed the pigs tomorrow morning. Hurry back to sleep. Lin Qinghe ordered. Can't sleep. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. You have to sleep for me even if you can't. Lin Qinghe glared. Zhou Qingbai pulled her to sleep together. Then the restless man came again. This time was a little long. The sky started to brighten up outside. Lin Qinghe couldn't help pinching him. Look what good deed you have done. Sleep. Zhou Qingbai kissed her in content and got up to cook pig food by himself. Lin Qinghe washed the sesame seeds and cooked the ribs and sesame congee on the stove. Last night, there was some cornmeal mantou left. She'll steam it in a bit to eat as well. It went without saying. She went to the backyard to pick the vegetables. But even so, in the end, he was sleep deprived. When Zhou Qingbai returned at noon, his looks obviously displayed excess exertion. Serve you right. Lin Qinghe didn't feel distressed. She snorted before ignoring him. She took her 3 sons to sleep next door and left him alone. Zhou Qingbai was a bit helpless, but he did feel strained when working this morning. So this time he wasn't going to be cocky. After taking a shower and eating lunch, he went back to the room to rest. It was a lie to say Lin Qinghe wasn't distressed. But she had to let him know that he couldn't do whatever he wants with his young physical strength. It wasn't just demanding. Every day he had so much work to do, so how can he do as he like? But fortunately, she arranged with Mei Jia to get the meat once every 3 days, so it wasn't necessary to get up in the middle of the night tonight. Lin Qinghe still made a good meal for him in the evening. She had him finish with the pigsty and go to bed early. Zhou Qingbai was not the kind to easily admit defeat. He finally grasped the meat. How can he be satisfied so quickly? Lin Qinghe was unable to rein him in. Fortunately, he didn't go too far tonight. It was finished in an hour. Even so, Lin Qinghe still sweated. Since she was with Zhou Qingbai, Lin Qinghe found that her skin improved again. It was truly rosiness from yin and yang harmonization from the inside to outside. Lin Qinghe was very satisfied when she saw it. When she headed to the county city to rid of the pork, she passed by the food factory on the way to see Zhou Xiaomei. Zhou Xiaomei couldn't be any more envious when she saw it. Sister-in-law, your skin is too good. Actually, it's okay. Lin Qinghe coughed dryly, and then diverted. How have you been recently? Initially, she was just asking, but Zhou Xiaomei unexpectedly became shy as soon as she said this. Looks like there was something up. Got a match? Lin Qinghe asked with raised eyebrows. Truth to be told, Zhou Xiaomei found a match in this while. He's just a little bit older. 29 this year, the only children in his family. His parents are gone and owned a house. He's quite honest, but only got a little stutter. A little stuttering. Lin Qinghe looked at her. It's just a little stuttering, it's not very severe. His uncle is the director of the textile factory, while he is the leader of a group in the textile factory. Zhou Xiaomei nodded. 29 is not too big, and his condition isn't bad. How come he hasn't married yet? Lin Qinghe looked at her. He's healthy, no illness at all. It's just because of his stutter and people believed his life is hexed as his parents are both dead. What's more, he got no brother and sister to back him up, just an uncle. Zhou Xiaomei explained. Even though this era was worn out, there are still some beliefs. He stuttered, parentless, and was the only son at home. So even if he had a house and a job, the girls in the city would show disdain. As for the rural girl, he didn't really fancy the other side, so it was like this until now. How did you two met? Lin Qinghe asked. The food factory was a bit away from the textile factory. I had a day off, right? I went out shopping when I was idle. At the park, I bumped into two dirty men and he intervened and scared them away. Zhou Xiaomei confessed a little embarrassedly. Lin Qinghe nodded and said, How long have you known him? Half a month. I went to see a movie with him. Yesterday. On the way back to the dormitory, he told me that he wanted to match up with me and hope I agree. Zhou Xiaomei's cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Qinghe checked if he knew about her rural background. Zhou Xiaomei said she had mentioned it. The other said that he did not care about these and liked her for who she was. At this current time, he should be off work. Let's go. Take me over to have a look. Lin Qinghe directed. Feeling extremely shy, Zhou Xiaomei still agreed to. She trusted her fourth sister-in-law, so they went over. It was about half an hour's journey. What a coincidence it was. When the two came over, they happened to meet Su Dalin on a bike as he had just got off work and intended to head home. Lin Qinghe's appearance was naturally eye-catching. Many people couldn't resist glimpsing at her. The reactions weren't small, but still, Lin Qinghe didn't bat an eyelid. Zhou Xiaomei whispered. When I go back next time, I will tell my fourth brother that he needs to keep a good eye on you, fourth sister-in-law. She had told her mother-in-law before. With her fourth sister-in-law's appearance, a lot of city folks want to marry her. Her mother didn't believe that. Look, that one has been watching you. Is that the one, the guy you called Su Dalin? Lin Qinghe ignored that and only remarked. Zhou Xiaomei followed her line of sight, and it was Su Dalin. She waved at him with a little bit of excitement as well as shyness. Su Dalin came over. Su Dalin, this is my fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei introduced, and then reintroduced again to Lin Qinghe. Fourth sister-in-law, this is Su Dalin. Hearing this, Su Dalin understood at once what was going on. Even though he was 29, he felt still a little embarrassed. He nodded to Lin Qinghe. Fourth sister-in-law. Oi, who are you calling? Zhou Xiaomei's face burst into redness. Lin Qinghe was also stunned. Then Su Dalin recognized what he did. Instantly, he flushed in embarrassment and quickly clarified. I did not do it intentionally. I just. When he became nervous, he stuttered even more. For a long time, he couldn't explain it properly. It's okay. I heard my Gutsi mention about you and specifically came over to thank you for your righteous intervention last time. I had told my Gutsi to go out alone less. Lin Qinghe nimbly responded. Su Dalin nodded. There's nothing else. I will take my Gutsi away first. She will have a day off tomorrow. Lin Qinghe finished and led Zhou Xiaomei away. Su Dalin saw how she spoke a few words and left with Zhou Xiaomei, became downcast at once. His performance was terrible just now. He felt that Xiao Mei's fourth sister-in-law must be discontent with himself. He headed straight to his uncle's house. Da Lin, you're here. You got a day off tomorrow. Aren't you going to take your match to the movie tonight? Aunt can tell you, your match is a good catch. She got many brothers and sisters, so she's suitable for you. His aunt grinned. His uncle nodded too. He was quite satisfied with Zhou Xiaomei. Aunt, I might have blown it. Su Dalin uttered in frustration. Both his uncle and his aunt were shocked. What? Su Dalin sighed, so he stuttered as he recalled Lin Qinghe bringing Zhou Xiaomei over to thank him. After a few words, she took Zhou Xiaomei away. His uncle and his aunt exchanged a glance and asked, was there anything else said? No. Su Dalin shook his head. When his uncle and his aunt couldn't help but show their regrets, he remembered. Said Xiaomei will have a day off, tomorrow. What's the point of saying that? His uncle responded. While his aunt was delighted as soon as she heard it. Dalin, you still have hope. I think her sister-in-law is quite satisfied with you. What? Su Dalin froze. Yeah, what does that mean? His uncle followed up. If she's not satisfied, how can her sister-in-law mention that her Guzi doesn't have to go to work tomorrow? Isn't this hinting you to go find her when you have time? His aunt explained. Really? Su Dalin couldn't help uttering. How can you two men understand us, women's thoughts? There's no mistake in listening to me. Take a leave tomorrow and take Xiaomei around for fun. In addition, you got to promise to Xiaomei that us three won't be short a single thing on the wedding present and guarantee to let her marry you in a magnificent style, his aunt said. Okay. Su Dalin, as a big man, was a bit abashed at the mention of this matter. As this side conversed, Lin Qinghe had also talked to Zhou Xiaomei about it on the other side. Fourth sister-in-law, are you dissatisfied with Su Dalin? He's usually not this bad. It's probably because he saw me bring my family over and got too nervous to speak. Zhou Xiaomei uttered. Look how anxious you are. Lin Qinghe chuckled and said to her. Zhou Xiaomei was taken aback. Fourth sister-in-law didn't look down on him. Did I tell you, the first criterion for choosing a spouse is that their parents are dead and have a car and a house. Sure, he's not a smooth talker. But I've checked him for you. This person isn't bad. It's your problem now. Have you considered that after marrying him, you have to be prepared for some long-tongued women who will talk about you marrying such a stutter? Lin Qinghe observed her. Whoever dares to criticize Dalin, I'll tear her mouth. Zhou Xiaomei reacted immediately. Lin Qinghe grinned and spoke. You have to consider these carefully. Dress up pretty tomorrow. He will probably ask for leave to take you out to play. Why do you know? Fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei's cheeks flushed red. Why else do you think I told him about your day off tomorrow? If he comes to pick you up tomorrow, then you should seriously consider it. If he doesn't, his head will be too thick and also proves that his relationship with his uncle isn't great, to not even give a reminder. Lin Qinghe finished and went back. When she went to bed at night, she brought up Su Dalin to Zhou Qingbai. Quite a good lad, shorter than you, almost 180. Zhou Qingbai's height was almost 1.85 meters, which was really tall in this era of widespread malnutrition. His facial features are also pretty good. A high nose that gives a bit naive feel and the eyes are contrasting black and white. Clear, no twinkle of crookedness. Lin Qinghe continued. With her face, the other youths couldn't see Zhou Xiaomei beside her. On the other hand, she can't see her existence in Su Dalin's eyes. Only Zhou Xiaomei was in his eyes. Although he stutters a bit, it's not really important to live a life. In the future, if they quarrel, 10 of him still won't be Xiaomei's opponent. I heard Xiaomei say that the house is okay. More than 10 square feet. Lin Qinghe said. Don't look at the house of this time with the eyes of future generations. At this time, a whole family squeezed in the house of approximately 40 square feet. It can be seen how much of a luxury residence Su Dalin's home of 40 square meters was. His salary is 34 yuan a month. This salary was double of Zhou Xiaomei's. Because Zhou Xiaomei was a new worker, even if it has risen a bit this year, it was only 17 yuan. Su Dalin has 34 yuan since he was a team leader and also because he had been working for a long time. A family of 5, such as hers, can live well for $10 a month. Of course, the standard defined by the time. Using Lin Qinghe's standard, she had to add 10 yuan. 20 yuan was enough for her family to live comfortably. Previously, she felt she went through the money quite quickly, but now Lin Qinghe has a way to make money. Using the pork from Meijia and her husband, she can earn approximately 4 yuan each time. Over at the black market, the meat coupon wasn't required. She could exchange it for some grain coupons, but the price was still dear. It could be as much as 1.5 - 1 yuan and 60 fen per jin. Pickup was every 3 days, each time 5 jins of meat. Including the extras, it was about 7 jins. After giving Meijia a dime profit, the cost of a jin of meat was 1 yuan. She can earn 5 dimes. Each time, she can earn 4 yuan. Once every 3 days, so 40 yuan profit per month. Of course, Lin Qinghe was very cautious when handling pork. She specifically looked for old ladies. These old ladies usually have a large population at home and wouldn't cause trouble. They were more careful than she was when they exchanged. In a month, she can earn this amount. Even if her own consumption was big, she can still save a lot. Lin Qinghe was quite satisfied. What's more, she wanted to put in an effort to save money. Saving money this way meant she'll have a lot saved by the time the restrictions dropped. She'll have enough capital. These were too far in the future. Let's get back to Zhou Xiaomei's matter. After listening to what she said, Zhou Qingbai uttered, "You think he's good, then it's fine. You trust my eyes so much." Lin Qinghe beamed and said to him. Zhou Qingbai's lips slightly curved and silently looked at her. Lin Qinghe found that his smile was really pretty, even though he rarely smiled. "If I guess right, Xiaomei will probably marry this year. We don't have much stuff, but at that time, we'll add a new quilt to her dowry." Lin Qinghe pondered. In this period, a new quilt was an excellent product. What's more, it displayed how great the relationship was between two sisters-in-law. Otherwise, which sister-in-law will give such a quilt? You decide. Zhou Qingbai didn't interfere with these things at home. Lin Qinghe hugged his waist and commented, "You have lost a lot of weight during this time." She nurtured him so well in the winter, fat and strong. Now, they were about to enter the summer days and he had clearly lost weight. "I haven't." Zhou Qingbai shook his head, "only got strong." "Wife, have you recovered yet?" Zhou Qingbai's voice became hoarse again. Lin Qinghe coughed dryly and replied, "That thing of mine hasn't left yet." Zhou Qingbai sighed out a breath. Lin Qinghe giggled as she pulled his cheeks, "Why are you so improper now? When have I been proper to you?" Zhou Qingbai raised an eyebrow. His eyes revealed this message. Lin Qinghe understood it and responded with a faint smile. "When you first came back, you were. I told you to go to sleep next door. Didn't you agree so readily? I thought you had no interest in me." Zhou Qingbai became helpless. How can it be said like this? His biggest wish when he came back was that she could peacefully live. Humans' desire will always get bigger and bigger. Although she had a bad temper, her care for him had no lacking. Although she was still lukewarm to him in that while, he can feel that she was different from before. So he didn't know when he started to want to be close to her. Hurry up and sleep. Next month is the summer harvest. Instead of conserving strength, you want to toss around, Lin Qinghe urged. Zhou Qingbai hugged her as he dozed off. It was now May. In May, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the Lochan ricefield eel came out in the field. As Zhou Qingbai busied away, he would bring some back from time to time. It wasn't just him. Dawa, the lad, liked to catch loach. He carried a bucket in joy. Both Erwa and Sanwa followed too. Because the water was not deep and it was all in the mud ditch, Lin Qinghe had let them be. But she did warn Dawa to keep an eye on his little brothers from time to time. Dawa was quite responsible. The loach that was brought back was raised in clear water for one night and can be eaten the next day. It was loach and tofu, or iron-plated loach, or braised loach. Including Zhou Qingbai, who didn't like the earthy taste, they all loved with these dishes. In a blink, it was early June. The summer harvest will begin at the end of this month. But in the past few days, it was raining. And it was pretty big. Will this affect the summer harvest? Lin Qinghe asked. No. Zhou Qingbai stayed at home as he didn't need to work on rainy days. It's great that it won't. otherwise we won't have anything to eat. We're counting on this crop. Lin Qinghe remarked. But God was doing his beautiful work. It had been pouring for 7-8 days. In mid-June, it started to clear up. What's more, it was hot sunny days. The summer harvest's horn sounded until the end of June. On such important days like summer harvest, the whole village was going to participate, except for Lin Qinghe. Dawa and Erwa joined in, as they could also get points for collecting wheat. Lin Qinghe managed the domestic animals at home, then prepared meals and brought it over with Sanhua once it was done. The whole family had a picnic under the tree. Because it was summer harvest, what they ate was relatively simple, but absolutely nutritious. They had spring pancakes. The spring pancakes were all packaged up and brought over by Lin Qinghe from home. Small pieces of meat, diced mushrooms, fried leeks with eggs, and her specially made tomato sauce and seasonal veg were all wrapped inside. The taste was particularly exquisite and delicious. Along with this was soup. Lin Qinghe had brought bowls, one for each person. After eating they rested, then chomped another fresh tomato. The taste was perfect. The food on this side was definitely the best in the village. The old Zhou family had no way to compete. Second sister-in-law watched the family of 5 over there eating spring cakes, especially on the bountiful fillings. The smell could drift over here. Eat so well. Why doesn't she bring some over to father and mother? Second sister-in-law grumbled as she chewed on her pancake. They already separated. Eat yours. Mother Zhou shot a glance at second daughter-in-law, who clearly wanted to stir trouble. With these words, it got second sister-in-law to shut up. But she was greatly discontent on the inside. Lin Qinghe didn't stay long. She rubbed a layer of sunscreen on Zhou Qingbai, Dawa, and Erwa. This was what she got while she collected her supplies. 2 big cans of it. It became handy at this moment. Dawa and Erwa were better as they joined in for the fun of it. Lin Qinghe didn't stop it, but everyone must wear a hat. Zhou Qingbai was the main force. He sunburnt till he was red. Lin Qinghe's heart felt unbearable at the sight. You don't have to apply this on me. Zhou Qingbai said, I don't have much left here, only a few applications left. Lin Qinghe stated. Zhou Qingbai's brows softened at this. Rest ba, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded, led Dawa and Erwa to drowse. Lin Qinghe packed her things and took Sanhua home. It was really hot today, like a fire. But on such an important day, no one can escape it. They have to go to the field and speedily harvest. Lin Qinghe was lazy and never gone to the field, so everyone had accustomed it, feeling there was no reason to criticize. As soon as the horn sounded, Zhou Qingbai and the rest went down to harvest the field. Again, Dawa, Erwa, and the other children were better off. The requirements from them weren't big. They were responsible for picking wheat ears in the field, which were calculated by weight for the work points. These children were quite hard-working. But no matter how energetic they were, at the end of the day, it was also very exhausting. When they returned home, Erwa was laying on his father's back. Obviously, he was too tired. Lin Qinghe was startled, fearing he had a heat stroke, and declared, Tomorrow, Erwa, don't go. No, I will go. Erwa instantly replied, Not tired. Lin Qinghe eyed him. Not tired. Erwa nodded. Judging by how he was, Lin Qinghe left him be. She reminded him, If you are tired immediately go to rest, understood? I know, I won't push myself. If I get heat stroke, it'll be painful. Erwa said. Other children had suffered heat stroke. Just watching how they vomited and had diarrhea, he felt uncomfortable. After eating a simple and nutritious dinner, Lin Qinghe brought out the completed mung bean soup and cooled it in the well water. This was rock sugar and mung bean soup, adjusted to mild sweetness, but it still tasted great. Lin Qinghe intends to feed the father and sons a few more times of mung bean soup. She scooped out 2 bowl amounts and got Dawa to send it to his grandpa and grandma. Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai, Tomorrow I will add on mung bean soup for you. This is the best for cooling off the heat. Sure. Zhou Qingbai agreed. Satisfied, Lin Qinghe continued, You're tired today too. Go rest. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. He wasn't that exhausted. He went to clean the pigsty but found that it was cleaned. It goes without saying, Lin Qinghe had tidied it. For this man, she made a sacrifice. I can tell you now, I'll do it for you this summer harvest, other times you can do it by yourself. Lin Qinghe stated, you don't have to do it, just wait for me to come back. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. You're already that exhausted, I can't dump it all on you. Lin Qinghe pouted. Zhou Qingbai's eyebrows were extremely soft, she could sense the sweetness in his eyes. This was rarely seen from this tough guy's gaze. Go to rest. Lin Qinghe waved. Soon Dahua came back. This kid was worn out from today too, so Lin Qinghe gave the brothers a bath and sent them to the Kong to play. She gave them mung bean soup at 6:30 in the evening. Can't say it was super chill, but it was still cooled by the well water. Plus with the addition of rock sugar, the sweetness was fulfilling to drink. From the next day onward, Lin Qinghe delivered mung bean soup at approximately 10 a.m. Of course, she prepared a share for Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. As for the others, Lin Qinghe couldn't be bothered to care. As anticipated, second sister-in-law wasn't short on sour words, remarking that the adults can go without, but how can the children not have some? Eldest sister-in-law took care of the children while cooking at home, and third sister-in-law came to work. Because eldest sister-in-law had only given birth for 2 or 3 months, she didn't have to take part in such bustling actions. She was in charge of the family's food and took care of the babies at home. This time eldest sister-in-law also gave birth to a son. Lin Qinghe wasn't stingy at that time. She gave her 2 trotters to stew with peanuts to eat, which was great for breast milk. Third sister-in-law was dead on her feet, but she didn't pay any heed to second sister-in-law's words. They had already separated out. Lin Qinghe, this fourth sister-in-law, could give the elders a mouthful, and that was all there was to it. The rest wanted to eat her family's stuff. Impossible. Mother Zhou had instructed eldest sister-in-law when she came back that day to cook some mung bean soup at this side and get fourth's wife to deliver it together. Second sister-in-law began mumbling again. Are you 2 old ones afraid of eating fourth's family to poverty? This time, third sister-in-law didn't hold back and told eldest sister-in-law about it. Qinghe had father and mother drink some. She was dissatisfied and said she didn't prepare for the children. Now mother told you to make it for the whole family, she's still not pleased. All day long, she complained these behind her back. Third sister-in-law vented. Who would deny that? I heard Dao Zi's mother mentioned it the day before yesterday that Wang Ling wanted to mock Qinghe, but Qinghe had her grudgingly return home. Wang Ling has a good relationship with her. Eldest sister-in-law's mouth also twitched. That's a long-tongued woman. I can hear her splurting things everywhere I go, third sister-in-law remarked in despise. Don't bother with it, at most, she'll only dare to talk about it privately. If she got the ability to go to talk about it in front of Qinghe's face, see if Qinghe will spare her. Eldest sister-in-law concluded. Third sister-in-law had nothing else to say. This summer harvest was exhausting. Because summer harvest was a hectic time, Lin Qinghe didn't go to the county city to sell pork. The pork that was collected every day was placed into the space. Once this was over, she'll go to the county city to get rid of it. Mei Jia was now out of work. Only then, Lin Qinghe knew that she was only a temporary worker before. No wonder the original owner had rarely seen Mei Jia before. Thankfully, she now had such a business. Although it was only once every 3 days, she can earn 7 dimes each time. And it was 10 times a month, so she can get 7 yuans, which was also a considerable amount. Sometimes, when there was a lot, they can get almost 10 jins of meat. In addition to giving a dime, Lin Qinghe also gave Mei Jia some food stamps, which were all exchanged from those old madams in the county city. Totaling it all, it wasn't much worse than when she went to work. However, because of Mei Jia's connection, it was very easy for Lin Qinghe to buy something out of stock in the supply and marketing cooperative. For example, there were 3 jars of honey stored at home, which was gained through Mei Jia's connection. The honey at this time was really pure wild honey. Lin Qinghe bought a jar of winter honey last year. It solidified like a lump of oil similar to lard. She had finished it in one winter, as she had to drink 1 cup of honey water before going to bed every day. She would drink it herself, the children didn't need to drink it yet. Zhou Qingbai didn't have a share, at that time he didn't have any importance in her heart yet. However, since that marital obligation, and she cared about him. So the nightly honey water included Zhou Qingbai's share now. Zhou Qingbai said he does not need it. He didn't like to drink these pure sweet things. But his wife had him drink, so even if he didn't like it, he had to drink it. Lin Qinghe felt great drinking this honey water. The health benefits of drinking this for a long time were self-evident. It was essential for Zhou Qingbai to drink it. He had to do farm work every day. Even though she made 3 healthy meals a day, it was not enough nourishment. So Lin Qinghe tried hard to manage it for him. 7 days after the summer harvest began, Lin Qinghe slaughtered a chicken at home. Since raising it in spring, it was now 1 jin or so. One of them became unwell during the period, so there were 5 left. There were still 4 left after the slaughtering. They were still over the limit. This chicken wasn't eaten just like that. Lin Qinghe also pre-ordered a pork stomach from Meijia's pig farm. She washed the pork stomach, cooked it and cut it. Then it was stewed with the chicken as well as a sprinkle of sesame seeds. It was a pot of sesame, pork stomach, and chicken. The taste was definitely aromatic. In the evening, the father and sons ate the sesame pork stomach and chicken served with whole grain mantou. Although the kids didn't like to eat this kind of mantou very much, Lin Qinghe would still make it occasionally. Must eat, even when they don't want to. They can't always eat fine cuisine all the time. The chicken drum was divided between Dawa and Erwa. Lin Qinghe expressed that the chicken drum would be eaten in turns. This time, she let them 2 eat first. Next time, it will be them, husband and wife's turn. When San Hua gets bigger and know how to eat, he'll join in the queue. Dawa and Erwa agreed. Lin Qinghe grabbed a chicken wing and let San Hua chew on it. The rest was Zhou Qingbai's. But the only drinking soup and avoiding meat was pushed by Zhou Qingbai to feed on a chicken wing. A summer harvest took about half a month. Although the summer harvest wasn't as tiring as the autumn harvest, it must be said that it was still hard work. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, all slimmed down. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were tormented a good bit as well. They had copied fourth's wife's mung bean soup, so they did not have heatstroke. Truthfully, the mung bean soup's taste can't be compared with Lin Qinghe, as eldest sister-in-law didn't add in sugar. Also, old Zhou's family's food wasn't as good as this side. After such a summer harvest, Zhou Qingbai was just worn out. As for slimming down or other aches, were non-existent. Same for Dawa and Erwa. Their bodies were excellent. Once the summer harvest was over, Lin Qinghe puffed out in relief. There was a new round of farm work afterward, but at least, they can always go home and take a rest at noon. Unlike the summer harvest, where 30 minutes was given for meal. After eating, only a little more than 10 minutes were left to nap before they had to head down to the field again. This was draining to death. Zhou Qingbai helped Lin Qinghe get all the learning materials she wanted. Although she hadn't been studying for many years, it wasn't difficult to pick it up again now. Zhou Qingbai had his education in the organization. Lin Qinghe read it herself. On some parts, she deliberately pretended to ask him. It was mostly to reveal her progress in her studies so that he did not have any doubts. Like this, he was witnessing her progress. On the surface, Zhou Qingbai was calm, but he was surprised in his heart because he found that his wife's learning process was really fast. Sometimes he heard her murmur in dreams at night. Those murmurs were reciting the texts. Too dumbfounding. After this summer harvest's food distribution, Lin Qinghe's family got a lot allocated to them. Zhou Qingbai received 10 work points, his share naturally bountiful. In addition, there were 2 pigs at home. From the beginning of May, Dawa carried a basket of pigweed every day to exchange for the work point. Lin Qinghe went back to gather pigweed too, but hers was taken home for the pigs at home. But because of this, her family got a lot distributed to them a lot this time. At least this time, it wasn't necessary to buy food. Lin Qinghe pulled some out of the space, and it was mostly sufficient. As for the 2 huge pigs at home, it was raised excellently. Mother Zhou was very surprised when she came over to check last time. She didn't mention it outside. Lin Qinghe told her not to say anything. There were excess chickens in the backyard. Wait for the remaining chicken to be slaughtered and it'll be fine. To talk about it, if the village branch secretary wants to come over to observe it, it was no problem, but for now, it wasn't possible. Grain had been harvested for almost half a month, and a new round of seeds had been planted before the weather turned gloomy. Then it began to rain. Even Zhou Qingbai had a happy face because it saved a lot of effort. No need to manually water, and it was almost God was providing a meal for them. Lin Qinghe studied at home, the brothers as well. Although it was 7 years away from the reintroduction of the college entrance examination, she was bored, might as well do it. Initially, she wanted to make some clothes but reconsidered. The whole family basically had 3 or 4 sets of clothes to wear. In this era, it was definitely plentiful. Once the rain stopped, second brother and third brother came over to call Zhou Qingbai. They wanted to capture ricefield eel and loach. Zhou Qingbai grabbed a bucket and followed them. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua immediately declared they were following. San Hua also wanted to go. Lin Qinghe turned to Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai approved. Let's all go. So the 3 brothers were overjoyed, got off the Kong, and headed out with their father. Lin Qinghe continued to study on her own. Third sister-in-law brought Zhou Dongdong over for a visit. When she saw that she was studying and reading, she was surprised. Are you studying by yourself? The most difficult part, i.e., Zhou Qingbai, was passed. Toward other people like third sister-in-law, Lin Qinghe didn't care what they thought. Aren't we quite free now? Staying at home is also staying, so I asked Qingbai to bring me some books to read. Lin Qinghe explained. You wrote these words. Third sister-in-law swiftly flipped through some. With a shocked expression, she uttered to her fourth sister-in-law. The font was beautiful, really well written. I wrote it casually. Lin Qinghe laughed. Those were her written notes that were already revised. Others were jotted down silently after memorizing the text. I didn't know you could write so well. So awesome. Third sister-in-law couldn't resist admiring her. As third sister-in-law had partaken in a literacy class for a while, the words she knew were very limited, let alone written. Previously, my academic record was good. However, I had no choice. My family won't let me study, instead, let my white-eyed wolf's second brother studied. Lin Qinghe said. Males were being prioritized over females was a common phenomenon found in many parts of the rural area in the country. But it's useless to study now. Third sister-in-law remarked. I know it's useless, but it's good to read it. People who read more will be smart. Lin Qinghe responded. Third sister-in-law felt that her fourth sister-in-law wasn't clever for no reason. Look how studious she was. Even as a mother of 3 children, she didn't forget to study. Third sister-in-law, don't mention this outside. It's enough for me to look over by myself. If it gets out that I self-study at home, people will laugh. Lin Qinghe urged. I won't say, but loving to learn is a glorious matter. Who would laugh at you? Third sister-in-law promised. Those petty-minded. Lin Qinghe smiled. Third sister-in-law recalled second sister-in-law's loudmouth face and was silenced. Lin Qinghe observed Zhou Dongdong and grinned. Little Dongdong grows so fast. Last year, he was only a little bit. This year he can sit. Kids are like that. Wasn't Dahua the same? He has gotten a lot bigger this year, and those at his age in the village aren't as tall as him. Third sister-in-law commented. Lin Qinghe said with a laugh. He's very naughty. In the middle of his homework, he saw his father go fishing for eel and immediately ran off with his 2 younger brothers. After talking about the children for a while, they chat on other topics for a while. Then third sister-in-law took Zhou Dongdong home. Of course, Lin Qinghe's reception toward her was good. She picked a few tomatoes, cut them on the plate, sprinkled with some sugar, and served with a toothpick to eat. This was a very good snack for hospitality. Zhou Qingbai took his 3 children out and returned almost in the evening. The brothers, including Zhou Qingbai, were all muddy. Lin Qinghe didn't care since the clothes were washed by Zhou Qingbai. It wasn't easy to dry this weather, but there were still spare clothes, so Lin Qinghe wasn't mad. If this she was to wash it, the brothers couldn't avoid a good yell. Zhou Qingbai brought back 3 big ricefield eels and numerous loaches. During this season, whether it was ricefield eel or loach, both were very fat. And the taste was also impeccable. The eel didn't need to sit in water first, while the loach needed to. So the eel was stewed straight away for dinner. Zhou Qingbai, who ate ricefield eel, was a little stimulated. Afterward, Lin Qinghe suffered some good round of happiness issue. There was no other way off. This time was too long, so she sweated a lot. Sweating in this hot summer weather was uncomfortable. But when she complained, Zhou Qingbai had an innocent expression. He couldn't do anything if it took long. He just last that long. Lin Qinghe chuckled as she pulled his cheeks. It became more and more apparent that this man was black-bellied. Zhou Qingbai embraced his wife, filled with content. In the beginning, retiring halfway made him very lost, because he liked the force very much. That was his dream. He powerlessly pulled out halfway, so how could his heart feel comfortable? But now, he doesn't regret returning to a home like this at all. Holding his wife, Zhou Qingbai felt very satisfied with his current life. He even blamed himself for neglecting her. His wife was wonderful, super wonderful. Since he didn't cherish her before, he will treasure her even more in the future. Wife, let's do it again. Zhou Qingbai wanted to dote his wife again. Before Lin Qinghe had the chance to object, he pulled her into a new round of stormy waves and made her woke up late the next day. Although the summer was hot, the heating summer was also the beginning of fruit produce. A new round of work began after the rain stopped. Lin Qinghe brought Erhua and Sanhua along with her to County City as she rid of the meat stored in this period. She had the two of them eat popsicles at the entrance of the mall, and ordered Erhua to take good care of Sanhua. The two got a popsicle each. Erhua said that he remembers and won't lose sight of his brother. Lin Qinghe also knew he was intelligent, but he was still 4 years old. Lin Qinghe tied their brothers together with a rope at their waists. She instructed him to watch the bicycle and his brother before she rushed to sell pork. Due to worrying for the brothers, Lin Qinghe came back in half an hour later and was sweating all over. The brothers were sitting there obediently. Lin Qinghe was relieved, but at the same time, she couldn't help being distressed. Come, follow mother to the supply and demand cooperative. I'll buy you cans of malted milk powder. Lin Qinghe beckoned. Erhua and Sanhua saw her coming back and excitedly entered with their mother. The brothers were pretty. As for Lin Qinghe's aura and appearance, it was needless to say. So when the mother and sons came in, it had the salesperson's eyes lit up. Lin Qinghe's handiwork was quite extraordinary. Malted milk powder, white rabbit candy, red dates, dried dragon eyes, and the likes. Especially when she bought a 6-pound big watermelon outright. These things had Erhua and Sanhua drooling. They had eaten everything else, so it wasn't anything unusual. But the big watermelon, they had never tried it before. Lin Qinghe didn't go straight away after buying these things. She brought Erhua and Sanhua to the mall to go shopping and bought some school supplies back. After these were bought, Lin Qinghe took her 2 sons and these materials back home. Mother, will you bring us next time? Both Erhua and Sanhua were in the front seats. The brothers were sitting on specially made children's seats, which were drawn by Lin Qinghe and asked Zhou Qingbai to find a carpenter to make them. Lin Qinghe was not at ease when they were at the back as they were too small. I'll see how you brothers behave. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. We'll all be obedient. Zhou Erhua immediately superficially swore. Be good, eat watermelon. Zhou Sanhua was pining for the watermelon. The mother and sons soon reached home. They didn't eat once they arrived, because Zhou Qingbai hadn't got off work yet, and Erhua hadn't finished school. Have to wait for them to come back before eating. Although it would be more pleasant to eat it after chilling in the well water, Lin Qinghe did not put it in the well water as the children were still young. Mother, do we have to wait for father and eldest brother to come back to eat? Erhua longingly looked at the big watermelon. Then if you aren't at home one day and there's tasty food, we'll eat it first without waiting for you. Would you agree? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Erhua shook his head and waited for their father and brother. Sanhua was playing with the big watermelon on the cool mat. Since the big watermelon couldn't be eaten first, Lin Qinghe gave them a tomato each. Once he reached home, he grabbed a back basket and headed out to gather pigweed with his other small friends in the village. These can contribute to the work points. Dawa, who was conscious of being the second man in the family, would forage a basket of pigweed every day after school. He only had enough time to give the school bag to Erhua to help him take it into the house and did not catch Erhua saying that mother had bought a huge watermelon back. Don't go out and get pigweed. The baby was very responsible, so Lin Qinghe doesn't govern him too much now. She let him decide on some things on his own. This was also to cultivate his independence. For dinner, it'll be a simple meal, stewed pork ribs with potatoes, a soup, and then cornmeal mantou. When Zhou Qingbai was off work, Dawa also returned. So they ate dinner first. As for the watermelon, it was a snack after a meal. Mother, why are you willing to buy such a big watermelon? Dawa's eyes brightened. If I don't buy a big one, how can it be enough for our family to heartily feast on? Lin Qinghe said. Watermelon was one of her favorites. She had asked Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai liked to eat it. The 6-jin watermelon was actually just right, not too much. What's more, they were still young now. When they get older, 2 was required to satisfy them all. After dinner, the brothers started rolling the watermelon. Dinner was at 6. At 7, Lin Qinghe got Zhou Qingbai to cut the watermelon and then divided it between them. Coincidentally, Mother Zhou came over and saw the family munching on the watermelon. She sighed at how shocking Fort's family's life was. Such a life costs a lot of money. Sanhua, give a piece to your grandma. Lin Qinghe said. Sanhua grabbed a piece of watermelon and handed it to his grandma. Now, this little brat can understand people's words and can express himself clearly. Mother Zhou received it and mentioned, I just heard that your maternal family's 3rd sister-in-law had given birth. Lin Qinghe froze for a moment, then her brain reacted, it was 3rd brother Lin. When she went back before New Year, she didn't know that the 3rd sister-in-law Lin was pregnant. Even though she didn't have a good impression of 3rd sister-in-law Lin, she still liked 3rd brother Lin very much. Must give Buddha face, even if one doesn't to the monk, so she nodded. I'll see how it is after my brother come over with happy news. The watermelon was very delicious. It tasted average in Lin Qinghe's opinion, while the children were obviously satisfied with it. Even Zhou Qingbai also enjoyed it. Next time I go to the county city, I'll buy another one. Lin Qinghe promised. The brothers cheered in joy. Although the time was now 7 o'clock, the sky was still not dark. The kids took Fei Ying out for a walk. Lin Qinghe knew what was up without asking, she didn't intervene. Kids, it was good to have a little hobby. Tired, Lin Qinghe turned to Zhou Qingbai. Do you want me to give a massage? Zhou Qingbai was not tired, but it didn't stop him from enjoying his wife's services. Now that the 3 children weren't home, he readily let her massage. Lin Qinghe had already knew that he had muscles. Only when she pressed, she found out that the flesh was really tough. Not doing it, Lin Qinghe gave up after pressing twice. It was too hard to massage. Zhou Qingbai grinned and took his wife into his arms. On such a hot day, Lin Qinghe didn't mind the heat and sat on him. Smelling the refreshing smell of his body after bathing, she spoke, this soap fragrance is quite nice. He used the soap she had collected for bathing. After one wash, even the little grease and mud could be removed. It was efficient to use. Do you think I'm splurging a lot of money? Think I'm a prodigal woman? Lin Qinghe hugged his neck, stared at him with raised eyebrows. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. No. His wife was doing it for the sake of the family, not being extravagant and wasteful. I was thinking, when will we have time to go over to the capital and take a look? Lin Qinghe brought up. Why do you want to go to the capital? Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Just curious. The Great Wall, Imperial Gate, the legendary existence. Lin Qinghe laughed, as if she didn't know how many times she had been there already. But for people of this era, it was very meaningful to go to the capital. Not possible at the moment. After all, outside is unsteady. Wait and see, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe just wanted to mention it. She turned the topic, is there anything like jade on this side? Those are all old capital feudal objects. Zhou Qingbai stated. Lin Qinghe, she understood the environment in which this man grew up since he was a child, so she said, then forget it. Zhou Qingbai understood that his wife wanted one, so he decided to find some time to check with his old friend. If it was good, he'll bring it back to her. Can I tonight? Zhou Qingbai asked as he stroked her skinny waist. Lin Qinghe. Zhong, what was inside this head? But when she met his eyes, Lin Qinghe was extremely embarrassed as he was seriously asking her, after a day's work, you're not tired. Not tired. Zhou Qingbai beamed. He knew what she meant, and plucked a kiss on her cheek. Dahua and his brothers went out to walk for about 10 minutes and then came back. After returning, they did their homework as usual and then prepared to sleep. Zhou Qingbai ate a meal, and Lin Qinghe, who was eaten, was exhausted in the end. You worked in the field for the whole day, every day. Once you're home, you continued to work. You still have that energy. Lin Qinghe expressed weakly and frustrated. Zhou Qingbai said hoarsely, if you want to, I can continue. Lin Qinghe pushed him aside. Zhou Qingbai chuckled and pulled his wife into his embrace. He fanned his wife with a fan and then went to sleep. Now the weather was really sultry. Lin Qinghe frequently made mung bean soup. Every night after a family's meal and rest, they will drink a bowl of sweet mung bean soup. Third brother Lin came with happy news after half a month. Lin Qinghe scolded. It's been a long time since the birth, why come over here now? It was busy for a while, I had to help out at home. Third brother Lin meekly smiled. Hurry up and drink this bowl of mung bean soup. Just look at you, you're so exhausted that you'll soon become a skeleton. Lin Qinghe frowned. Third brother Lin was indeed too thin. He was 1.75 meters tall, which wasn't too short in this era, but it was unknown if he even reached 110 jins in weight. He was too skinny. How can it be as exaggerated as you said, sister? Third brother Lin smiled but still drank mung bean soup. After drinking, his face displayed satisfaction. This sweet mung bean soup was really delicious. Lin Qinghe scooped up another bowl for him. Third brother Lin immediately reacted, sister, I had enough. What enough? One bowl for such a big man. There's a lot left in this pot. Lin Qinghe maintained. She had third brother Lin drink mung bean soup as she went in and got some pork out. She gave a jin of pork belly and 2 ribs. These were private goods from her space. On top of that, she scooped 2 jins of brown sugar out. There were 2 jins of red dates at home, she also gave out 1 jin. As for the rest, she planned to make red date manto as a change. She also threw in half a jin of shrimp skin and a jin of eggs. Once these things were brought out, third brother Lin questioned at once, sister, what are you doing? I'm most clear about those 2 old ones' nature. Your wife birthed a daughter last time, and this time she birthed another girl. The 2 of them will definitely be displeased. They always favor boys over girls, so your wife can forget about good postnatal confinement. But how important postnatal confinement is to a woman? I know you who have been a dad once understand, so do you still want to push these around with me? Lin Qinghe said, sister. Third brother Lin's eyes reddened. After his wife gave birth to this daughter, his father and mother didn't display any good attitude, making his wife shed tears several times during the postnatal confinement. Wanted something to eat, but got none. This made him feel very guilty. However, being guilt was useless, it can't give anything to his wife during postnatal confinement. It's still early in this period. Everyone hasn't got off work, so go back quickly. Lin Qinghe urged. Okay. Third brother Lin nodded and pushed back the tears that were about to fall. He did not want to cause trouble to his sister, so he took advantage of this time to return quickly. A nylon polybag held all these things on his way back. But even at this time, there were still people in the village. For example, Wang Ling, who had been headbutting with Lin Qinghe before. She had witnessed it. Sure enough, she's a wicked thing. It didn't take long before she started to pour things into her maternal family. Wang Ling sneered coldly. She waited for second sister-in-law to get off work and brought it up to her. You don't know how much he took back. I saw it with my own eyes, there was quite a quantity. Wang Ling exclaimed. Do you really see it? Second sister-in-law instantly uttered. How can I lie? I estimate there are eggs for sure. Wang Ling nodded. Second sister-in-law went straight home to tell eldest sister-in-law about it. Third sister-in-law was also present and once she heard it, she said. Second sister-in-law, we are 2 separate families now. How Qinghe lives got nothing to do with us. Whether she gave it to her maternal family or not, those things don't belong to us. We don't have to preach. Quote, eldest sister-in-law had the same perspective, uttered. They already separated off. Qinghe is the one in charge over there, let's not say too much. Second sister-in-law felt that her two sisters-in-law were bribed by fourth's wife. See here, they all stood on fourth's wife's side. Second sister-in-law made a beeline to Mother Joe and revealed this news. Although Mother Joe was really displeased, she still scowled at her second daughter-in-law, said, "Where did you hear the gossip? If you have nothing to do, then give old Joe family more grandsons and reduce your trips to talk to those wagging tongue-natured women." Quote, second sister-in-law's face was flashed green and white for a while. She explained herself. "Mother, I was just thinking on behalf of fourth brother-in-law, as the whole family rests on his shoulders. Now he has to help his wife support her maternal family's brothers. Isn't this wanting to crush fourth brother-in-law to death?" Quote, this registered into Mother Joe's mind. However, Mother Joe didn't dare to look for Lin Qinghee. She had a private talk with her youngest son, Zhou Qingbai. Observing how tired her youngest son was after work, Mother Joe's heart broke. "Old fourth, you don't have to work yourself to the bone, have an occasional break." Quote, "Mother, I'm fine," Zhou Qingbai spoke. "Mother, did you come for something?" "Today, Dawa's third Jew from old Lin family came over. I heard that your wife gave a lot of things away. Is there enough to eat at home?" Mother Joe mentioned. His Dawa's third aunt gave birth and is in postnatal confinement. It's only right to give some things. Zhou Qingbai nodded. His wife only acknowledged her third brother from old Lin's side, she alienated the rest. "Yes, it is right, but at most a gin of eggs. I heard that he took a lot back." Mother Joe continued. "It's not the same as before, where you send few tens of yuans in allowances back every month. The whole family relied on you, this burden isn't light." Quote, she certainly didn't dare to say these words to Lin Qinghee, even when Lin Qinghee was courteous to her. It was only because she was Zhou Qingbai's mother that Lin Qinghee occasionally sent Dawa to deliver stuff when they got something good. But if Mother Joe wanted to intervene in her life and arrange how she lived, Lin Qinghee would never allow it. Once she sticks in, a fight was inevitable. This wasn't what Mother Joe wanted to see, so she looked for Zhou Qingbai in private instead. "Mother, my wife knows what she is doing, you don't have to worry about us. Aren't we living well now?" Zhou Qingbai assured. "You are doing fine now, and doesn't that cost money? When the money is all spent, doesn't everything need money when Dawa and his brothers get older, like marrying a wife or something?" Mother Joe pointed out, "My wife said no need to make provision for children. When the kids grow up, they can just earn it themselves." Zhou Qingbai said this with laughter in his eyes. His wife's original words were, "It's still a long before the boys marry. Besides, when you married me, didn't you rely on yourself? Our house was built with your money. You can do it, your sons can do it too. The tiger father birthed no pups, so we don't have to worry about it." Quote, with one sentence, she praised him and his sons. Mother Joe sighed aloud. Seeing her son it was apparent that he was tamed by fourth's wife, so how could he have the ability to think? In peasant households, who doesn't save money for emergency use? Such spending habits, how can they live properly? Mother Joe went back, and Zhou Qingbai came home. Lin Qinghee raised her eyebrows when she saw him return. "What did mother talk with you? Acting so secretively and hide outside to discuss?" "Not much." Zhou Qingbai shook his head. "Did my third brother's visit reached mother's ears through someone? Mother came to get you to remind me that one need to live more prudently now that there's no fixed income every month like before. The pressure of the whole family is all on you, and her old heart is distressed for you, the youngest son." Lin Qinghee said. Zhou Qingbai glanced at his wife. Even though she didn't hear it, his wife had basically repeated what his mother said. "Correct." Lin Qinghee threw a glance at him. "Wife, you're the head of our family." Zhou Qingbai looked at her seriously. "That's more like it." Lin Qinghee observing how firm he was, she harumphed. As for the things given to her third brother, she did not intend to explain. "If mother comes to ask you again, then simply tell her that she doesn't have to worry so much and our family is doing well." Lin Qinghee stated. Zhou Qingbai knew that his wife must be displeased due to his mother getting involved in their family matter. But he was the type of person that didn't know how to explain, so he could only solemnly stare at his wife. Lin Qinghee exited with a sway of her hip. She continued to cut out red date petals. She cut the red dates into small petals with a scissor and removed the seed. Then she used it to make red date buns. As for Mother Joe, even though Lin Qinghe expressed understanding, Lin Qinghe didn't approve. They had already separated, so even if she cares about this side, there should be a limit. Routinely nagging, can it not be bothersome? If it was a goody two-shoe, maybe they won't see it that way and be grateful to Mother Joe for being so concerned about her family. However, Lin Qinghe won't accept such kindness. She was the mistress of her family and did as she likes. If there was something wrong, Zhou Qingbai can correct her. But outsiders absolutely can't. This was the bottom line for her as family head. So in the following days, whatever delicious stuff was made at home never got delivered to old Zhou family. I passed by today. I saw Dawa and his brothers were eating mantou. They said it was red date mantou and very delicious. Second brother mentioned. He wasn't purposely sowing disorder. It was just a casual comment. Father Zhou paid no heed, while Mother Zhou was silent. I assumed there weren't much and was a new treat for Dawa and his kids. Third sister-in-law voiced out. Why didn't they send a portion of new treat over for father and mother? Second sister-in-law raised an eyebrow. They have separated. They got to live their life there. Eldest sister-in-law smiled. After eating, they returned to their own rooms. Third brother questioned with an awkward expression. What's going on? Third sister-in-law snorted. It's second sister-in-law. She tattered to mother about fourth's wife giving something to her third brother. Mother became unhappy. She probably went over to give some reminders as fourth's wife didn't share anything with the elder. Quote, they already moved out. It doesn't matter what Qingbai's wife does, have nothing to do with our side. What is mother going over to criticize for? Third brother said. Mother has always favored fourth brother-in-law, and now the whole family burden sits on fourth brother-in-law's shoulders. Mother definitely won't agree to fourth's wife supplementing her maternal family. Third sister-in-law pointed out. Eldest brother discussed this with eldest sister-in-law when they returned to the room. Second's wife was stirring trouble. Why did she talk about this too? Mother. Eldest Zhou said. Eldest brother responded. Mother is also nosy. She knows then she knows. The family had already divided. Whatever happened there has no relation to here, so why does she always goes there and badger them? Who knows? Eldest sister nonchalantly replied. As for second sister-in-law, she rewarded second brother with a hug and kiss once they entered the room. Second brother had a disgusted look. What are you doing? What? You're averse to me. Second sister-in-law immediately glared. Second brother twitched his mouth and thought, if you're like fourth's wife, I would welcome all the kisses. But look at your own face, how can it be comparable to fourth's wife? Speaking of this, usually when the men talked in private, they talked about fourth's wife. Of course, he listened to it silently. He dared not say it to them. They all said that old fourth was blessed. Second brother also felt that his fourth brother was lucky. See how well fourth's wife had nurtured him after he came back. He heard she was being creative with the food. He also witnessed it with his own eyes this summer harvest. At lunch, it was white meat buns, or spring pancakes, or fried dumplings. The worst was cornmeal mantou. But it was still served with a lunchbox full of a dish with numerous meat for old fourth to eat. After a bustling summer harvest, who hadn't become skinny from exhaustion except for old fourth? Not just that, he was obviously nourished well. This had him envious. I'm speaking, what are you thinking? Second sister-in-law uttered. Nothing. What else can I think about? Second brother sighed. I don't know when our family will make something delicious. Passing by fourth's house, he wanted to go in and scrounge a meal. Watching how the kids' red date mantou and the sweet fragrance it emitted had a lot of children gathering around, he became too embarrassed to enter in the end. Our mother lives frugally. It's not a special day, so don't think about it. Second sister-in-law waved her hand. At this time their son came in and said that elder brother Dawa Nat others had delicious treat again, he wanted to eat it too. Second sister-in-law's son was called Zhou Sha, about the same age as Hua. He was older than eldest sister-in-law's eldest son Zhou Yong, because eldest sister-in-law had daughters in front. Eat what? Why not go and become their family's son? Second sister-in-law scolded. Can I? Zhou Sha's eyes lighted up even more. Second brother laughed. Son, you don't have that life. Let's eat cornmeal pancake at home. His son's face dropped. He really wanted to be fourth uncle and fourth aunt's son. Elder brother Dawa got yummy food every day. It was either meat or noodles or white mantou. Also, they ate white rabbit candy, malted milk powder, and huge watermelon. Their life was so blissful. He also wanted to be his uncle's son. Dawa and his brothers weren't just envied by Zhou Sha. Zhou Yong, eldest sister-in-law's son, was envious too. Same with third sister-in-law's Zhou Wuni. These were old Zhou families. There were still the children in the village. Once it got out, who didn't feel envious? They heard adults say Dawa's mother doesn't know how to live, but they felt that there was no mother in the world who can live more properly than Dawa and his brother's mother. If she was their mother, how good it'll be. Lin Qinghe didn't know that she had become the most ideal mother in the eyes of the children in the village. She was only experimenting with the red date mantou this time, but she didn't expect it to work out so well. She liked it, but red dates weren't cheap, but they will be much cheaper when new ones come out. At that time, she can buy more back to make them. She never thought of making red dates mantou before. Once Zhou Qingbai came back from work, he went fishing for ricefield eel, catching loach, capturing fish, and shrimp. Even the snail was brought back by him. His wife's cooking skills were excellent, and these can become delicious things in the hands of his wife. If I go to the county city next time, I'll bring you a bottle of Maotai wine. Serving this and drinking the wine will have you delighted. Lin Qinghe fried the snail and said to Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai beamed. The next time you buy a bottle back, let's drink together. All right. Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. At this time, the eel was also very fat and delicious. The important thing was that it was a pure free range. It got a lot of nutrition. If Zhou Qingbai wasn't exhausted from farm work, Lin Qinghe would send him every day to go fishing for eel. Let's keep the loach for tomorrow. Go exchange the soybean dreg and bring back some tofu. I will make some fried tofu. Lin Qinghe said. Okay. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Life at home was unquestionable. Lin Qinghe took Erhua and Sanhua back to the county city after 7 or 8 days. Must say, the brothers became smarter day by day after following Lin Qinghe on her trip. Soon September arrived and they entered the season of autumn. The autumn harvest started at the end of this month and all the way up till November. This was a very huge project, equivalent to 3 times the summer harvest's effort. That was enough to understand how tormenting this autumn harvest was. Still, Lin Qinghe did not enter the field. From the beginning of this project that started at the end of September, Lin Qinghe made lunch every day and delivered it over. Because she empathized with how much toil it was on Zhou Qingbai, she took on all the chores at home. Even the pigsty was cleaned before he returned home, so Zhou Qingbai, who was busy, doesn't have to tidy the pigsty and chicken shed when he returned. As for lunch, Lin Qinghe exhausted her all creativity. Big buns, mantou with fried meat, or cornmeal mantou with stew meat. Of course, a huge bundle of vegetables can't be omitted, such as tomato soup and green bean soup. She had brought it all to Zhou Qingbai. The lunch was delivered by bike. She didn't care about the old Zhou's house. Even when eldest sister-in-law suggested that she help her bring it, Lin Qinghe refused without hesitation. Every family did their own thing. Don't mix them together, so no one gets condemned. Yes, Lin Qinghe was still mad about Mother Zhou poking into her family affairs. She wasn't one to let herself be aggrieved, so naturally, she won't take care of the old Zhou family. When harvesting this summer, she would send a portion of mung bean soup or something to the old Zhou family. But this autumn harvest, that side didn't receive a single bite from her. Of course, Lin Qinghe also knew they might not desire it, but what does it have to do with her? Her attitude was very obvious. She was in charge of her family's affairs, and no one else is allowed to chip in, even if it was the mother-in-law, Mother Zhou. Her intention was good but still shouldn't stick in. It may be overbearing, but that was the kind of person she was. Zhou Qingbai probably felt it too. As he drank the mung bean soup, he snuck glances at his wife. Lin Qinghe's eyelids soberly squinted at him. Do you have something to say? Before Zhou Qingbai had the chance to speak, Dawa spoke on behalf of his father. Mother, do you need to send some to Grandpa and Grandma? If old Zhou's home wants to drink, don't they have mung beans to cook? Since they didn't make it, It means that they don't want to drink. Lin Qinghe indifferently replied. Then second aunt will definitely criticize you, Erhua remarked. So what, if she criticize? If she has the gut to come and say it to my face, I'll definitely give her a good punishment. Lin Qinghe sneered. Zhou Qingbai felt helpless. Quickly eat and rest once done. Lin Qinghe ordered. Zhou Qingbai munched his own food. Same with Dahua and Erhua. After eating, they laid on the nylon polybag and catnapped. There was limited time to rest, but drowse when they can. Lin Qinghe took San Hua home on the bike, as well as third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law advised her, don't hold your grudge so long. Lin Qinghe laughed. What grudge do I have? Everybody has their own life, wasn't it like this before? Third sister-in-law said. Before was before, now is now. Now fourth brother-in-law is also at home, you acting like this makes his heart ill at ease. Lin Qinghe gave no response, but her mind muttered, how am I making Zhou Qingbai ill at ease? But she didn't give much explanation. After all, there was a generation gap, and some things cannot be communicated. When she got home, she separated from third sister-in-law. Lin Qinghe led San Hua home. At this time, an urban educated youth came over. Fourth Zhou Sao, can I have a lend of the bicycle? I'm going to the field. Fourth Zhou Zhe and the kids can ride back in the evening. Lin Qinghe frowned. Who are you? My name is Chen Shan, an urban educated youth from Jin City. Please take care of me, fourth Zhou Sao. The urban educated youth, Chen Shan, smiled gently. Lin Qinghe's face remained unchanged, while her heart was surprised. After the shock, she sneered. Chen Shan, wasn't this the scum man who seduced the original owner in the original plot? No wonder in life, encounters happen everywhere. She came across him now. Educated youth Chen, before today we never met and you still dare to come and borrow a bike from me. Who gave you the face? Do you think because you are an educated youth from Jin City, that you're so amazing? Lin Qinghe laughed, but what was said was similar to cold scum. A scum man dared to come to her and pretend to be elegant. However, Chen Shan was able to maintain his grace and look. The fourth Zhou Sao's words said it like you discriminate against us, urban educated youth who came to the countryside and is no different from everyone. Can be called discrimination. Just some people, who aren't what they appear to be, dissuade people from giving flatters. Of course, it's undeniable that most of them are good, but there happened to be some lazy bum, who has never gone to work till now. With a chuckle, Lin Qinghe turned around with San Hua and walked away. Although she got even more unpleasantness to give, she mustn't go overboard and give some face as her 3 kids were still young. Such a lovely skin, to marry such a rough country man, you'll have a time when you'll regret it. I'm waiting for you to follow me once you're in regret. Chen Shan's gaze held a must-have intention as he watched Lin Qinghe's back. Based on Chen Shan's high-level examination, Zhou Qingbai's wife was a gem. She got what was truly defined as a waist and a hip. That face was so smooth that one can pinch out water. Within these 10 li and 8 villages, one couldn't find such a woman. Even if she had 3 sons, she was still so beautiful and so tempting. Sooner or later, you will beg for mercy under me. Despite not knowing what this sewer rat thought, Lin Qinghe held contempt toward him. In fact, the original owner didn't fancy this man, but she was tempted by Chen Shan only after she was forced into a helpless corner. Although the external temptation was there, it was still due to the fact that the original owner wasn't highly principled. She was not the same as the original owner. In her opinion, Zhou Qingbai was great in every aspect. So no such thing will happen. No matter how powerful the plot was, since she was here, it was her decision. Mother, sleepy, San Hua said as soon as he came home. Mother happened to be sleepy too. Lin Qinghe grinned and went to bed with her son. They slept until 2:30 and Lin Qinghe got up. San Hua had enough sleep, so she let him play with Fei Ying. Lin Qinghe went off to handle the dough to steam mantou. As the dough was resting, she started to clean the pigsty and chicken shed. Since Zhou Qingbai was too worn out, she will help out with a question. If the original owner was still there, then it was impossible for the family to raise pigs. She believed that she has done a lot better than the original owner, but Mother Zhou still gave criticize. Even if her original intention was benevolent, she really doesn't approve. So don't blame her for being extreme. What she wanted to express was that she doesn't need anyone, even her mother-in-law, to intervene in her family's affairs, no matter how big or small. She won't accept any compromise on this matter. As long as Mother Joe did not express her attitude or come up with an attitude, there was no room for reconciliation. Even if Zhou Qingbai was put on a tight spot, she won't cause herself discomfort. He loved to be troubled, then go be troubled. When Zhou Qingbai brought Dahua and Erhua back, it was already 6:30 in the evening. It was pretty late this time, so when the father and sons returned home, the delicious meal was ready. White buns are served with tomato and amp, scrambled eggs and a braised pork. A cucumber and a bone radish soup was the finishing touch. The food was very simple, but it's still a wonderful meal. After the whole family finished eating, Lin Qinghe didn't tidy up the dishes and cutlery as usual. It was Dahua's responsibility. Lin Qinghe had finished her work, so she can do as she liked with the time. She started studying. Although there was still 7 years more before the college entrance examination, it did not affect her enthusiasm for studying. Since there was nothing to do, then study. Zhou Qingbai said, I can come back and tidy up the pigsty. When the autumn harvest is over, naturally it'll be you who clean it. At the moment, you don't have to snatch to do it. Lin Qinghe kept on processing the book's content as she answered without looking up. Zhou Qingbai stared at her for a moment before going to bathe first. The autumn harvest was indeed tiring, but with enough energy from food and enough time to rest, he can still keep going. When he came back after the wash-up with a cool soapy scent, Lin Qinghe glimpsed at him and said, after a hectic day, you must be tired. Would you like to take a rest first? No need. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. Lin Qinghe let him be and continued to read her book. She brought up, I don't know if the college entrance examination will resume in the future. If it does, then I will try it. Don't stop me. At that time, how old will you be? Zhou Qingbai did not expect his wife to think of this and uttered with somewhat bafflement. By that time, who knows what age she'll be, so why take part in the college entrance examination? Lin Qinghe glared at him. I will always be 18, understand? Zhou Qingbai nodded very tactfully. In my eyes, my wife will always be 18 years old beauty. Satisfied, Lin Qinghe said, at least you're discerning, otherwise you will spend the night with mosquitoes outside. Just finished washing the dishes, Dahua pinched his mouth to copy from her. At least you're discerning, otherwise you will spend the night with mosquitoes outside. Lin Qinghe didn't find it odd when she said it, but listening to Dahua's parroting, she had goosebumps all over. She set down the book and snapped out, Zhou Dahua, do you want a beating? Mother, you can do it, but I can't. Isn't that what you said just a few days ago, only allow officials to set fire and forbade the common people to light the lights? After Dahua cheekily laughed, he ran out. Lin Qinghe sat back down and continued studying as she muttered, none of these cheeky boys are affectionate. They all get me fuming. Sons are birthed to collect debts, only girls are caring. I think so too. Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. Lin Qinghe gave him a glance. You still dare say that you think so too? Who's planted these seeds? Zhou Qingbai's eyes looked at her softly. I didn't expect you to be so capable. She was very capable, 3 sons in one go. But in the future, shouldn't they get a daughter? Speaking of it, he had done it a lot with her, but her stomach still had no movement these days. Lin Qinghe gave him an eye roll and mentally uttered, it got nothing to do with women whether they gave birth a boy or girl. It's up to you guys to decide. However, this couldn't be randomly voiced out, so she continued to read her book. My mother is like that, always worried that our family isn't faring well, so she says a lot. Zhou Qingbai said hesitantly. So it's my fault. I should have empathized with her good intentions instead of butting with her, right? Lin Qinghe gave him a smile. As if without hesitation, Zhou Qingbai shook his head. Wife, I don't mean that. If you think that I am insensible and unfilial to your father and your mother, you can say it clearly. We can end it here. Lin Qinghe solemnly declared. Zhou Qingbai's face sank. Lin Qinghe sneered. I'm telling you now, Zhou Qingbai. I don't care if your mother meant well or not. In short, I am filial. She can take anything to eat, but I don't allow others to intervene in my family and how I treat you or your 3 sons. If you aren't uncomfortable or unhappy, you can tell me directly. But if others come, then I won't be polite. After that, she grabbed the book and went straight to the children's room, leaving Zhou Qingbai with a helpless face. Needless to say, Lin Qinghe wanted to sleep on a separate Kong tonight instead of sleeping with Zhou Qingbai, the stinky man. He can sleep by himself. However, Zhou Qingbai refused to. He openly carried her back in front of the three sons, causing Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua to protest. Lin Qinghe was embarrassed, while Dahua didn't mind inflating the matter. "Daddy, what are you doing?" "Taking my wife back to the room to sleep," Zhou Qingbai stated. "The three of you sleep well. You have to get up early tomorrow morning." The latter half was directed to the brothers. In the summer, Sanhua no longer slept here. He preferred to sleep with his two brothers. It goes without saying, Zhou Qingbai was delighted. The kids giggled in agreement and Lin Qinghe was taken back to her room. "Can you not do this in front of the children?" Lin Qinghe warned, but her voice was lowered, so it seemed too coquettish. "It's time to sleep. There'll be a lot of matter tomorrow," Zhou Qingbai said. Even after the lights went out, Lin Qinghe was still angry. Zhou Qingbai started coaxing her, softly and gentle coaxing. It took almost 10 minutes for Lin Qinghe to drop her anger. Then Zhou Qingbai flipped on top of her at once. "What are you doing? Aren't you tired out from the whole day?" Lin Qinghe said. "Not tired." Zhou Qingbai began his meat feasting activity. Halfway through his work, Zhou Qingbai questioned her, "Do you dare to say end it with me anymore?" This woman's words irked him. They got 3 children already and she dared to say anything. At this critical time, what can Lin Qinghe do? Of course, she can only surrender and admit her mistake. Only then, Zhou Qingbai continued to love her. After busying from nearly 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, the couple went to sleep. As for the previous anger, it was naturally quarreling at the head of the bed and reconciled at the end of the bed. That was basically how it was between husband and wife. Zhou Qingbai was refreshed when he got up the next day, while Lin Qinghe slept lazily until she woke up at 6 in the morning. As for Zhou Qingbai, he had already set off then. The autumn harvest was also harvest rush. At about 4:30 a.m., the whole group departed. The sky hadn't lighted yet when they head over. Once the sun rose, a lot of works were already done. Before she went to bed last night, she steamed a pot of pumpkin mantou. As for the vegetable dish, she didn't have time to make. She only cooked a shrimp skin soup to eat with pumpkin mantou. Dahua and Erhua wanted to head over, so they followed over their grandma a little later. Although Lin Qinghe and Mother Zhou had some differences in opinions, Lin Qinghe did not stop the kids from interacting with their grandma. She was not that unreasonable. She prepared a hearty breakfast for the boys. Only then did she let the 2 brothers, Dahua and Erhua, go out. These brothers were really active. Because of these kind of life, other families' children were forced to go. But these brothers were both eager to go. What can Lin Qinghe do? As expected, she can't do nothing. After feeding the pigs and chickens, she began to make the dough. Pancakes was for lunch. She grabbed a handful of mushrooms and soaked them. The filling was bountiful. The soaked mushrooms were diced, then the loin. She plucked 3 pieces of cucumber and cut it into sticks for later. Next was scrambled eggs. Eaten with it inside the scallion pancake, the taste will be heavenly. Then she prepared a few tomatoes and a bowl of mung bean soup. These things were what Lin Qinghe was going to send over. Usually, she placed these things directly into the space and takes them out after arriving there, so that they won't overflow and easily drop out. After finishing this, it was only past 9 o'clock, not 10 o'clock yet. She waited until 10:30 before delivering the meal with Sanhua. "Sanhua, come, mother will teach you how to draw." Lin Qinghe, who was at home, started teaching Sanhua to draw. She found that Sanhua really had a gift for drawing. It must be noted that even though the kid was mischievous, he was serious once he drew. Next time she intends to buy some colored pencils back for Sanhua to let him draw better. I really envy Fourth's wife. To actually be able to stay at home and paid no heed to outside matters. Second sister-in-law, who was busying away in the field, was so dead tired that her waist and back were sore and she couldn't resist muttering. Second brother remarked, "Weren't you saying she was lazy before? Why are you being envious now?" Why else? If it weren't for you being incapable, I won't need to come out and suffer this torment on this day. Second sister-in-law couldn't resist complaining. Now each family was responsible for one piece of land. They don't work together like before. This one family was responsible for this piece and another was responsible for that piece. The earlier one finished, the earlier one can rest. If not done, then continue to work with no break for lunch. So here was working on one piece. Zhou Qingbai was responsible for another piece. Don't underestimate him on his own, he can do the work of two. Second brother pursed his lip. If you scorn me for being incapable, then you can find another guy. This remark made the second sister-in-law furious. Just work, what are you talking for, said Father Zhou from that side. Chattering all day long, and not much work done. Third sister-in-law scowled. Third brother was also exhausted, just commented, I wonder what we'll eat at noon. This time, mother is at home. What delicious thing can there be? Third sister-in-law sighed. If she or eldest sister-in-law was cooking at home, it would definitely be better. But when her mother-in-law was holding fort at home, then, needless to say, cornmeal pancake served with pickled veg and lump veg was the best it can get. Eldest sister-in-law also held no hope toward this. Eldest brother scolded her. What mother makes is what you eat. Eldest sister-in-law responded. Now the days aren't terrible. After this time, the food will be distributed. We'll also have a bumper harvest this year. We should eat better at home occasionally. It was draining to work in the field. If one didn't eat well, how can the body bear the strain? Our family hasn't split yet. What mother makes is what you eat. Can you even complain to mother? Did you not see mother as giving displeased attitude toward fourth's wife? Eldest brother said. Eldest brother knew this even if he was slow-witted. Because their mother was disgruntled with fourth's wife's extravagant way in life, where they had either eggs or pork every day, she said a few words. Fourth's wife became offended, so the conflict happened. Dawa's family had already separated out, how they eat and what to make, Dawa's mother what she's doing. Can't believe mother, why did she have to go and say something? Eldest sister-in-law replied. In this matter, she supported Dawa's mother. If they hadn't separated, then it was fine. Now they moved out, she didn't have to criticize Dawa's mother on what she wants to do as long as she doesn't reach out to old Zhou family. It was more like Dawa's mother giving attitude to her mother-in-law, rather than their mother-in-law giving disgruntled looks to Dawa's mother. Look, there was no bite of delicious food at this side. During the summer harvest, it was a must to send a portion over. Now this even more exhausting autumn harvest. Don't dream of sharing a bite. Who was on the losing end? Eldest brother sighed. Fourth's wife hold resentment so long. No matter what, mother is an elder. Eldest sister-in-law said nothing. Haha, being sisters-in-law for so many years, who didn't know Dawa's mother's character? Expect her to give food when they are in a cold war, gotta be dreaming right. Moreover, Dawa's mother wasn't in the wrong on this matter. Compared to before, Dawa's mother was more reasonable now. At least eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law were willing to interact with Lin Qinghe. As for the others, they don't know. Mother Zhou delivered the lunch. After Lin Qinghe learned that she was delivering the meal, she deliberately delayed herself. After she had arrived for a while, she came down much later with the pancakes packaged in the insulated box for Zhou Qingbai and her sons to eat. Did you come with your eldest aunt in the morning? Lin Qinghe asked Dawa. Came with third aunt. Dawa answered while eating the pancake. Mother, this pancake is really yummy. Wa munched in content. Lin Qinghe observed the brother's sun-flushed cheeks and nagged, don't you know to rest occasionally when it's too sunny? How can I rest? If I rest, it'll let them pick up more and our work points will be less. Wa shook his head. Dawa nodded in agreement. That's right, mother. Don't worry about us, we're all right. Because of the way Lin Qinghe fed them, the brothers were fine. But eldest third sister-in-law's eldest daughter, Wu Ni, suffered from heatstroke. That night she vomited and had diarrhea. Third brother came knocking at midnight to borrow the bicycle to send Wu Ni to the health center. Lin Qinghe has taken a liking to Wu Ni. The little girl was very clever and occasionally came to help with chores. Although there was nothing much to do at home, Lin Qinghe still gave her a little when there was something delicious. Is it serious? I have medicine here, I bought it for an emergency. How about letting her take it first and see? Lin Qinghe entered into her room and took out the pills. This was something she didn't forget to buy when she was collecting materials. They were all very effective medicines. But she didn't dare to say anything absolutely, instead, said give it a try. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. I'll take it back to try, said third brother, because when brought to the health center, she'll still have to take medicine and injections. Of course, if there was medicine, they can try it first. However, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai sorted themselves before heading over. As for the three boys at home, they were exhausted from the day and slept like little pigs at this moment. Even thunder couldn't wake them up. It was enough to leave Fei Ying to watch in the house. Wu Ni's face was a little pale. The small face, which was initially tiny, became even thinner. Lin Qinghe's medicine was very effective. After eating it, Wu Ni was much better. After being in agony for so long, she fell asleep once she was comfortable. While the child can sleep it off in peace, the adults were in shock. This time, it scared me to death. That last did not say anything when feeling unwell. In the middle of the night, her father and I were anxious as headless flies. Third sister-in-law pulled Lin Qinghe closer and gratefully said, "It's all right now. I still have a bit of this medicine. Tonight, Wu Ni should be fine. I'll ask Dawa to bring it to you tomorrow morning." Lin Qinghe comforted. She did not stay too long and went back with Zhou Qingbai. Father Zhou, Mother Zhou, eldest sister-in-law, eldest brother, and others were also disturbed and woken up. They were all relieved as well. It's really thanks to Dawa's mother, otherwise who knows how long Wu Ni would be tormented this time. She's too strong-willed to bear the discomfort and be silent. Eldest sister-in-law sighed. Which medicine did Wu Ni take this time? The effect was so quick. Second sister asked. I don't know what medicine, but it's definitely not cheap. Third brother shook his head. Then should we give Dawa's mother money? I'm afraid that she bought it with much difficulty to prepare for emergency uses. Eldest sister-in-law turned to Mother Zhou. Give what money? Second sister-in-law interjected before Mother Zhou could speak. All one family, isn't it treating her like an outsider by talking money when helping each other? Mother, this medicine wasn't easily obtained by fourth sister-in-law. I have to get another again tomorrow. The money must be returned to her. After all, they have separated off already. What's more, I'm deeply grateful that fourth sister-in-law is willing to take this medicine out for Wu Ni this time. Third sister-in-law piped in. Second sister-in-law pursed her lips, and then looked at Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou waved her hand and said, ask her how much money and give it to her. Everyone is tired today, hurry back to rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Father Zhou also said, so they went back to bed. On this side, Lin Qinghe explained to Zhou Qingbai, fortunately, I circled around the black market. The man said it was secretly recipe and sold it dearly to me. I smelled it and felt it was pretty good. So I bought it when you guys in mind, I didn't expect it to come in handy. Zhou Qingbai nodded. As expected, he didn't probe any further about this. The next morning, Lin Qinghe passed the medicine to Dawa and asked him to bring it over. When Dawa came back, he asked, Mother, third aunt asked you how much is this medicine? Lin Qinghe was in the middle of frying cucumber and eggs. In response, she said, you can tell your third aunt that this medicine is for your sister Wu Ni, no money needed. If she wants to repay, it's enough to let Wu Ni come to help me with the work in the house when she's free. Quote, this was naturally being courteous, there weren't many chores to do. Third sister-in-law understood what she meant and stated, I'll remember this favor, fourth sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law didn't head out to work yet. The men went over first. It was no problem for women to go later. At this time, it was only 6 o'clock, so it wasn't too late. This medicine works really well. Eldest sister-in-law estimated that this wasn't cheap. Third sister-in-law was in agreement. Second sister-in-law remarked, she's not short on this bit of money, so there's no need to say so much. Let's get ready, it's time to go. There are many things to do today. Then you take good care of Wu Ni at home. Third sister-in-law told third sister-in-law. Because Wu Ni had a heat stroke, third sister-in-law stayed at home to care for her and handle the cooking and the likes. Eldest sister-in-law, Mother Zhou and second sister-in-law brought the group of children to the field, including Dahua and Erhua. I got to say, Dahua has grown a lot this year, eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. Second sister-in-law glanced over as she sourly said, eldest sister-in-law, look at what these brothers eat every day. Surely they can grow taller eating like this. What are you being sour about? If you have that ability, you can do it too. Mother Zhou opened her mouth and said to this second daughter-in-law, who always go to finding trouble. Second sister-in-law glimpsed at her and spoke, Mother, if I separate off, I can also live that well. The meaning was clear, she wanted to separate. Okay. Mother Zhou smiled. Watching her, she declared, I have discussed with your father, once this autumn harvest is over, we will separate the family for you. Each of you will live on your own, but if you want another pot and stove, there's none, so everyone cooks in the kitchen. Mother, our first branch doesn't have that intention. Eldest sister-in-law said quickly. Of course, the first branch doesn't have that intention. The first branch got 3 daughters in front and 2 sons at back. Got so many mouths. Second sister-in-law immediately responded. Zhou Dani, Ni, and Ni were born from eldest sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law's San Ni was the same age as Ni, but slightly younger by a bit. The next one was third sister-in-law's Wu Ni. Lu Ni was second sister-in-law's, and finally, it was Zhou Sha, the son. Second branch currently had 2 daughters and 1 son. First branch was 3 daughters and 2 sons. Third branch now had a daughter and a son. Fourth branch, that was Lin Qinghe's 3 sons and no daughters. Even though my family has a larger population, my family does not drag us down. Usually, my girls, Dani and Ni washed the whole family's clothes, earned points by getting pigweed and picking cow dung. Eldest sister-in-law swept her gaze to her. In addition, she and eldest brother were diligent, so they will never drag the family behind. On the contrary, it was second's wife and second brother-in-law, who were lazying around and procrastinating. Enough. No need to fight. Wait until the autumn harvest is over and the winter wheat is planted, then we'll split. At that time, each family will eat their own. Your father and I are getting old too. We can't govern your business. Go decide for yourself, I won't criticize you in the future. Mother Zhou declared. Eldest sister-in-law knew then, she was serious. And listening to the meaning in this sentence, it seems to indicate her to pass it to fourth's wife. Eldest sister-in-law didn't say anything. After all, the 2 elders decided to split up, so let's split up. After splitting, her family won't fare any worse. As the adults whispered these things, the children weren't listening as they chattered on the way. Even Dahua and Erhua wasn't paying any attention to their. They were currently bringing up what their mother said, she will make fried mantou for them for lunch. Fried mantou. Brother Dahua, can you give me a piece at that time? Zhou Sha, second sister-in-law's son, couldn't resist telling him. The fried mantou sounded very yummy and he had never eaten them. Not only that he hadn't eaten it before, but none of the other kids present either. As for eldest sister-in-law's younger son and third sister-in-law's son Zhou Dongdong, they were too young, so they stayed at home. Whoever cooks at home will take care of it. Normally, rural children were like this. They basically grew up playing with mud on their own. It was impossible to say they were carefully raised. Dahua kept showing off as showing off. He won't share his own food, uttered. My mother didn't make much. There's enough to share with so many of you. And third aunt will cook for you at home today. She'll definitely prepare some tasty things to eat. That's right, third aunt will definitely make you a good meal. Erhua nodded too. Don't covet his family's stuff. Eat fried mantou, they really know how to enjoy. The children were happily chattering away there, while the adults here listened. Second sister-in-law couldn't help blurting out. Mother Zhou had decided that to govern so much to provoke her daughters-in-law's dissatisfaction. Once the family separates and she had no plans to control anything. Eldest sister-in-law pondered on what delicious thing to make for the children one day after the family split away. At home, Lin Qinghe knew that her third sister-in-law was watching the house. She came over once her work at home was completed. Although Wu Ni was still tired and unwell, her complexion was much better than last night. After making sure she was fine, she chatted with third sister-in-law and then left Sanhua behind. Sanhua wanted to play with Zhou Dongdong, an eldest sister-in-law's younger son, Tu Do. He hadn't gotten a formal name yet, for now his nickname was Tu Do. Dahua and Hua weren't boasting. Lin Qinghe did promise that they'll eat fried mantou when the brothers asked what was for lunch. She sliced the mantou, layered on an egg liquid mixed with salt and sesame, and fried until the sides were browned. The taste was fantastic. Lin Qinghe made a lot and had used the peanut oil she brought. After so long, the 5 barrels of peanut oil she brought with her, she had only used 1 bottle as she usually used lard. So there were 4 bottles left. So she acted thriftlessly and used this oil for the fried mantou. In addition to fried mantou, was mung bean soup. The mung bean soup was pure mung bean soup without sugar, as it was the best combination to serve like this. It should be enough for the whole family to eat. Lin Qinghe began to boil green grass to make a pot of refreshing water, which was specially used to relieve the heat. When lunch was delivered at noon, she dropped over to third sister-in-law to pick up old Zhou family's share. She didn't bring along Sanhua. Instead, she left him at the old Zhou's house for third sister-in-law to babysit. Of course, she had left fried mantou and mung bean soup for Sanhua, Wu Ni, and Zhou Dongdong to eat. The weather was really blazing and sultry. Lin Qinghe felt like this when she came to deliver the meal, so if they wanted to make her work, don't even think about it. She can't accept it, so when seeing Zhou Qingbai, Lin Qinghe was very attentive for once. In my opinion, this fried mantou served with green bean soup can easily produce body heat, so these herbal teas are specially prepared for you father and sons. Remember to drink it, okay? Lin Qinghe urged. Watching how she was so naggy, Zhou Qingbai's eyes were soft and uttered, "Eat more." "I ate at home." Lin Qinghe waved her hands. However, Zhou Qingbai gave more pressure, so she ate another piece. Dahua and Hua were already fulfilled by this meal. The fried mantou was golden brown on both sides with black sesame seeds and eggs on the top. Salty and crispy, so delicious with mung bean soup. The food for old Zhou family was brought by Lin Qinghe, but she handed it to eldest sister-in-law and cared no more. Second sister-in-law looked over to this side, as expected it was fried mantou. As she ate the pancake made by third sister-in-law, she said, "And it's covered in egg and sesame seeds. The aromatic scent flowed over here along with the wind. Really know how to indulge." Second brother munched on the pancake, as he blurted, "It was pretty good to have a double-sized pancake today. But if compared with fourth family's fried mantou, it was nothing." Eldest brother shook his head and expressed, "How can they live like this? Eating like this, how much things were needed." Eldest sister-in-law thought, "What's wrong with living this? How much better Dahua, Hua and Sanhua." However, it was her, eldest sister-in-law dare not. Occasionally making it for the children is fine. As for cooking creatively every day was impossible. After all, within so many groups, it was really impossible to find a second one like fourth's wife. Father Zhou said nothing, he never cared about this. Mother Zhou had thought it through, so she didn't say anything. They were 2 families and managing too much was a bad idea. Recently, she got told off by Father Zhou, so she became open-minded and was ready to separate and let the children live their own life. But providing for the elderly was a must. Lin Qinghe prepared to head back after serving fathers and sons. She instructed them that if they felt uncomfortable, they had to find a place to rest immediately. She also left 2 pills for Zhou Qingbai to keep for an emergency. The autumn harvest days were indeed bustling, and this year, they had a pretty good harvest season, so despite being busy, everyone had the pure and simple joy on their face as they knew they secured their food this year. It was the end of October in a flash. Numerous grains had been collected. Some grains were distributed as soon as they had handed over the public rations. Some who hadn't finished collecting yet, continued to work. During this period, the entire group was filled with merriment. This year, a lot of food was allocated to the family. Lin Qinghe, who had no sense of collective honor, was quite happy to see the food that Zhou Qingbai carried back. "This year our 2 pigs will be able to exchange a lot of food when the time comes." Lin Qinghe said. She had put in the effort to serve the 2 big fat pigs at home and now it was excessive to call it big fat pig. They were probably about 200 jins. Lin Qinghe had fed them several times a day with pigweed, rice bran, soybean waste, soybean dregs, cornmeal, and the likes. With so much good stuff, how can it not grow meat? Zhou Qingbai stated. This year we can get a pig's head. Lin Qinghe stared at him. Does this mean he wants to eat pig head? Lin Qinghe had no liking for pig's head meat, but since Zhou Qingbai liked it, she nodded and said, "All right, we'll get a pig's head. I'll make braised pork head meat for you." Zhou Qingbai gazed at her. Lin Qinghe's heart beat a little faster from his stare. It was broad daylight, what can he do? So she kissed him on the cheek. Before she could escape, she was hugged by Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe coughed and talked about the serious matter. "I heard eldest sister-in-law said that your parents intend to let the three families split once the autumn harvest is over." "Splitting the family is a good idea," Zhou Qingbai replied. It was ridiculous for so many people to huddle together, even though it was a norm in the village. Zhou Qingbai believed it was still better to separate and each family lived their own lives. Father and mother aren't young anymore. When the times come, you discuss with your brothers on how you'll provide for the elderly. Whether it's given monthly or quarterly. Lin Qinghe reminded, it can be regarded as Mother Zhou giving her standpoint, letting everyone have their own way, and she had no intention to intervene. So as a daughter-in-law, Lin Qinghe put a stop and no longer hold back. Since hearing from eldest sister-in-law, she often let Zhou Qingbai and the kids bring a share of the meal over to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. The previous matter was considered to be over. After the last grain was collected and handed over to the public ration, the last food distribution began. Then winter wheat was planted again, and the production team announced that the work was finished. At this time, the pigs were killed and the meat got distributed. At the same time, if anyone in the village raised the pigs, they have to drive the pigs out and be tasked to hand over the pig. Other families reached 70 to 80 jins at best. However, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai's 2 pigs were at least about 200 jins each. 2 pigs racked up above 400 jins. When these 2 pigs were guided out, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Zhoujia village. So they all rushed to find out from Zhou Qingbai how to raise them. How can the pigs get so fat? Zhou Qingbai had nothing to hide: foraged pigweed, soybean waste, soybean dregs, and cornmeal. The first few were fine, but the cornmeal at the back was shocking. What? Feed the pig with cornmeal? They don't even get to eat cornmeal, so how could they use it to feed pigs? Needless to say, this must have been his terrible wife's idea. Lin Qinghe was used to bearing such blame, so when Zhou Qingbai wanted to say that they used to raise pigs like this back in the force, he was stopped by Lin Qinghe. She told him, he didn't need to say more. They could believe it if they want. But there was no doubt that these 2 big fat pigs, which can outweigh the other normal 5 fat pigs, were very eye-catching. It went without saying that the work points won't be lacking. More importantly, the whole village was sharpening the knife at once. Because other families, including those on the team, didn't achieve such fatness, they wanted to kill these 2 to distribute with everyone. If they can get pig fat, it will definitely be able to boil a lot of lard for use. So with the consent of everyone, the village branch secretary signaled the slaughter and the others rushed to complete the task. This time the pork distribution can be handed out again before the new year. There were still a lot of pigs on the farm, which was reserved for the community. This time, the autumn harvest was draining, so everyone ate better. So their families' pigs were killed. Zhou Qingbai asked for a pig head, a length of pork intestines, a pork stomach, a pigtail, 5 jins of pork fat, 8 large ribs, and large bones. He also got a good bit of pork belly and lean meat. The most popular and well recognized as good meat nowadays was fatty pork, then followed by pork belly loin, and pig head. As for the pig's large intestine, pork stomach, and the internal bits, they weren't counted. And the lean pork, ribs, and big bones weren't popular, so they were all cheap. So even though it looked at a lot, it was in fact matched to his work points. Moreover, these 2 big fat pigs were raised by his family. It was no problem for him to pick from it first. No one in the village would say anything. Even if many people coveted the big pig's head, no one dared to object when Zhou Qingbai took it away. Dawa's mother, why didn't you let 4th brother-in-law ask for more pork fat? How can those meat be better? Eldest sister-in-law came over and whispered. It's okay, We should leave some for everyone. Lin Qinghe replied. Da was very broad-minded. Huang Danyang, their neighbor, praised her. Huang Danyang, what's with your words? If she was really broad-minded, then why haven't I seen her enter the field once? Wang Ling snickered. If I go to the field, can you still have such good pork like my family's? Do you know how difficult it was to raise such a big fat pig? Shut up when you got something to eat. No one will treat you as a mute when you don't talk. Lin Qinghe gave her no respect. Wang Ling's face blackened. Lin Qinghe shot a humorless smile. Whether it was fighting or quarreling, she was not afraid. If she got ability, then come. Truthfully, Wang Ling didn't dare to go up, so she turned around and talked to second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law glimpsed at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe paid no heed to her. Once Zhou Qingbai was allocated with the meat, she followed him back with Dawa, Erhua and Sanhua. Mother, this year our family got so much pork, can we make meatballs? Dawa asked. Erhua looked expectantly at his mother. He still remembered the delicious fried meatballs that were made last year. Sanhua was young, but he knew from his eldest brother and second brother's desire, it was yummy. So he turned to his mother. Mother, meatball. All right. Lin Qinghe was in a good mood and agreed at once. Just meatballs, not a big deal. Want to eat? Then let's eat, since there was so much meat at home. After returning home, Lin Qinghe sent Zhou Qingbai to clean up the pig's intestines. These things were what he wanted to eat. She couldn't bear the smell, so she only promised to make it, but for the cleaning, he can do it himself. She also got him to clean the stomach as well. Lin Qinghe began to sort the rest. She cut the pork fat into small pieces and then placed directly to the pan to start cooking lard. Even though it was only 5 jins, they still got a lot of oil at home. What's more, she had mixed in some peanut oil, it was definitely enough. There was a lot of oil oozing out from the 5 jins. While the fat was cooked, Lin Qinghe began to pour out large bones, pork belly and lean meat. Although the weather is getting cold now and it was only the end of October on the lunar calendar, it can't stay fresh in the end, unlike meat distribution at the end of the year. That time, it can last longer. Because they were going to make meatballs, these meats were set aside. Ribs can be in soup or steamed or fried ribs. Big bones were used for boiling soup. The pork intestine outside will be fried with pickled veg. And there was also a huge pig head and stomach. In short, Lin Qinghe went all out. This time the autumn harvest was really exhausting. It went without saying that it was necessary to nourish Zhou Qingbai. So in the next few days, unless Zhou Qingbai had no appetite, he ate until he got a mouthful of oil. Probably due to be sated and the winter wheat has been planted, Zhou Qingbai, who was idle and had nothing to do, used all his energy on Lin Qinghe at night as they were basically preparing for winter isolation. Zhou Xiaomei, who got a holiday break, saw her fourth sister-in-law's glamorous appearance and became all shy. Who knew what was going through her mind? What are you doing on this return? Are you going to get married? Lin Qinghe raised her eyebrows and said to her, now that my father and mother are free, I came back to let my parents know and then settle on a time. Zhou Xiaomei was embarrassed, but that didn't hold back the spring aura. Great go tell father and mother. They should be delighted. Su Dalin is a good man. Lin Qinghe expressed. After then, she had met and conversed with him a few times. Su Dalin won't go wrong, he knows how to live well. Then I'll go back first. Zhou Xiaomei said, take this plate of meatballs back. Adding a dish for you. Remember to bring the plate back. Lin Qinghe gave her a plate of meatballs and said, thank you fourth sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei grinned as she received it. This time Zhou Xiaomei came back to help Su Dalin pass the message, he intends to come over to meet her parents. Then, find a prosperous day to hold the wedding, like this, they'll be married. Marrying was so fast in this era. Once a mutual connection formed, they can get married the next day. Everything else was simple. Of course, even if they wanted something complicated, there was none. Lin Qinghe was already prepared, while the old Lin Zhou family was preparing for separation recently. Zhou Xiaomei's matter came at a perfect time. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou decided to wait until they marry off their youngest daughter, and then they separate the family. Su Dalin came over the next day along with Dalin's Ju and aunt. They had prepared adequate gifts. There was sugar, snacks, and the likes. In short, it was decent for this meeting and had the intention to place importance here. If not, they would not prepare such a good gift. Although Father Joe and Mother Joe felt that Su Dalin's stuttering was not a good point, the two of them had self-awareness, knowing if it was not this shortcoming, how could their daughter marry to such a family? A 40-square home as well as a permanent job. Once married over, she was the matriarch. And the 4 major wedding presents were all sorted out. Toward such marriage for Zhou Xiaomei, they didn't have much to say. The conditions were excellent. After Su Dalin and his Ju and aunt left, Mother Zhou was overjoyed. No wonder Dawa's mother said this marriage is top-notch. This marriage is really superb. Only have some stuttering, Zhou father said. What's wrong with stuttering? It's not ease mute. What's more, the most important thing in life is to make money, the rest is nothing. Mother Zhou retorted. All in all, this marriage was settled, at the end of this month. Although Lin Qinghe had witnessed the speed of people getting married in this era, she was still shocked by the speed. The next step was the dowry. Lin Qinghe returned from the county city that day with a brand new quilt. She had already prearranged the cotton and ordered it. Although it was only 5 jins, it was a quality new quilt. I'm giving this new quilt to Guzi as a dowry. These 2 soaps were also prepared for her. When the time comes, let her take them together. Lin Qinghe cycled to old Zhou's house and directly gave Mother Zhou the quilt and the soap she has taken from her space as she explained. No need for so much. Mother Zhou didn't expect that she would give so many things to Xiaomei for her marriage, said. Whether it was the quilt or these 2 soaps that were not cheap at first glance, they were excellent goods. It's a bit much, eldest sister-in-law remarked with slight unease. How can we compare with Dawa's mother? What kind of living condition she has and what kind is our? Said second sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law remained silent. Lin Qinghe solemnly glanced at third sister-in-law. If you have something to talk about, then talk. Don't cover it all in sour air. If you have the ability, ask your man to earn for you to spend. If you don't have the ability, shut up. Second sister-in-law's face sank, saying, Fourth's wife, how can you speak like this? No matter how I speak, it's still human's word, which some people's dog mouth can't even vomit out decent sound and can't even speak human words. Lin Qinghe swept her a contemptuous gaze. Do you want to fight? Second sister-in-law pushed her without hesitation. It was apparent that second sister-in-law had enough of Lin Qinghe. Mother, eldest sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, you saw it right. It was second sister-in-law who hit me first. Once Lin Qinghe finished the sentence, she flipped second sister-in-law over the shoulder onto the ground. Boom! The ground resounded. All the women in the whole house were stunned. Not to mention them, even Father Zhou, who was smoking a big cigarette, was also taken aback. Mother Zhou's expression displayed bewilderment, while eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law were startled. Ayo! It hurts like hell. Fourth's wife, do you want to kill someone? Second sister-in-law laid on the ground moaning. With every hum, her body ached. She can't even get up on her own. I'm giving you face by calling you second sister-in-law. And you really parade it around. Don't you know how many jins you are? Is Zhou Qingbai's woman someone you can push around? Lin Qinghe domineeringly gazed at her. Hurry up and support second's wife up. Mother Zhou regained her mind and uttered hastily. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law had also just recovered, so they quickly helped second sister-in-law up. Mother Zhou ordered, support her back to her room. With this, the 2 sisters-in-law carried second sister-in-law back. Lin Qinghe paid no mind to this. Don't just say second sister-in-law had tolerated her for a long time, she too had endured second sister-in-law. This time, she dared to move her hand first. Would she still be polite to her? Take action when she should. When the 2 sisters-in-law came back, Lin Qinghe continued on the previous matter with Mother Zhou and the 2 of them. Mother, this is for Guzi's marriage, I will leave it here. As for eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, you don't need to copy me. Xiaomei knows what each family's situation is like. The intention is enough. I've seen Xiaomei's new house over there. Everything is complete. At the end of the month, everyone joyfully sends Guzi off to her marriage. Don't get upset over this marriage gifts. Having said this, Lin Qinghe went back in a very good mood. Cough. Is second's wife fine? Only then, Mother Zhou turned to the two sisters-in-law. She's fine. Just some ache, answered third sister-in-law. Mother Zhou shot a glare at Father Zhou. Don't mind them. I think this quilt is brand new. Father Zhou examined the new quilt. Mother Zhou's attention shifted to this. It's newly made. Really thoughtful. You decide. Father Zhou said. Then give 50. Mother Zhou replied. Isn't that a bit little? Father Zhou blankly stared at her. Mother Zhou responded. What little? She and Da Lin both have jobs. They can make a lot of money every month. In the end, only a bit was divided to the family. Her work didn't bring much back. How much do you expect? That side gave the 4 major gifts, Zhou father pointed out. Keep the bicycle at home, and send everything else back with her. At that time, there's be this quilt, soaps, hot water bottle, and the likes. Mother Zhou stated. Father Zhou had no comment. Mother Zhou said in a small voice. We still need to save money for Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua's marriage. Look how Dahua's mother extravagantly splurge. They can't save much. What should to do when the boys marry? At this, Father Zhou still said nothing. It was true that his daughter has no shortage over there. Then leave it for Dahua and his brothers. The old couple neglected second sister-in-law. After all, she was the one who started the fight first. Everyone saw her pushing fourth's wife first. Who can she blame when she got thrown? But how could second sister-in-law be willing to leave it like this? Second brother came back from the outside and saw her lying on the Kong as she groaned in pain. Why are you crying out for? Second brother asked. Damn you, your wife nearly got beaten to death and where did you run off to? Second sister-in-law yelled at once. Second brother was shocked. Got beaten. Who dared to beat you? Second sister-in-law gritted her teeth as she uttered, it was that fourth's wife. Lin Qinghe beat me. You got to be kidding me. Second brother frowned. How can you not win against her? With her dainty appearance, does she know how to fight? 2 of your push is enough. Second sister-in-law was so vexed. Whose side are you on? I was beaten by Lin Qinghe. Father, mother, and the other sisters-in-law saw it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I'm telling you, Zhou Qinglin, this matter between Lin Qinghe and I ain't over. If your old Lin Zhou family doesn't hold her accountable, then I will go back to my maternal house to find my brothers. My brothers won't agree to me getting beaten. Second brother frowned. He came out and asked eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, what happened? San Ni's mother is making a ruckus to go back to her mother's house. Speaking truthfully, on this matter, it was San Ni's mother who shoved Dahua's mother first. Eldest sister-in-law answered honestly. Father and mother were all present at the time. Third second sister-in-law pushed Dahua's mother first, and then Dahua's mother threw her over the shoulder. Third sister-in-law added. Over the shoulder. Second brother was taken aback. Probably taught by the fourth brother-in-law, replied third sister-in-law. What, is your wife throwing a tantrum? At this time, Mother Zhou came out of the room and looked at second brother. Mother, San Ni's mother is currently making a scene, wanting to go back to her maternal house to find her brothers to come over to give her justice. Second brother hastily explained. All right, go back then. Let's see if my old Zhou family is easy to bully. Go, and go back for me now. When Mother Zhou heard this, her face became solemn and shouted toward second sister-in-law's room. Mother, I've been beaten like this and you're still partial to her. Are we not your daughters-in-law? Second sister-in-law angrily talked back. I'll ask you then. On today's matter of you receiving a shoulder throw, who was the one who moved their mouth first? Who wanted to move their hand today? Mother Zhou Mu questioned. Second sister-in-law was silent. Let alone getting old second to cause a scene. Even if you go find those brothers from your old Chen family, I can get them to return with their tail between their legs. You spoke first. You also moved first. You can't beat her with your tongue, you use your hand. You can't win with your hand, you still feel you're in the right. If you are discontent, then pack your things and go back to your old Chen's house. Let your old mother come talk to me. I want to ask her how she teaches her daughter. Mother Joe reprimanded. At that side, second sister-in-law dared not to speak. Go back, keep a good eye on your wife. All day long, she wagged her tongue and no growth in other aspects can be seen. Mother Joe also targeted second brother. Second brother fled into his room in disgrace. He disgruntled ly vented. What are you doing when it's your fault? You made me get scolded by mother. Second sister-in-law angrily turned around to cry. There's no justice. She was the one who got beaten, and it was still her fault. Lin Qinghe, on the other hand, was ready for second sister-in-law to come to find fault with her maternal family. But no one came after she waited for the whole afternoon. Judging by the looks of it, it was suppressed by Mother Joe. Lin Qinghe sent Zhou Qingbai off to get firewood the next day. Although their household was allocated a lot of burning material this year, they weren't adequate, so more firewood was needed. It was easy to ride a bicycle over and come back with a load or two. Because Zhou Qingbai was at home, naturally, Zhou Dong was no longer needed. This year Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi also gained a lot of food. It was enough to eat. Zhou Qingbai was still clueless about his wife beating someone up, but there was indeed a shortage of firewood at home, so he went out to work after lunch. Lin Qinghe started steaming sweet potatoes to prepare to make sweet potato mantou. This time, there were a lot of sweet potatoes at home. Perfect for sweet potato mantou. Nowadays, it was getting colder and colder each day, and today it had increased a bit. Zhou Qingbai returned after 1 o'clock in the afternoon with a full load of firewood, which was at least 4 or 5 bundles. You should be hungry. Hurry in and eat. I will heat it up for you. Lin Qinghe said, taking advantage of these days, I will get more back. Zhou Qingbai nodded. With a bike, he brought back so many. It was almost sufficient after a few more trips, so Lin Qinghe gave no objection. She warmed up the buns and the side dishes. While Lin Qinghe warmed his meals, he put the firewood in the backyard, so Lin Qinghe didn't have to do it later. Zhou Qingbai was indeed starving, and with his appetite already large, he wiped clean everything Lin Qinghe heated up. Go rest a bit. There's nothing left to do at home. Lin Qinghe urged. Zhou Qingbai agreed. He still didn't know about his wife's fight. It was when he was about to go out the next day to get firewood, he got blocked by second brother and heard his grumbling. Did he found out? I didn't know about this matter yet, so I can't give you any explanations. We'll talk about it when I come back. Zhou Qingbai finished and hopped on the bike. When he came back in the afternoon, he asked his wife while he was washing his face. What? He dares to come and complain to you. It was she who first moved her mouth. She also struck out first. Still, dare to complain. Lin Qinghe sneered. She hit you? Zhou Qingbai asked. Lin Qinghe noticed his focus was on that part and was immediately healed. She beamed. I'm fine. She just shoved me a bit and got thrown by me. Then added. At that time, father, mother, and the other 2 sisters-in-law were there. I have a lot of witnesses on this matter. Even if her old Chen family comes over, I can beat them away. Zhou Qingbai nodded and stated, if they really dare to come over, you don't need to take action. Lin Qinghe got his meaning and shot a grin at him. Zhou Qingbai returned a soft gaze, said, in the future, tell me about these matters straight away. I won't be angry. Okay. Lin Qinghe nodded and continued, actually, I haven't taken this seriously. She has endured me for a long time. I also find her displeasing for a long time. The day before yesterday's fight was actually quite refreshing. Zhou Qingbai. This time, his gaze toward his wife was a bit helpless. Zhou Qingbai knew that his wife couldn't be blamed for this matter, so naturally, he ignored second brother. On this matter, second brother only came over to grumble. In fact, he wanted to express was out of all things, why did you have to teach your wife how to fight? However, before this main point was finished, it was dismissed by Zhou Qingbai. With this, it was over. Zhou Qingbai had been busy working these few days. He had prepared all the firewood that his family needs for winter. Once he finished, and it snowed. What's more, a lot got accumulated on the ground. At the end of November, Zhou Xiaomei got married. The whole family sent her off. Because it was too cold and the snow was still falling, everything was simple. Out of the wedding gifts, a bicycle remained. The others were displayed for a bit before gifting it back. The banquet was also held at the in-laws' place. Zhou Qingbai and his brothers had went over, while Lin Qinghe and the children didn't attend. Zhou Xiaomei really liked the quilt and 2 pieces of soap that Lin Qinghe had gifted, especially 2 pieces of soap. Whoever used it knew how effective and how fragrant it was. Eldest sister-in-law gifted a pair of enamel cups, while third sister-in-law sent 2 towels. As for second sister-in-law really buttoned up, she didn't give anything at all. No one criticized her, they didn't want to cause any unpleasantness for such a small thing. After all, it made no difference whether it was included or not. 3 days later, Zhou Xiaomei came back with Su Dalin. They brought back return gifts for the 3 families. Lin Qinghe's side received a jar of malted milk powder and 2 bags of white rabbit candy. They had dropped the things here first before heading back to her maternal home. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law each got a pack of white rabbit candy. And second sister-in-law, she received nothing. Zhou Xiaomei wasn't one to be courteous. Among the sisters-in-law, who treated her well and who didn't take her seriously, she was very clear. For example, this second sister-in-law. Since she wasn't even bothered to give a little dowry, then she won't give any respect to her. In fact, Zhou Xiaomei knew that her fourth sister-in-law had the best living condition. She had no expectation for the other 3 sisters-in-law, it was more or less the intention they conveyed. For example, eldest sister-in-law's enamel cups and third sister-in-law's towels. They were not worth much money, but it was the thought that counts, right? She didn't give anything, so why would she prepare her a return gift? Even when Su Dalin said it was for the better, she maintained her stance. After visiting the old Zhou's house, Zhou Xiaomei brought Su Dalin to her 4th brother and 4th sister-in-law's house. Su Dalin conversed with Zhou Qingbai in the hall, while Lin Qinghe went into the room with Zhou Xiaomei. Judging by your appearance, you got moisturized pretty well. Your complexion is white and rosy. Once they entered the door, Lin Qinghe opened a perverted topic, causing Zhou Xiaomei, who recently married and became a woman, to blush severely. To the main point, is Dawa's young Guzong good to you? Lin Qinghe asked in a low voice. He's treats me pretty well. Zhou Xiaomei answered with a flushed face. That's good, I can rest assured then. Lin Qinghe expressed with satisfaction. Now it's cold these days. You are burning cold air, so better pay attention to ventilation. Dalin understand these. Zhou Xiaomei nodded. Just now, I saw there was a little dispute when you 2 came over. Why, Lin Qing? He asked. It's about second sister-in-law. She was speaking like riddles when we went over. When I got married, she didn't prepare anything for me. Her hands were empty-handed, so I returned the favor to her. Dalin said it's not good to act like this and I retorted a bit to him. Zhou Xiaomei explained. Lin Qinghe smiled. Dawa's Guzong is too kind-hearted. He is, but I'm not. She deserved the beating from 4th sister-in-law last time. Her mouth is harsher than before. Zhou Xiaomei snorted. Can't be bothered with her. It's not like the world won't spin without her. Lin Qinghe said. 4th sister-in-law, I feel very blessed now. Zhou Xiaomei beamed again. Lin Qinghe grinned and advised, both of you have jobs. From now on, save a bit and see if you can save a sum of money to buy a bigger house. He has saved some. Zhou Xiaomei mentioned shyly. It's only right to save some, but he also spent a lot of money in order for you to marry him splendidly. So, save a little in the future. I am also saving money now. If I can buy a house, I will buy one in the city. Lin Qinghe said. 4th sister-in-law, you plan to buy a house in the city. Zhou Xiaomei looked at her. In the current situation, can't buy one. Once we moved there, there's no work. I'm saving it for future use. Lin Qinghe replied. Will the situation be better in the future? Zhou Xiaomei was taken aback. People have to learn to see the bright side. If we don't have money in our hands, even if the situation improves in the future, we won't be able to have a chance. If we have savings in our hands, we will buy it if able to then. Lin Qinghe explained. I'll listen to you, 4th sister-in-law, and save money. Zhou Xiaomei nodded. Now on these cold days, don't touch the cold water on the normal circumstance. Pay attention to your period. I estimate you'll be pregnant soon. Lin Qinghe suggested. Zhou Xiaomei blushed again. They had lunch at their house. Lin Qinghe wasn't a miser, she served a few solid dishes. The table was completely harmonious. When Su Dalin cycled Zhou Xiaomei back, he stuttered as he spoke. Fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law. Daughter very nice. Zhou Xiaomei hugged his waist with a sweet expression. That's for sure. Dalin, my fourth sister-in-law told me that we need to save a bit. There's a chance we'll be able to buy a big house to live in. Su Dalin agreed. Although he spent a lot of time marrying his wife this time, he still has more than 1,000 yuans in his saving. This family was definitely quite rich in this era. The husband and wife returned home, while on Lin Qinghe's side, a couple discussion was happening. Although it's a little stuttering, as long as he treats Xiaomei with all his heart, there's basically no problem. Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai acknowledged. Toward this Meifu, Su Dalin, he had no prejudice. What's more, as a person, he was great. Eldest Guji and second Guji had no time to return when Xiaomei married. They will probably return on the second day of the new year. Lin Qinghe said. This time Zhou Xiaomei got married, the oldest Guzi, Zhou Xiaowan and the second Guzi, Zhou Xiaoju did not return. Zhou Xiaowan had caught a cold this time, and it was severe. However, she did get her husband to send 5 yuan as a dowry gift. It counted as her blessing. Because of her mother-in-law catching a severe cold, Zhou Xiaoju had no choice but to stay behind and care for her as her husband was the only child. She also got her husband to deliver the 5 yuans to express her thoughts. This eldest Guji and second Guji were the 2 eldest sisters, older than eldest brother. If men and women were counted together, eldest brother would rank third. However, they don't mix it together over here. They ranked men only their own, same with the women. Want to go to the county city? Zhou Qingbai understood his wife and looked at her. Rather than the second day of New Year, it'll be the same to go on the third day. Lin Qinghe decided. If Zhou Xiaomei wanted to visit, then they must stay this year. As for eldest Guji and second Guji, it didn't matter, because Lin Qinghe was not very familiar with them. Then Lin Qinghe went over last year's photos. Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua all gathered around to look together. They liked their own photos. Mother, can we still take a picture during this year's trip to the county city? Dahua gazed expectantly at his mother. Take it, mother. Erhua also looked hopefully at his mother. Want photos? Sanhua nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded. Since you behaved very well this year, we can take picture for another year. The 3 children cheered. In the evening Lin Qinghe was still gazing at the photos. After she had her fill of being vain, she admired Zhou Qingbai's. Zhou Qingbai's picture was also very serious. Even though Lin Qinghe requested him to look softer, he still didn't smile. From the looks of it, that was the kind of man he was. Just lack photo frames, otherwise I will put them all into a photo frame. Lin Qinghe remarked. Zhou Qingbai's eyebrows were soft and spoke, I can ask the carpenter to make some. Lin Qinghe changed her mind again. Forget it, leave it to the future. Taking pictures once every year, we'll have a lot of them accumulated. Better to not take up space. Zhou Qingbai left it up to her. It snowed. There basically no activity. Zhou Qingbai carried back 2 little piglets to raise. Lin Qinghe pondered on food every day. Weak or not, don't you know the best? Zhou Qingbai smirked and covered her lips. After a while, Lin Qinghe became disoriented. He was more and more like an experienced driver. She was not his opponent at all. Lin Qinghe could only gasp out, be gentler. Afterward, she had no time to speak. As expected, that evening Zhou Qingbai was sated once again. The next day Lin Qinghe got up long after 8 o'clock. Lin Qinghe was very emotional about her present days. This was simply too extravagant. After a simple breakfast, Lin Qinghe rode over to Mei Jia. Now the collection location was switched to Mei Jia's house. She didn't need to go to the slaughterhouse anymore, because she disdained the freezing weather and thought of not doing it. Mei Jia was unwilling to cut off this source of income. Now that she had become unemployed, she was relying on this method. She said she'll go get the goods, and then LQH can go over to her home to collect it. Needless to say, Lin Qinghe agreed. The truth was there wasn't much meat coming in. At most, it was 5 or 6 jins, and when it was less, it was only 2 or 3 jins. It can't earn much, but even if it was only 7 or 8 yuan a month, it was still very important to Mei Jia. Still haven't received notification about your return to work? Lin Qinghe asked Mei Jia. Not yet. Need to wait until there's a vacancy. Mei Jia confirmed. After giving the meat to Lin Qinghe settled the transaction with her. Mei Jia got the money and mentioned with a smile, "Do you want honey? My eldest brother foraged it in the mountain before the snow fell. He gave me 2 jars. I didn't eat it. Seeing how you like it, take it back." Lin Qinghe's eyes brightened and said, "Then I'll take both jars of honey. However, I need to give money. If Mei Jia doesn't take the money, then I won't accept it and go directly to the supply and demand cooperative." Mei Jia went inside and brought out the 2 jars of honey, said, "You don't have to be courteous with me. Just take it. I have to pay." Mei Jia, "Don't fight with me." Lin Qinghe pushed out the bike, hopped on the bike with the 2 jars of honey, and stuffed the money to Mei Jia. It was according to the supply and demand cooperative's price. It was not cheap, but in Lin Qinghe's opinion, it was great value to buy these 2 jars of wild honey with this amount of money. Earlier she bought a can, but that one only had half left. Every night, after finishing things with Zhou Qingbai, they have to drink a cup. Cough. It was still necessary even without doing it, so it was consumed quickly. She brought the 2 jars of honey and pork home. It was now mid-December. The last meat distribution for this year was on the 25th of December. For the whole year of this year, her family had no shortage of meat. For example, after the winter wheat was planted last time, her family was allocated a lot and they ate it for several days before they used it up. They had it in a variety of ways. 2 pots of honey were put inside the top of the cupboard. The adults can grab it as soon as they reached out, while the children could not see anything on it. "I'm going out tomorrow to see if there is any lamb." Zhou Qingbai watched her come back and stated, "All right, if there is any, get more lamb chops, I like to eat that." Lin Qinghe hurriedly interjected when she heard him. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Toward his wife's meat business, he didn't intervene much. It was a bit questionable. But as soon as he heard that his wife said she had a client and the meat she got was immediately changed hand, he didn't stick into her business. So Zhou Qingbai understood why she came back so quickly. In fact, it was all down to his trust in his wife. The next day Zhou Qingbai went out to bring mutton back to eat. Lin Qinghe brewed a mutton soup. Only goji berry and red dates were inside. The mutton soup was very flavorful. Of course, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou weren't omitted from such a good thing. Approximately a bowl for each person was delivered, accompanied by some small chunks of lamb, which was also very delicious. Mutton initially had a unique odor, but Lin Qinghe knew how to handle it. Since the mutton soup had no stale taste, the 2 of them liked it. Old Zhou family had separated now. After Zhou Xiaomei's bridal return, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou presided over the family division. Each family was allocated 100 yuans. The other furniture and the food were all divided too. Whoever owned whatever in the house was clearly stated. However, cooking was still done in the kitchen. When one family finished, the other cooks. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou handled their own cooking. As for the matter of old age care, a certain amount of food supplies were given each season, so which family's turn it was, they give. It must be clearly stated on the first day. This was discussed between Zhou Qingbai and his brothers. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou drinking lamb soup and eating mutton, had second sister-in-law's son Zhou Sha craving. When he returned, he asked his mother, "Mother, when will our family eat meat? The meat will be divided in 10 days. What you anxious for? I will make dumplings for you." Second sister-in-law replied. Second brother was feeling greedy and suggested, "Should we go buy the meat first? You have a meat coupon." Disgruntled, second sister-in-law uttered, "Rural people do not get meat coupons and food coupons. Only those in the city did. You shouldn't have." Hearing Lin Qinghe said this, second brother was tempted. At this time, there was indeed no meat. If he wanted it, he'll have check early in the morning. It's nothing. Lin Qinghe can see his desire to get meat, so she got up and entered the kitchen. The meat that Zhou Qingbai brought back was good quality, the traditional pork belly. There were approximately 2-3 jins. Lin Qinghe cut a jin out. She had been to the black market in the city long enough to tell the approximate portion. After sharing a jin of pork belly second brother, the money was naturally collected according to the price on the black market. Still, second brother returned in a merry mood. If he had exchange money for a meat coupon and then go over to buy meat, the price can be a little more expensive than buying meat on the black market, so it was better price-wise to directly exchange meat at the black market price. And not just anyone dared to go to the black market. Seeing that he brought the meat back, second sister-in-law was stunned. Dawa's mother cut it out. Second brother gave her the remaining money. Why did it cost so much? Second sister-in-law saw how little money was and gritted out. Baffled, second brother uttered, "What so much? From the beginning, that money was enough for a jin of meat. We still have change left." She went according to the black market's price. Second sister-in-law persisted in discontent. It was bought by Qingbai with much trouble. It's because Dawa's mother heard that Sha was craving for meat, she divided some for me. If our family went to buy it instead, not only do I have to travel so far, I might even be able to buy it. What's more, Old Fourth bought the meat at the black market price. It goes without saying we have to follow that price. What, you want to get Old Fourth to give it to you cheaper? Second brother threw a glance at her as he spoke. His wife gave him a daggered gaze. Fine, let's not argue on this anymore. Hurry, make dumplings. This is a quality pork belly. If we weren't brothers, Old Fourth wouldn't have given this to me. Second brother did not want to quarrel with her, said. The money was already spent. Second sister-in-law can't really keep complaining, so she made dumplings and had it. The family of 5 had eaten to their heart's content. Being able to have dumplings, even made second sister-in-law closed her mouth and refrained from commenting. They did get meat allocated to them last time, but the family had not split yet. How much could each person possibly eat? This time she put half a jin of meat into the dumplings and it was delicious. For the remaining half, they'll take their time consuming it. Second branch got a taste of meat, which was exchanged with fourth branch by old second. Eldest sister-in-law had a sarcastic expression, while third sister-in-law sneered coldly. She whispered to third brother in private. She just had a fight last time and still embarrassed to exchange the meat. Her face is so big. How about our family go to exchange too? Third brother's focus was on elsewhere. He wanted to eat meat too. Third sister-in-law disapprovingly remarked, "Eat what? In a while, the meat will be divided. What's wrong with eating it then? Well, you pregnant are now. You should eat some meat." Third brother Wednesday grinned. That's right, it was almost a year after Zhou Dongdong's birth and she became pregnant again. After giving birth to Wu Ni, it took a few years before she had Zhou Dongdong. To her surprise, she was pregnant again and was a month along. Because her period hadn't come, she was sure of it. There was no need to go to the health center, she will know when she waits for the next month. But basically, it was certain. Lin Qinghe didn't know yet. It was when she went over on the 25th for the meat distribution and bumped into third sister-in-law, she heard about it. Shock wasn't enough to describe Lin Qinghe's expression. You are too fast. How long has it been? She felt Dongdong had just been born and she was pregnant. Again, third sister-in-law laughed. It's nothing. You should be soon. Lin Qinghe looked horrified and said, what soon? I have no plans to give birth again. I have 3 sons. For the rural people, 3 sons was enough to say birth no more and their confidence was absolutely sufficient. Third sister-in-law said nothing then. This time, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai got allocated a lot, but in the end it wasn't her family's pigs. The oil content was as thick as her family's pigs. Once they got their share distributed, Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai returned home with their boys. Third sister-in-law is pregnant again. Zhou Qingbai asked when he came home. He had just heard this. Because it was a conversation between women, he didn't hear the later part and walked away a bit. So he didn't hear Lin Qinghe say not giving birth anymore. Lin Qinghe nodded and said, I was also taken by surprise. She just gave birth to Dongdong last year and was pregnant again this year. But this wasn't the only case. In Zhoujia village, there seems to be the same for many people and were pregnant. Especially since the beginning of winter isolation, there seems to be good news from many people one after another. For example, the next door Huang Danyang's daughter-in-law had a newborn last year and bought 2 gins of brown sugar last year. She was pregnant again. Such a good thing. What is there to be surprised about? Zhou Qingbai glanced at her. Lin Qinghe met his eyes and understood what he meant. She coughed and changed the subject. How do you want to eat these pork? You decide. Zhou Qingbai replied. However, having a child matter was obviously not something Lin Qinghe can avoid. Once the children went to bed at night, Zhou Qingbai had an in-depth discussion with her before saying, "Give birth more, our family can afford it." Lin Qinghe expressed in her mind that she wouldn't give birth, but she was also a little puzzled. She and Zhou Qingbai had never used protection. Why hadn't she been pregnant after so long? She had experienced his capability, so this brave and powerful man can easily make a woman pregnant. Why wasn't she pregnant yet? If she did get pregnant, should she have the baby? This thought was terrifying. She won't ever give birth. She planned to go to the hospital in the city next time to get him protection. Otherwise, if she was pregnant, what should she do? However, did she forget anything? Why hadn't she got pregnant after so long? Zhou Qingbai moved after waiting a long time for his wife to respond. Lin Qinghe blushed and said, "The fate hasn't arrived yet." Zhou Qingbai accepted this explanation and pulled his wife for another round. Until Lin Qinghe was exhausted, did he let her go. Lin Qinghe thought before going to sleep that she would go to the city to buy condoms tomorrow and absolutely won't get pregnant. It was a pity it snowed heavily after she planned this and couldn't go. Because the weather was too cold, Lin Qinghe stayed huddled on the Kong. She simply recited and studied the books on Kong. Like this, time passed. There was nothing to do on days like this. They didn't go out. With such heavy snow, why go out? However, on the evening of the 29th of December, third brother Lin came with a hare. His face was severely frozen when he arrived, which indicated he caught it much trouble and sent it here. Such large snowfall, you still go out to catch rabbits? Lin Qinghe glared at him. It's no problem. Third brother Lin smiled and handed her the rabbit. Sister, for you. I'll go back now. What for me? Take it back for yourself to eat. Lin Qinghe quickly took it to him and said, I got this for you, sister. This year, it was thanks to the meat sister gave me, my wife was able to have. Postnatal confinement. Third brother Lin maintained. No need to thanks. Lin Qinghe said, and then continued, come in first. Zhou Qingbai took his boys over to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou, so they weren't home. It was just her and Fei Ying. Fei Ying swept a glimpse at third brother Lin. Since he was brought in by Lin Qinghe, he was not hostile. Down this now. Lin Qinghe poured a large glass of ginger and red date tea and ordered. This was cooked and drunk at home routinely and the effect was quite good. Third brother Lin drank it and his body warmed up. On this cold day, why aren't you wearing more? Lin Qinghe dug through the room and pulled out Zhou Qingbai's old sweater. This was bought by him. It was certainly old now. He didn't wear it much, since Lin Qinghe knitted him a brand new one last year and he was wearing that vest now. This was as your brother-in-law's leftover. He didn't wear it anymore. It should be a little big for you, but it's still wearable. Hurry up, put it on. Lin Qinghe passed this sweater to third brother Lin and ushered. Sister, no need. This is my brother-in-law's clothes. Third brother Lin hastily refused. He came here to send the rabbit, not to get something. I'm giving it to you, so wear it. With our current family condition, if we honestly could wear it, I won't have offered it to you. Lin Qinghe maintained. Third brother Lin still shook his head. Don't want. Sister, don't give me brother-in-law's clothes. Brother-in-law would probably quarrel with you when he comes back. Your sister makes all the decisions in this house. I listen to your sister too. At this time, Zhou Qingbai brought the boys back and interjected. Brother-in-law. Seeing him, third brother Lin greeted at once. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Dawa, Erwa, and Sanwa all called out, Uncle. Third brother Lin smiled and acknowledged. I haven't seen you in this sweater since last year. It made no difference if we keep it or not. Give it to my brother. Lin Qinghe asked him. Zhou Qingbai remarked. Would it be a bit too old? It depends on whether my brother disdains that or not. Lin Qinghe turned to third brother Lin. Third brother Lin shook his head. How can I disdain such a good sweater for being old? If you don't, then quickly change into it. Lin Qinghe instructed Dahua. Dahua, take your third uncle to your room to put it on. Uncle, come with me. Dahua said. Listen to your sister. Zhou Qingbai also observed how really thin third brother Lin's clothes were, and urged. Only then did third brother Lin went in with Dahua to put on this sweater. He felt a whole lot warmer. Eating here tonight, Lin Qinghe asked third brother Lin. Third brother Lin rapidly shook his head. No, no. I'll eat at home. If you want to go home and eat, then go home and eat. You take these buns. Heat it when you return and it'll be ready to eat. Lin Qinghe gave third brother Lin 3 big buns. She made this the day before yesterday with Zhou Qingbai and the boys. Whenever they were hungry, just steam it up, and then just add an additional soup. There was also a lot of mantou, all of which were ready to cook. No need to worry with this weather. No need. Third brother Lin shook his head. I'm telling you to take it, so take it. Lin Qinghe wrapped it in oil paper and stuffed it to him. Sister, will you go back this new year? Third brother asked her. Not going. I said it already. I'm cleanly breaking it off with those white-eyed wolves. Lin Qinghe waved her hand. Third brother San felt helpless, but he said nothing. Instead, he uttered, then I will come over with my wife this year. The first day or the second day is free. Lin Qinghe suggested. Then we will come here on the first, replied third brother Lin. Okay. Lin Qinghe gave him the answer. Third brother Lin came back with 3 buns. Third sister-in-law Lin asked him, what were you doing today? It's freezing. I was out catching a rabbit. Third brother Lin laughed. Did you catch it? Third sister-in-law Lin responded. I did and sent it to my sister. Third brother Lin said. Third sister-in-law Lin froze for a moment and said nothing once she recovered. This year's postnatal confinement, she felt that she'll remember it for the rest of this life. If it weren't for this sister who secluded herself from her maternal family, her second daughter wouldn't have a bite of an egg to eat. So this year her family separated off. First branch and second branch didn't split, just her third branch. Naturally, life was hard because there wasn't much to items allocated to them. But even if there wasn't much, third sister-in-law Lin insisted on separating. She was fed up. She'll take control of her family. She'll eat what she wants and handle things how she wants. Who dares to talk nonsense? Look what this is. Third brother Lin took out 3 large buns from his arms and grinned. Where did you get that? Third sister-in-law Lin's eyes lit up and asked. Third sister gave it. Third brother Lin laughed. This answer was not unexpected. Third sister-in-law Lin sighed. I didn't expect that the third sister, who wouldn't even want to acknowledge her maternal family, would recognize you as her younger brother. In her last postnatal confinement, this third sister only gave eggs and pork ribs on the basis that he was her brother. This was something she kept in mind. If it was just her, there was no need to think about. Third sister won't give any consideration because she didn't speak for third sister before. Third sister has always been kind to me. Third brother Lin gave the truth, and then lifted up his clothes, said, look, this sweater was given by brother-in-law. Third brother-in-law gave it. Brother Lin's wife couldn't help but touched it. The sweater was very warm. Although this sweater was Zhou Qingbai's unwanted, there was nothing bad with it. It was because Lin Qinghe made a new one for him, he didn't wear it anymore. When third sister gave it to me, brother-in-law also saw it. Brother-in-law let me wear it. Third brother Lin said, and then talked about visiting on New Year's Day. She doesn't plan to come back this year. Third sister-in-law was taken aback. Third sister still holding the grudge, answered third brother Lin. Third sister-in-law Lin thought how she was still mad even after a year, then she really intends to not interact with her maternal family. However, third sister-in-law Lin didn't mind and said, this year we will bring Yuer and Shonger over to give their aunt a New Year greeting. She can tell that out of old Lin family, only third sister cared about her little family, even if it was due to her husband. But still, this relationship should not be broken. Third brother Lin nodded in acknowledgement. In the evening, the couple divided the 3 big buns with their 2 girls. It was eaten after heating it up a bit. The youngest daughter was still a baby, so it was soaked in the soup for her to eat. After a half, she was full. The eldest daughter devoured one by on her own. The remaining was for third brother Lin and third sister-in-law Lin. Naturally, it wasn't enough to eat. Somewhat full was enough, as they didn't need to work in winter isolation. They all had to tighten their belts during these days, especially since his family had just separated off. It was impossible to get many shares of food. At home, Lin Qinghe was making braised rabbit meat and brought up third brother Lin to Zhou Qingbai. Say, what is up with my third brother? He's thinner than before. Naturally, Zhou Qingbai didn't know, suggested, would you like to go back and see? Not going back. Lin Qinghe had no good impression from old Lin family. Last year, they gave her such a good excuse and broke it off outright without any hesitation. Zhou Qingbai was helpless. Lin Qinghe didn't care about old Lin's family anymore. The braised rabbit meat is very aromatic to smell. Lin Qinghe was willing to add seasonings, so the rabbit meat was particularly pleasing to smell. Of course, Father Zhou and Mother won't miss out on such delicious food. Carry this dish to your father and mother. Remember to say that this is the rabbit meat sent by my third brother. He stayed outside for a day to catch it. Lin Qinghe handed a small dish to Zhou Qingbai and instructed. This was to prevent them from assuming that she was supplementing her maternal family. She was not the original owner, so old Lin family better not think about benefiting from her at all. She only recognized her third brother. Even if her third brother sent such a rabbit today, she only gave 3 buns. It wasn't that she didn't want to give, it was due to the fact her third brother was now married. Beside being her brother, he too was a husband and father to others. So she didn't give too much, just 3 buns, to avoid nurturing his wife's appetite too much. Because when including the favor she did for the postnatal confinement last time, third sister-in-law should know to be content with even just 3 buns. This was how human relationships should be. With output, there was input. Don't take it for granted as nothing in the world is rightly yours. However, she didn't know that the value of these 3 buns wasn't inferior to a rabbit. A bun of this large size would cost a few dimes. If one went to the city to buy it, they will need food coupons, otherwise, don't think about buying it. How many food coupons did one need for 3? And there was really a lot of filling inside. Pork belly, eggs, and flour. These cost a lot of money. Don't forget the rest of the ingredients. 3 delicious buns in one go, it wasn't stingy at all. Hearing his wife's words, Zhou Qingbai had a cold sweat. Still, when he sent it over, he mentioned that the rabbit was sent by his wife's third brother. Mother Zhou understood. Once her youngest son went back, Mother Zhou said, last time I didn't say anything about Dawa's mother. Father Zhou expressed, don't worry about that too much. Mother Zhou gave no response and quickly went to warm the pancakes. Then they ate the braised rabbit meat with the pancakes. The 2 of them couldn't have enough, because the taste was so scrumptious. From what I see, Old Fourth's side is doing pretty well. After such a busy year, I didn't see Old Fourth become sapped. He was well nourished by his wife. Father Zhou commented. He really felt that Fourth's wife's culinary skills were top-notch, with no complaints at all. From time to time, the meat dishes brought to them were all delectable. His son and grandsons were taken care of by her culinary, so how worst can they get? I didn't say she couldn't take care of Old Fourth and his boys. It just too money-consuming. Mother Zhou sighed. In terms of the ability to take care of their men and children, no one in Zhoujia village can compare with Fourth's wife. What's more, her old husband was right. It seems that since Old Fourth had retired until now, he apparently became healthier. Not a hint of weakness could be seen. Same for Dawa and his brothers. Which one of them wasn't energetic? While we can still work, let them gather some savings. Zhou father stated. Mother Zhou nodded and didn't say anything. Apparently satisfied, she decided to drop it and let Fourth's wife do as she likes. The future marriage money for Dawa and his brothers, they'll secretly give it to them. They can't possibly let 3 grandsons become a bachelor, right? Unknown to Mother Zhou's thoughts, Lin Qinghe had a fulfilling dinner with Zhou Qingbai and the boys. A shrimp skin soup and cornmeal mantou. With this delicious rabbit meat, the family ate until their heart's content. Father, when are we going to catch the rabbit? At the dinner table, Dawa munched on the rabbit's head as he asked. Where are you going on such a cold day? Lin Qinghe glared at him. There were chubby rabbits in the field during autumn harvest this year, but it ran too fast and father didn't catch them, Hua mentioned. There were rabbits popping up during the autumn harvest and these rabbits bounced around and got away really fast. Even Zhou Qingbai hadn't caught one. Your father is exhausted to the bone during the harvest and you still want him to catch you a rabbit. Why don't you hunt one for your father to eat? Lin Qinghe directed to Hua. Aren't I still small? Once I grow up, I will definitely be able to catch it. Hua waffled. Then eat more and grow up quickly. Lin Qinghe brushed off. The wild rabbits were very agile. What's more, a wily rabbit had 3 burrows, so how can it be so easy to hunt? Each and every one of them were drained from the busy summer and autumn harvests. Chances of catching one was low. And one needs to be extremely lucky to catch one. Zhou Qingbai calmly ate meat as he enjoyed the favoritism from his wife. He went out the next day, but when he came back, his hands were empty. Rabbits were difficult to hunt. Luck and strength can't be lacking. With strength and no luck, it still won't do. Are you that bored on New Year's Eve? Does it feel great going up to the mountain and freeze yourself? Do we lack that bite of meat at home? Lin Qinghe nagged once he came back. Despite what she said, she didn't omit a single drop of ginger soup for him to drink. Today was the 30th of the 12th lunar month. Everyone was separated this year, but they still adhered to tradition, have New Year's Eve dinner together. This was the last day of 70. As usual, Lin Qinghe brought 2 solid dishes, a stewed meat and starch noodles, and meatballs. 2 meat dishes were definitely passable. Especially meatballs, it was very tasty. The children like Zhou Yang loved to eat it. They stabbed it with their chopstick and bite into it. Each of them munched away happily. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the women started chatting, while the things were handed over to Dani and Ernie to clean up. Second sister-in-law didn't stay. She headed out at once. Lin Qinghe didn't fancy having her here after the last fight. She and second sister-in-law had bad blood. Second sister-in-law didn't dare to speak crap but also no longer spoke to Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe simply ignored it. Just now, I noticed you have a bad appetite at dinner, what's wrong? Lin Qinghe asked third sister-in-law. This baby is a naughty one, so my reaction is a bit big. Third sister-in-law felt helpless. Morning sickness. Lin Qinghe wondered. That's right, I heard it early in the morning. Eldest sister-in-law nodded. Lin Qinghe thought that it must be difficult. Even like this, Zhou Qingbai still wanted her to give him another daughter. This unfeeling man. Lin Qinghe decided to not let Zhou Qingbai get close to her body. He must wait until she buys condoms first, otherwise, she couldn't imagine what she'll be like when she's pregnant. End of chapter 100. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.